Robb Stark stood at the crest of a gentle slope where the river Trident swept in a broad curve below. His horse, a gray courser with a pale mane, tossed its head nervously as if sensing a swell of expectation in the crisp, late autumn air. Men in Stark livery were arrayed around him, small clusters of cavalry and lines of infantry who had marched long and hard from the north, driven by the call of war. Yet, for all the stress lining their faces, there was a sharpness to their eyes, a shared certainty that they were about to achieve something momentous. None among them, not even Robb himself, could guess just how momentous this day would prove to be. His banners flapped behind him in the wind, the sigil of the direwolf twisting in the late afternoon light. Reports had come in. The young King Joffrey Baratheon, freshly crowned in King's Landing, had ventured out at the behest of his mother and the King's Guard to the nearby region. The Lannisters had grown perhaps too brazen, or perhaps it was the boy's arrogance leading him onward. Word was that Joffrey had ridden north from the capital under the guard of a modest force led by a few of the King Guard. Though it seemed a foolish notion to expose the inexperienced monarch outside the walls of King's Landing during wartime, Cersei Lannister was rumored to be holding court at Harrenhal, or at least traveling between that cursed fortress and the capital. She had, some whispered, a scheme to consolidate control over the Riverlands by her son's presence, a sort of royal statement that might rally the lords of the Trident. Or perhaps it was no more than a fool's errand set forth by the Lannister generals, a show of power to mock the Boy King's enemies. It was foolish, but war was often shaped by such gambles. Robb had heard it all from his scouts, and though at first he scarcely believed the rumors, he had prepared a plan. If Joffrey truly was within reach, if he truly traveled with only a small guard, then the prospect loomed like a shining star in the black emptiness of the night. Capturing the Boy King would be worth 1,000 victories on the field. It could bring Ned Stark back from the dungeons or gallows of King's Landing. It could end the war before the Riverlands drowned in more blood. It could give the North the leverage it needed to preserve its rightful dignity and independence against the Iron Throne. He turned to his trusted captains, Roose Bolton, silent and calculating as ever, the great Jon Umber, already bristling for a fight, and Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, with that knowing, cold fire in his eyes. Each one recognized the magnitude of this opportunity without Robb needing to speak. So he gave the signal. Messengers rode off in 4 directions. Columns of mounted men spurred their horses into motion, disappearing behind hills and trees, forming a hidden semicircle that would close like a snare around the traveling party. Robb remembered what his mother had told him. Be cunning, be swift, and be as merciful as you can afford to be. Lady Catelyn had tried to instill that last virtue in him. He intended to capture Joffrey, not slaughter him, no matter how dire his father's predicament might be. Joffrey was a bargaining piece, not a corpse to dangle from a tower. He found his hand drifting to the hilt of his sword. King in the North, some called him already, though the title felt awkward. He was Lord of Winterfell, yet scarcely more than a youth, not so many years older than Joffrey himself. War, however, had forced him to grow quickly. He raised his gaze and saw the sun dipping, the sky streaked in pink and gold. This was the moment the trap would spring. Later, he would look back on the speed of that ambush with a mixture of pride and fear. The Lannister banners emerged from the dusty road, gold lions bright in the slanted rays of the sun. At the head rode Joffrey in gilded armor, more ceremonial than practical. A small line of knights followed, faces set in cocky half-smiles as if traveling on mere parade. That was their folly. They had not truly expected Robb Stark to be so near, or to have the cunning to lay a silent trap. Robb had posted archers in the treeline. The moment the Lannister party crossed the hidden line of pikes and sharpened stakes placed along the side of the road, horns blew. The day erupted with the hiss of arrows. Horses reared, knights tumbled, and the king's escort found itself ensnared. From behind rises came the thundering hooves of Stark cavalry. Robb led the charge himself, sword drawn, heart pounding with savage intensity. He tried not to think of the men he cut down, Lannister guards in red cloaks who flailed desperately, some refusing to yield. The main thing was to keep his eyes on the Boy King. Joffrey's distinct golden armor, the ornate crown worked into the helm, marked him clearly. Robb's men attacked swiftly but with caution. He had ordered them to spare the boy's life at all costs. Guards fell as the swirl of metal and flesh clashed beneath the canopy of towering oaks. There was yelling, cursing, the roar of horses, and the clang of steel. Joffrey, seized by fear and confusion, tried to spur his mount away. A white-plumed Kingsguard knight, Ser Mandon Moore, barreled forward to protect the king. Robb saw this man's pale, expressionless face behind the visor. Another Kingsguard, Ser Ares Oakheart, circled to the king's other flank. They put up a fierce defense but were quickly overwhelmed by the press of Northmen whose determination was single-minded: do not let the king escape. Amidst the chaos, Theon Greyjoy, Robb's friend and ward, deftly loosed an arrow that took Ser Mandan's horse in the flank, and the beast screamed before collapsing. Ser Mandan tumbled off, helmet clanging on a rock, stunned for a moment. The Northmen swarmed. Robb caught a glimpse of Joffrey trying to turn his horse. Yet one of the Greyjoy's men leapt forward, seized the horse's reins, and dragged down the boy king. Joffrey hit the ground with a startled cry, trying to keep hold of his sword, a gaudy thing with a lion's pommel. He was breathless, eyes wide with sheer terror, and all around him men were dying. Within heartbeats, the Kingsguard knights still on their feet surrendered rather than see the precious king run through. Robb reined up, chest heaving, and looked upon his prize. Joffrey Baratheon, rightful or not, was king of the Seven Kingdoms and now lay in the mud. His crown had toppled off his helm. His gold-trimmed cloak was soiled with dirt and blood spatters. He was so young, younger than Robb, and the hatred in his eyes was overshadowed by fear. Something about that combined expression, petulance and terror, made Robb's stomach twist. He thought of Sansa, of how she had once admired this boy, and he wondered at the illusions that must have danced in her head. War was cold truth. Dreams of gallant princes died under the weight of real steel. Chaos quieted as the Stark men disarmed the remaining Lannister knights. They stripped Joffrey of his sword and cloak. The boy king lashed out, yelling curses in a shaking voice. Yet he was helpless. An older man-at-arms seized Joffrey's arms, twisted them behind his back, and forced him to his knees in the dirt. And in that moment, Robb watched Joffrey with a numbness that came from shock. He had done it. He had captured the king on the Iron Throne. The rest of the day passed in a tense hush. They bound Joffrey's hands with rope, loosely enough not to cause permanent harm, but firmly enough that he could not slip free. Other prisoners included a handful of knights and a wounded Ser Mandan Moore. The dead, both Stark and Lannister, were pulled aside. Campfires flickered into life as the sun sank beyond the horizon. In a small clearing on the edge of the camp, Robb spoke with his advisors. They formed a tight circle around him: Theon, Roose Bolton, the Great John, Ser Brynden the Blackfish, and others. Each man's face lit by the glow of torches. High overhead, the bare branches of autumn interlaced like a woven net. The chill in the air was biting enough to keep them alert despite exhaustion from battle. "We have the boy king," Roose Bolton said in a voice as soft as a whisper, "and that is worth all the gold in Casterly Rock. If we march swiftly, perhaps we can use him to secure Lord Eddard's release." The Great John scratched his beard and let out a triumphant bark. Tywin Lannister won't relish the idea of his precious grandson rotting in the north. "A fine day's work, my lord." He cast an appraising glance at Robb, as if seeing him anew. Brynden Tully spoke in low, measured tones. "Yet we must be careful how we proceed. Word will spread quickly, no matter what we do. The Lannisters will come for him. King's Landing will reel. And we have to worry about the other powers. Renly claims the throne, Stannis as well." Robb nodded. He tasted something akin to fear when he tried to shape his next words, for the gravity of this victory could not be overstated. "We will treat him carefully. He must not be harmed. A dead king is no use to us. We must send riders to King's Landing. We make our demands clear: release my father, and honor the independence of the North and the Riverlands, or Joffrey Baratheon remains our prisoner." There were murmurs of assent, but also flickers of anxiety. They all wondered if Tywin Lannister or the Queen Regent, Cersei, would yield. The Lannisters were notoriously proud. But for Joffrey, would Cersei do anything? Perhaps. None doubted her maternal fervor, twisted though it might be. Robb turned from the men and tried to still his heart. So much hung on a single thread. When night fell deeply, the cries of wounded men echoed softly across the camp. Robb had insisted that their own wounded receive immediate care, followed by those of the Lannisters. He might despise them as enemies, but they were not to be needlessly tortured. Besides, the spectacle of tending Lannister injured would remind Joffrey that the Starks were not the beasts he had been led to believe. It was all part of securing the king's cooperation. The lines of war had softened for a brief instant. Robb visited the makeshift pen where Joffrey was being held under guard. They had put him in a tent ringed by watchful Northmen armed with spears. The boy's fine cloak and armor had been removed, replaced by a rough-spun cloak offered to keep him from freezing. He sat on a wooden camp stool, hands still bound in his lap, eyes puffed and red as if from crying, though he tried to hide it behind a mask of wounded pride. The sudden glare of torchlight made him flinch. Robb stepped inside. He paused, uncertain of how to address the captive. That sensation of unreality washed over him yet again, the king in the north standing before the king who sat the Iron Throne, the boy who had humiliated Sansa, threatened Arya, and ordered his father's death. In the silence, Joffrey raised his chin. "You will pay for this," Joffrey said, voice quivering even as he tried to make it ring with authority. "When my mother hears what you've done, you'll wish you had never left Winterfell." Robb stared at him. A part of him wanted to scoff, to unleash the fury he felt over his father's imprisonment and probable death sentence. But he remembered his mother's words about mercy. He could see that Joffrey was frightened under the bravado, a boy of short temper and illusions. "Perhaps," Robb answered quietly, "but until that time, I suggest you consider your position. You are my prisoner, Joffrey Baratheon. King or not, you will do as I say. I won't harm you if you yield." Joffrey's face contorted in anger. He tugged at his bindings, then glanced around, perhaps searching for any sympathetic face. He found none. Guards lined the walls of the tent, silent and grim. "I am your rightful king. Release me at once." "Your rightful king?" Robb repeated, controlling his tone. "My father kneels in chains in King's Landing, condemned as a traitor. My sisters are hostages. The Lannisters betrayed the crown and my family. You have no claim over me, Joffrey, but I have every claim on you." Joffrey opened his mouth, closed it again. He had never known war or captivity. He was used to being served. "My mother will kill your father if you do not set me free. She will kill Sansa too." It took all of Robb's will not to recoil from that threat. He knew it was possible. These were the Lannisters after all. Yet if Cersei wanted Joffrey back alive, she might tread carefully. "We will see what your mother does," Robb said. "I will treat you well, better than you have treated my father, I promise you that much. I suggest you rest, your grace." With that, Robb turned away and left. He could feel Joffrey's glare boring into his back. Outside, the night wind caught his cloak. He stood there, letting the air sting his cheeks, and looked up at the scattering of stars. For better or worse, they had crossed into a new chapter of this war. He thought of his father, how he must be faring in some dark cell below the Red Keep. If all went well, soon Ned Stark would be free. The notion sent a tremor of hope through him that he had not felt since word of his father's arrest arrived in Winterfell. By dawn, the encampment was stirring with a fresh sense of purpose. Roose Bolton drafted the parchment that would be carried by ravens and riders to King's Landing, a clear message that Joffrey Baratheon had been taken alive, that Lord Eddard Stark must be freed, that Sansa and Arya must be restored to their family, and that the North would no longer be subject to Southern rule. Furthermore, the letter demanded that the Riverlands be recognized as independent under House Tully's alliance with House Stark. It was an ambitious demand, one that might incite the fury of half the realm. Yet, with Joffrey a captive, it did not seem altogether impossible. The letter departed on swift horses and by raven, accompanied by loyal messengers under guard. The army itself began to move. They could not linger too near the road without risking an attack from Tywin Lannister's forces, rumored to be somewhere near Harrenhal. The Stark host moved north along the banks of the Trident, seeking higher ground and more defensible positions. Joffrey traveled in a closed carriage drawn by sturdy horses, flanked by an honor guard. As an extra precaution, Robb insisted upon moving the Boy King often, never keeping him at the same spot for more than a few hours. The Lannisters, if they came searching, would not find their treasure unguarded. For several days, they advanced with great caution. Scouts rode ahead, scouring the land for signs of Lannister outriders. None were spotted, though occasionally a terrified local would speak of gold-cloaked men passing by not long ago. Meanwhile, Joffrey's demeanor morphed from defiance to a fearful, sullen silence. He spent long hours brooding, lashing out at guards with his sharp tongue, only to cower when they answered him with stony stares. He had never been taught how to rule men beyond the walls of King's Landing. He had no sense of the North or its warriors, and he certainly did not know how to survive captivity. Robb only visited Joffrey twice in those early days. The second time was to deliver the news. The first of their ravens had likely reached King's Landing by now, and that the realm would be deciding the boy's fate, not the other way around. Joffrey, despite exhaustion, lunged at Robb in that moment, screaming that he was the king. One of the guards seized him, and Joffrey nearly tripped, face reddening, tears brimming in his eyes. Robb had stood over him, unsure whether to feel pity or disgust, then simply walked out. The next weeks unspooled intense waiting. The cold settled more thickly over the land. News from the capital was sparse, traveling in strange and often contradictory whispers. Some said Cersei had demanded that Joffrey's life be ransomed at a staggering price of gold. Others said that Lord Tywin was marching with 20,000 men to rescue the king. Rumors even circulated that the Lannisters were considering executing Eddard Stark on the steps of the Great September in retaliation for Joffrey's capture. But none of these rumors came from reliable sources. Robb tried not to let them rattle him, yet at night, in his tent, he would stare at his father's battered sword Ice, which had been left behind in the north, and pray silently to the old gods that Ned still lived. The silence from King's Landing ended one frosty morning when riders approached under a white banner, seeking an audience with Robb Stark. They carried the sigil of House Lannister, a golden lion on a field of crimson. Robb assembled his principal lords and met them in a wide clearing ringed by tall, skeletal trees. The sun glinted off the snow, dusting the grass. The Lannister riders, haughty in bearing, dismounted and bowed stiffly. Among them was a man who introduced himself as Ser Flemont Brax, envoy of Queen Regent Cersei Lannister. "We come bearing terms," Ser Flemont announced in a voice designed to carry. He glanced around, clearly out of his depth among so many grim-faced Northmen. "Our queen demands the immediate release of King Joffrey Baratheon into Lannister custody. If you do this, she will spare the life of Eddard Stark. She will likewise release the Lady Sansa from her protective guardianship. This, she says, is an act of mercy. If you refuse, she warns that she will try Lord Stark for high treason and proceed with a sentence of execution." Robb's face hardened. He allowed a moment of silence to make the Lannisters uneasy. The wind picked up, stirring the branches overhead. Men coughed or shifted in place. "She will spare my father's life," Robb repeated, "and release my sister Sansa." "What of my sister Arya?" Ser Flemont's lips tightened. "We have not had word of the Lady Arya's whereabouts. She vanished some time ago in the city. The Queen Regent is not aware of her location." Robb clenched his jaw, suspecting a lie. "Not good enough," he said. "We also demanded recognition of Northern and Riverlands independence. Has the Queen Regent spoken to that?" Ser Flemont cleared his throat and dropped his gaze for a moment. "The Queen Regent refuses any notion that the North or the Riverlands shall be considered free from the Iron Throne. She calls your rebellion unlawful and traitorous. She offers, however, that if you release the king, you will be granted royal pardons, and your father's life shall be spared. You will be required to kneel and renew your oaths to the crown." A bristle of outrage passed through the assembled Northerners. The Great John let out a snarl that was more wolf than man. The Blackfish merely frowned, arms folded, eyes wary. Robb felt his heart pounding. So this was the Queen's offer of mercy. They gave up everything, bent the knee, and in exchange they might get Ned back, bruised but breathing. Everything else about their demands was dismissed. "My father is no traitor," Robb growled. "He served as hand of the king. The Lannisters murdered King Robert and seized power. They think to break us, but we have their child king in chains. Tell your queen, Ser Flemont, that our demands stand. My father's freedom, my sister's returned, and northern independence. We will not release Joffrey Baratheon until we have that in writing, sealed by the great lords, and by that harpy queen you serve." Ser Flemont's face reddened. He looked as though he wanted to contest Robb's version of events, but some caution in him prevailed. "I will relay your words. The Queen Regent suggests you think carefully. King Joffrey's life is not something she will bargain for lightly or indefinitely." He gave a stiff bow, turned on his heel, and left with his men. After the envoy had gone, the Great John spat into the snow. "They want us to kneel. They shall see how the North kneels." Others voiced agreement, a ripple of dark humor passing among them. But as they rode back to their camp, Robb could not escape the chill dread settling on him. A defiant stance sounded fine around a war camp's fires, but if Cersei truly believed he might kill Joffrey, she might preempt him by executing Ned. The Lannisters were cunning and ruthless. They would not simply yield to northern demands. How then to keep them from lashing out? He sought counsel that evening in his tent, calling on the Blackfish and Roose Bolton. Theon lingered nearby, arms crossed, but said little at first. It was Roose Bolton who spoke softly. "We must make them believe that the boy is safe. Threatening to kill him might provoke desperate actions. If we keep him alive, well-treated, the Queen Regent will not dare harm your father." "Yes," Robb said, "but we also cannot simply hand him back. That would forfeit all leverage. We must make it clear that Joffrey will remain our prisoner until our demands are met. In the meantime, we keep him close, feed him well, ensure he is not abused. We show them we are more honorable than they ever were." The Blackfish nodded. "We shall see what new offers they bring. Their next letter might threaten war or promise riches. The Lannisters are unpredictable." Robb turned to Theon. "What do you say?" Theon's gray eyes flickered with a hint of some interior calculation. "The Lannisters respect power. They won't cower because we hold the king. If anything, they'll be twice as dangerous. But you are right to keep him alive. Could be that Stannis or Renly Baratheon might even ally with us if they believe we hold the usurper child. Perhaps we could turn that into advantage." Robb considered it. He knew that both Renly and Stannis were pressing claims to the throne. Having Joffrey as a captive might well force them to negotiate with him if they believed the boy's lineage was false or if they simply saw it as an opportunity to remove a rival. The realm was fracturing like a piece of shattered glass, each shard reflecting a new claim to power. The question was how to use that to free Ned. Because in the end, that was his core concern, that and the safety of his sisters. Time dragged by with no immediate response from King's Landing. Snow fell in scattered flurries, dusting the world in white. The Northmen and their allies established a more permanent camp near a partially ruined holdfast where the trident twisted sharply. Each day, Robb went about the business of commanding an army, dispensing justice, and seeing to supply lines. Yet he felt an undercurrent of tension in every moment. Scouts reported sightings of Lannister outriders in the distance, perhaps measuring the strength of the Stark position. The nights grew colder, and the men huddled around fires, telling grim stories or singing songs of old heroes. Joffrey remained in captivity, increasingly withdrawn. He had demanded a private tent, demanded better food, demanded that courtiers attend him. He received only partial concessions. Robb had him housed in a guarded chamber within the half-ruined holdfast, away from the biting wind. His mother, Lady Catelyn, arrived shortly after. Robb felt relief wash over him as she rode in with a company of Tully men. She looked weary from her travels, hair escaping its binding under her hood, but her eyes lit with fierce joy upon seeing her son. They embraced in the courtyard, ignoring the onlookers. Catelyn's questions spilled forth. How had he done it? Was Joffrey truly in chains? Had there been any word of Ned? Sansa? Arya? He led her into a small solar where a fire crackled in the hearth. He explained every detail, from the ambush by the river to the Queen's demands. Catelyn listened intently, a line forming between her brows. At times, her face betrayed flashes of hope. At others, fear. "We must be cautious," she told him finally. "Cersei will do anything to keep her son safe, but she may lash out if she believes we plan to harm Joffrey. And your father. She may use him to punish us, to show that the Lannisters still hold power." Robb's voice caught. "I won't let that happen. I'd trade everything, give up every victory, if it meant ensuring father's life." Catelyn laid a hand on his cheek. "I know. We will do all we can. But you must not sacrifice the North for one life, even your father's." He would not wish it. A deep sadness flickered in her eyes. "But you are right to fight for him, to fight for your sisters. We will find the path forward." Within the week, another envoy arrived from King's Landing, this time bearing more elaborate terms. Robb listened as a herald read a letter stamped with the royal seal of the Lion and Stag. The Queen Regent demands immediate release of King Joffrey Baratheon into her custody, or that of Ser Jaime Lannister. In exchange, Lord Eddard Stark will be pardoned for his treason, on condition that he swear fealty to King Joffrey. The Lady Sansa will be granted safe escort north under a sworn guard, but any further demands regarding independence or territory are refused. Failure to comply will result in the immediate execution of Lord Eddard Stark for treason, the disposal of the Lady Sansa as the Crown sees fit, and a declaration of war upon the North. Catelyn's face drained of color at the explicit threat. Robb kept his expression cold, though inside a storm raged. He dismissed the herald, telling him to wait for a reply. Then he and his mother, along with the Blackfish, Roose Bolton, and a select group of lords, wrestled with how to respond. Bolton proposed a more direct threat in turn. The Great John wanted to send Joffrey back in pieces, which Robb would not hear of. Catelyn urged finding a middle path, if such existed. "They will kill him," Catelyn said in a trembling voice. "Cersei will kill Ned. The only thing staying her hand is that we still have Joffrey." Robb leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "If we yield, if we turn Joffrey over, we have no assurance that she will keep her word. The moment she has him, she can kill father anyway and march north. I trust no Lannister vow. Not after everything they have done." Catelyn nodded heavily, tears glimmering unshed. "What then do we do?" "We must demand proof of father's well-being," Robb decided. "We demand that Ned Stark be delivered into neutral custody. Then, once we have him, we will negotiate the handover of Joffrey. We also insist on receiving Sansa. Let us present that as a final offer. If they refuse, we hold on to Joffrey and see what alliances we can forge with Renly or Stannis. Let the Lannisters fear a pincer attack from multiple fronts." The others murmured agreement, some uncertain, but no better path was apparent. And so they crafted a careful reply that the North would return King Joffrey to Lannister hands only once Lord Eddard Stark and Lady Sansa were in northern custody and safely beyond King's Landing's reach. Then and only then would the Boy King be released. Their demands for independence were not abandoned, rather, they declared that all such negotiations would follow once Lord Eddard was free to speak for the North as well. It was an artful letter with a veneer of courtesy, but underlined by absolute refusal to yield Joffrey first. The herald carried that message back. Days passed. Snow turned to sleet, then the sun broke through for a few days, turning the fields to thick mud. Tensions in the camp rose, men growing restless at the stalemate. The North could not easily march farther south without risking confrontation with Tywin's armies, nor could they retreat and give up such a valuable hostage. They remained perched like a hawk on a high branch, scanning the land for signs of the next move. Meanwhile, Joffrey sulked in his guarded quarters, occasionally erupting at his jailers, demanding wine, sweets, better food, more comfortable clothing. Catelyn took it upon herself to speak with him at times, hoping to glean any news of Ned or Sansa. Joffrey's answers were rarely informative, though he sneered that Ned Stark was a traitor who deserved a traitor's reward. Catelyn stiffened her spine against his insults, reminding herself that this was only a petulant boy with inflated pride. Yet it hurt to see how cruelly he spoke of her husband. At other times he would break and whimper, complaining that he wanted his mother. It was a pitiful display. One night, as the wind howled around the half-ruined holdfast, Robb found himself outside the door to Joffrey's chamber. A guard stood at attention, and from within, the sound of something shattering. Robb raised an eyebrow. The guard only shrugged wearily. Robb motioned him aside and entered. Joffrey whirled to face him, eyes blazing, pieces of broken pottery scattered at his feet. The remains of a meal, perhaps. The single candle in the chamber flickered, throwing wild shadows on the walls. "You," Joffrey spat, "you have no right to keep me here like some common criminal." Robb regarded him calmly. "If you behaved like a king, perhaps I'd treat you with more respect." Joffrey's face contorted. "I am a king, you savage. I am the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and you are a dog that needs to be put down." Robb felt a flash of anger. He had lost enough men, faced enough peril, and worried enough for his father's life that he did not need to suffer Joffrey's raving. Yet he held his composure. "When you're king of nothing, you should watch your tongue." Joffrey advanced a step, fists clenched. "Do your worst. My mother will pay you back 1,000-fold. She will take your father's head. She will. Robb cut in. "You have no power here, Joffrey. None. The only reason you draw breath is because I won't stoop to the Lannisters' methods. But do not think I won't confine you to a darker cell if you shatter another dish. There are men in this camp who have lost fathers, brothers, and sons because of you. Think on that." For a moment, Joffrey wavered. The bravado cracked, and the boy behind the crown peeked out. A boy who did not know how to handle captivity, who had never learned to face the consequences of his actions. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Robb turned and left. That night, he dreamed of Ned Stark, of the last time they had spoken in Winterfell's courtyard. His father resting a hand on his shoulder. The memory was so vivid it left him hollow upon waking. At last, a raven arrived carrying a sealed letter from the capital. The guard who brought it to Robb reported that the bird's leg bore the Lannister sigil. Robb, with hands that trembled slightly, broke the seal, scanning the parchment. He called immediately for his mother and the Blackfish. The contents were short but laced with chilling finality. The letter stated that Ned Stark had confessed his treason publicly in the Great September of Baelor. He had named Joffrey the rightful king and repented for his crimes. The Queen Regent now declared that Eddard Stark would serve out the remainder of his days on the Wall, should Joffrey be returned at once. Furthermore, the Lady Sansa would be allowed to join him on the journey north. However, should Robb Stark refuse to comply and continue his unlawful captivity of King Joffrey, Ned Stark's life would be forfeit. Catelyn read it, eyes darting across the lines. She let out a ragged breath. He confessed. They forced him to confess. Perhaps they threatened Sansa. Her voice quivered. But they promised to spare him, to send him to the Wall, if we release Joffrey immediately. Robb set his jaw. It says nothing about an exchange in safe, neutral territory. Only that we must hand Joffrey over at once. And that Sansa will supposedly follow Ned. This could be a trap. The Blackfish's gruff voice interjected. Or it could be genuine. We've forced them to a compromise. They fear what might happen if Joffrey remains our prisoner for too long. They've given a lesser sentence to your father short of execution. It's ironically lenient by Lannister standards. Robb's mind reeled. Could it be this simple? Hand Joffrey to the Lannisters. Ned is sent to the Wall in disgrace, but alive, and Sansa presumably follows. If it was true, Arya's fate was still uncertain, but at least Ned and Sansa might be saved. We can't trust them, he repeated. They say one thing now, then tomorrow they might have father's head off anyway. Catelyn rubbed her temples, grief etched in her face. But how do we risk his life? If this is the best chance to save your father, how do we not seize it? Roose Bolton, who had been reading the letter over the Blackfish's shoulder, lifted his pale eyes. There is a third path. We propose that Ned Stark be delivered to our custody first. Once he's with us, we'll release Joffrey. A simultaneous exchange, if possible, but at minimum, we must see that your father is safe. Otherwise, we risk betrayal. They spent hours debating. In the end, they crafted a reply. They accepted the Queen Regent's stated willingness to spare Ned, but insisted on a supervised exchange in the neutral ground of Riverrun. Ned and Sansa would be delivered safely within the castle walls. Only then would Joffrey be placed in Lannister hands. As a show of good faith, Robb would allow the Kingsguard Knights who had been captured alongside Joffrey to depart for King's Landing at once. They had, until now, been separated from their king so they could not stage a rescue. This gesture, Robb hoped, would strengthen the sincerity of his position. The letter was sent off, sealed with the direwolf sigil, and the Kingsguard Knights were released under vow that they would not raise arms against the North until the exchange was complete. None were pleased about that vow, but they agreed. Their loyalty to Joffrey made them restless to go, so they left quickly, riding south with a small escort to ensure they would not be attacked on the road. In the quiet after they departed, a sense of relief mingled with dread. Robb's men, for the most part, were eager for a resolution. Word spread that Ned Stark might be spared, that this war might be nearing a negotiated end. Some men even prayed. The nights grew colder, however, and the possibility of a winter campaign loomed if negotiations collapsed. Robb tried to push away the worry about Lannister treachery. He needed to remain strong for his men, for his mother. Yet the waiting frayed his nerves. A fortnight later, a new letter arrived from King's Landing. The tone was unexpectedly acquiescent. The Queen Regent agreed to arrange an exchange at Riverrun in 1 month's time. Ned Stark and Sansa Stark, escorted by a Lannister party under truce, would meet Robb Stark and Joffrey Baratheon, also under truce, in the presence of Brynden Tully and a handful of river lords to witness the handover. Upon the successful exchange, the North would be expected to disband its armies or face further royal action. The letter made no mention of Arya, a fact that weighed heavily on Catelyn and Robb. But at least Ned might be saved. That was something. The Queen specified that Ser Jaime Lannister would be leading the escort newly escaped from the siege by the river lords at Riverrun. No mention was made of Tywin's role. For better or worse, Cersei appeared to want Jaime's presence at the negotiation. Perhaps she trusted him to secure Joffrey from the clutches of the Northerners. Robb's war council buzzed with argument. Some believed it was too dangerous to trust a Lannister vow. Others felt that the presence of so many river lords and Brynden Tully made it less likely for the Lannisters to attempt a double-cross. Ultimately, they saw no other path forward if they wanted Ned alive. They had come too far to back down now. Before the month was out, the Northmen broke camp and marched west toward Riverrun, bringing with them the captive king in a closed wagon guarded by twice the usual contingent of direwolf-cloaked soldiers. Joffrey tried to protest, threatened them, demanded a proper horse, but no one listened. At times, Robb heard the boys' tirades from outside the wagon and felt a stab of pity, quickly suppressed by the memory of Sansa's tearful face when she wrote from King's Landing, begging for mercy, or the memory of how the Lannisters had tried to kill Bran. Joffrey was a boy, but a dangerous one, shaped by cruelty and arrogance. The journey to Riverrun was marked by cold rains that turned the roads to muck. Men had to push the wagon out of deep ruts more than once, curses filling the air. At last, they came in sight of the great castle on the fork of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, its towers rising majestically above the river, a Tully banner snapping in the wind. It was only half a day to the appointed time for the exchange. Robb felt tension coil in his gut. They entered the outer wards under the suspicious gaze of Tully guards. Lord Hoster Tully was too ill to appear in public, but Catelyn's brother, Edmure Tully, stood at the gates, relieved to see them. He and Robb clasped forearms, exchanging news. The party was ushered into Riverrun's courtyard. At midday the following day, the Lannister escort was due to arrive with Ned and Sansa. The broad courtyard of Riverrun would serve as the site of the handover. All around, Tully men prepared for the meeting, setting up a dais of sorts, clearing the stable yard of unnecessary animals, stationing archers on the walls. They took no chances. Dread settled on Robb as he prepared for the next day. He did not sleep well that night, neither did Catelyn. Dawn came thick with gray clouds. The courtyard was hushed, lined with northern men, Tully men, and a handful of river lords who had come to bear witness. Joffrey was brought out under heavy guard, forcibly clothed in a warm cloak. The boy looked around, sneering at the Tully sigils. He tried to speak, but no one paid him heed. Then the Lannisters arrived, a column of riders bearing crimson banners, led by the Kingslayer himself, Jaime Lannister. Even from across the courtyard, Robb recognized Jaime's distinctive golden hair, his easy confidence in the saddle. Behind him rode a litter flanked by men in gold cloaks. Another figure, short and slender, likely Sansa, peeked through the parted curtains. And oh gods, another occupant. Robb felt his breath catch. Could it be Ned? His mother's hand squeezed his arm in anticipation. The Lannisters dismounted. Jaime swung gracefully off his horse, surveying the courtyard. He caught sight of Joffrey and let out a sigh that might have been relief or annoyance. Then he strode forward, every move casual yet taut with readiness. Men parted to let him pass. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, stood with Robb. Jaime inclined his head in a mocking half-bow. Lord Robb Stark, Ser Brynden Tully, good of you to host us. My Queen Regent Mother sends her greetings. Robb forced an even tone. Where is my father? Where is my sister? Jaime gestured, and two men stepped forward, leading Ned Stark between them. Robb's heart lurched at the sight. Ned looked gaunt, gray-faced, one arm in a sling, his hair limp, eyes shadowed with suffering. Yet he was alive, breathing. He lifted his head and fixed Robb with a look that shone with pride and sorrow. Sansa was right behind him, her face wan and tear-streaked. She wore a gown of pale blue, but it hung loosely on her frame, as though she had lost weight. Robb longed to run to them, to tear them away from the Lannisters. But the yard was ringed by guards from both sides, weapons half-drawn in tension. There they are, Jaime said smoothly, turning back to Robb. I trust you have my king ready. Robb signaled, and two Stark guards led Joffrey forward. The boy's hair was disheveled, his clothes plain, though he wore a cloak with the crest of the dire wolf that the men had draped over him to keep him from catching chill. His hands were bound in front of him, but loosely. Joffrey, upon seeing Jaime, let out a snarl of relief and rage. Kill them all, uncle. They've kept me locked away like a dog. Jaime's lips twitched at the corners. Now, your grace, let's not spoil the moment with unpleasantries. He turned to Robb again. We propose a simple trade, your father and sister for the king. Robb's mind whirled. A surge of protective fury filled him at seeing his father's battered condition. He glanced at Catelyn, who stood behind him. She nodded once. This was it. A simple trade, Robb repeated. He hesitated, searching Jaime's face for any sign of deceit. Then he made a small gesture. The Stark guards removed the rope from Joffrey's wrists, stepping back. Release my father. Release my sister. Jaime motioned. The men at Ned Stark's side removed his shackles. Ned staggered, knees nearly giving out. Robb wanted to rush forward, but he forced himself to wait, watching for trickery. Sansa, tears shining, helped her father stay upright. Jaime cast a glance at the archers on the walls, then at Robb. We do this politely, yes? Have your men hold their arrows? My men will do likewise. Robb nodded to the archers, who lowered their bows. Tension rippled through the courtyard as Ned Stark and Sansa took hesitant steps forward. Joffrey, seeing them move, made a frantic dash toward Jaime. Neither side attacked. Robb strode quickly toward his father. He reached him in a few bounding steps, catching Ned as he stumbled. Their eyes met, father and son, and for a moment neither could speak. Robb gently lowered Ned to a knee on the cobblestones, placing a trembling hand on his father's shoulder. Sansa hovered close, weeping silently. Father, Robb said in a voice made thick by emotion. Can you stand? Ned tried to speak, coughed, then managed a hoarse whisper. Robb, my boy. I've shamed our name, but I had no choice. Tears glistened in his eyes. You're safe, that's all that matters. Robb gripped his hand. We're together now. We'll get you someplace warm. Then he turned, beckoning for men to come help carry Ned. The tension was still high, but it appeared the exchange had gone through. Joffrey was already clinging to Jaime's side, voice shrill. Why didn't you attack them? I want them dead. Hush, your grace, Jaime murmured, guiding Joffrey toward his waiting horse. Mother said your safety is paramount, and now you're safe. That's all that matters. Catelyn came to Sansa's side, gathering her daughter into a desperate hug. Sansa sobbed uncontrollably for a moment, relief and residual terror mingling. The courtyard watched this quiet drama, neither side quite trusting the other. But the hostages had exchanged hands. It was done. Jaime tossed a last glance at Robb, eyes flicking to Ned Stark. He'll live, though the dungeons weren't kind, he said with a note of flippancy. I trust you'll keep your part of the truce and not harass our men on the roads. Our queen expects you to remain at Riverrun or return north while we see to King Joffrey's rightful place in King's Landing. Robb took a breath, swallowing the sharp retort that sprang to mind. They had his father now, which was what mattered. The rest could wait. We keep our word, was all he said. Jaime flashed a grin that did not reach his eyes. A pity we'll not cross swords again, boy. I do so enjoy a good fight. Then he turned, calling for his men to mount up, and they departed as swiftly as they'd come, Joffrey in their midst, already screaming demands and curses. Robb stood there, watching them go, feeling a swirl of triumph and uneasy dread. The Lannisters would not forget this humiliation. Nor would they forget that Robb Stark had outmaneuvered them. But for now, Ned and Sansa were safe. Arya was still missing, but at least part of his family was reclaimed. They carried Ned to a comfortable chamber within Riverrun. The maester examined him, declared he would heal with rest and care. Catelyn stayed by his bedside, sometimes holding his hand through the worst of the nights when old wounds made him groan with fever. Sansa, pale and subdued, spent her days at his side as well, occasionally venturing to the courtyard for a short walk. Robb set guards around them, not because he feared the Tully men, but because he wanted no surprises. The great Jon and Roose Bolton still commanded the Stark forces camped outside the walls, uncertain if the war was truly over. As days passed, Ned's strength returned enough for him to speak at length with Robb. They sat in a quiet room overlooking the water. Ned's hair seemed thinner, but the lines of his face were set with determination. You did well, Robb, he said in a hushed voice. Better than I could have hoped. You kept your head, captured the Boy King, and used him to free me. It was more than I dared dream in the blackness of that cell. Robb felt warmth at his father's approval, but also guilt. I almost risked your life by stalling. Cersei threatened to kill you at every turn. Ned shook his head. You did what was right for our family and for the North. Always remember that. And you showed them we won't be meekly led like sheep. They talked of the future. Would the North remain in open rebellion, or would Ned's forced confession disrupt the Stark cause? Ned revealed that the confession was wrung out of him with threats to Sansa that he had done it only to spare her and the rest of the family. He spoke bitterly of King's Landing and the Lannisters' power plays. Yet he also cautioned Robb about the dangers of continuing the war. The realm was fracturing, Renly and Stannis had each claimed the throne, and the small folk suffered. "I'd see the north safe above all," Ned said, a faraway look in his eyes. "But we must be wise in how we proceed. Time would tell if the Lannisters intended to press the matter further." For now, Cersei had her son back on the Iron Throne, battered in pride but physically unharmed. The realm might have a brief respite unless Tywin marched to punish the North for their audacity. Robb sought counsel with his lords, father, and mother. He wanted to stand firm on northern independence, but Ned, half recovered in bed, gently counseled restraint. "We have made our point. The Lannisters, for all their cruelty, have bigger worries now with Renly in the south and Stannis on Dragonstone. Perhaps we can negotiate from a position of strength if we do not push too far too fast." And so an uneasy peace settled over Riverrun. Messengers came and went, carrying letters to the Eyrie, where Robb's Aunt Lisa ruled in paranoid isolation, to the north, where Robb's brothers Bran and Rickon waited in Winterfell, and to potential allies in the Stormlands or the Vale. The Great John grew restless, wanting to ride out and plunder Lannister lands, but Ned's words held sway. The men began to sense that the war, at least for the moment, had paused. Some believed it was over. Others knew better. In King's Landing, Joffrey resumed his seat on the Iron Throne with a raw fury. Rumor had it that he blamed the entire King's Guard for his capture, that he berated his mother for not sending Tywin's armies to raise the North in vengeance. Cersei, however, had recognized the precarious position of the crown, with Renly's blossoming alliances and Stannis's brooding over his claim. Tywin mustered some forces near Harrenhal, but he did not launch a direct assault on Riverrun. Ravens arrived from the capital, politely but firmly ordering the Starks to reaffirm their fealty and dispatch Ned Stark to kneel before the throne. Ned, of course, refused. He was done kneeling to false kings. Cersei balked, but with Joffrey's humiliating captivity still fresh, the Lannisters hesitated to push matters. The realm was in enough turmoil that a protracted war with the North might weaken their hold on the crown. So letters flew back and forth, full of politeness edged with hidden threats. Ned grew stronger by the day, eventually able to walk unaided through Riverrun's halls. On one such walk, he paused on a balcony overlooking the Tumblestone, where Robb found him gazing at the rushing water below. They stood side by side, father and son, the winter sun casting long shadows. "Robb," Ned said softly, "your mother told me of your skill, of the way you led the Northmen, forging alliances, capturing Joffrey. I am proud. You have become a leader the North needs. But you are also still my son. War changes a man, and I worry for you." Robb swallowed. "I won't say it hasn't changed me. I've seen men die under my command. I've shed blood myself. And I fear what might come next." Ned lowered his head. "We will do what we must to protect our people. Perhaps that means forging a true peace with the Iron Throne, if such a thing can exist while the Lannisters rule. Or perhaps it means we bide our time. I pray the gods guide us." Robb remembered how Joffrey had looked on the day of his capture, wild, afraid, and in the end, powerless despite his crown. "We've shown that even kings can fall," he said. "But I'd rather no more kings fell, if it can be helped." Ned nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder. They stood there a while, letting the cold wind ripple their cloaks. Below, the Tumblestone River gleamed with shifting light, and beyond, the high walls of Riverrun stood as a testament to House Tully's resilience. For better or worse, Ned Stark was free, Sansa was rescued, and the North had shown its teeth. Joffrey had returned to King's Landing with a vivid lesson in humility, if he was capable of learning such a thing. The realm might never be the same, but for this short moment, father and son could breathe the same free air under the same sky, a family reunited. In the weeks that followed, more overtures arrived from King's Landing. Some were contradictory. One day a letter threatened that Ned must appear before the Iron Throne to reaffirm fealty. The next day a letter offered negotiations for a formal truce if the North would quietly bend the knee. Ned refused to budge. Lady Catelyn and Robb both believed that the Lannisters might be testing their will, hoping for a fracture between father and son. They gave no such opening. Meanwhile, Sansa slowly emerged from the terror she had endured. She seemed changed, quieter, her romantic illusions about Joffrey shattered. She occasionally asked about Arya, but no news came. Scouts and ravens scoured the land, hoping for word of the younger Stark girl. They heard rumors she had fled King's Landing and vanished into the Riverlands, disguised as a boy. But no solid proof emerged. Catelyn pressed for a return to the North so Ned could heal fully in Winterfell. He had been parted from his lands for too long, and the cold months were gathering. Yet Ned also had a duty to the Riverlands, as they had taken up arms in his name. Edmure Tully assured him that Riverrun was secure for now, with the Lannisters hesitant to storm Tully lands again so soon. Ultimately, they decided to remain at Riverrun a while longer, strengthening alliances, waiting to see how the Lannisters would move. The king in the north talk had quieted somewhat, but many of Robb's men still saw him as their natural ruler, not a vassal of the southern throne. Robb did not push the matter, but the fire still simmered in the hearts of the Northmen. They had bled to free Ned, and they would not easily relinquish their dream of a free north. Letters came from the Vale. Lisa Arryn expressed relief that Ned lived but offered no immediate military support. She remained holed up in the Eyrie with her young son. The Vale would not intervene unless the war came to their doorstep. Robb found that disappointing but unsurprising. His mother shook her head in resignation, recalling how Lisa had grown paranoid since her husband's death. One morning, Ned joined Robb in the courtyard, leaning on a cane. They observed the night sparring. Ice had been returned to Ned, a courtesy extended by Tywin in the aftermath of the exchange, or perhaps an empty gesture of goodwill. Ned had yet to wield it since his release. His arm was still weak, but Robb could see the longing in his eyes, the longing to feel whole again. "War is not over," Ned said quietly. "But if we can stall it long enough, if Renly and Stannis keep Joffrey occupied, we may secure the North's safety." Tywin Lannister cannot fight on 3 fronts. Robb agreed, a heavy feeling in his chest. The relief of saving Ned had not erased the reality that the 7 kingdoms were fracturing. Every day brought new tidings of battles in the Reach or standoffs in the Stormlands. The Iron Islands were rumored to stir as well, with Balon Greyjoy sniffing out opportunity in the North's distraction. Yet for a moment they stood in the courtyard as father and son, the crisp wind carrying the scents of autumn leaves and distant cooking fires. "I'm proud you've grown so strong," Ned murmured. "We will see Winterfell again, all of us. And we'll light a fire in the Great Hall. Your brothers will greet us. You'll show them that the North remembers who we are and that we stand together." Robb felt tears prick his eyes. "Aye, father," he said. "We will go home." He imagined that journey, riding northward through the familiar terrain, seeing the walls of Winterfell rising in the distance, the welcoming hush of the Godwood. It felt a lifetime away. But capturing Joffrey alive had changed everything. It had won them Ned's freedom and offered a glimmer of hope that they could survive the Lannisters' wrath. Though it might not solve all the realm's troubles, it had saved Ned Stark from the block, kept Sansa from captivity, and given the North the proud knowledge that they would never again bow meekly to a tyrant's cruelty. When the day finally came to leave Riverrun, weeks later, they departed with banners snapping in the wind. Ned rode in a carriage for comfort, Sansa by his side, while Catelyn and Robb led the van. The Riverlords lined the ramparts, cheering the Starks. They would maintain a watchful defense in case the Lannisters turned hostile once more. Edmure Tully and the Blackfish bid them farewell, promising to send word should any threat arise. Robb looked back at Riverrun's walls with a sense of mingled gratitude and sorrow. It was here that they had brokered the tenuous agreement that saved Ned, here that Joffrey had been traded back to his uncle's keeping. Whatever came next, the family was together again, save for Arya, and that was enough for the moment. The long road to the north stretched out before them. The direwolf sigil flew high, stirring pride in the hearts of the men. Rumors swirled that Joffrey raged on the throne, thirsting for vengeance. But none could yet say if the Lannisters had the power to unleash war again. So the Starks pressed on through the Riverlands, the fields of amber and brown. They camped at twilight, told stories around the fires, and drank to the memory of those lost. Ned sometimes woke in the night from nightmares of his cell, but Catelyn would soothe him, reminding him they were free. As they continued north, the air grew colder, the nights longer. Wind blew in from the mountains, heralding the approach of a harsh winter. Robb felt its bite, but he also felt a stirring of belonging. This was the North, the land of their blood and bones. The men found new resolve as they marched. They were going home, and they carried with them a hard-won victory. When at last the gray walls of Winterfell rose on the horizon, their hearts lifted. Home. The place where so many years of peaceful life had passed, before the Lannisters' schemes tore their world apart. Bran and Rickon awaited them on the ramparts, eyes wide, excited, calling for their father and mother, for Robb and Sansa. A hush fell on the courtyard as the party rode in. Ned stepped stiffly down from the carriage, ignoring the pain in his arm, and embraced his younger sons, tears streaking his cheeks. Sansa clung to her brothers. Winterfell's staff gathered, some openly weeping in relief. Robb dismounted and took a moment to breathe in the familiar sense of pine and old stone. They were battered by war, changed, but alive. That night, the great hall glowed with torchlight and the warmth of a roaring fire. Long tables were set with simple fare, but to the Starks, it was a feast of thanksgiving. Ned, seated at the high table, offered a trembling prayer to the old gods for sparing them. Robb looked around at his family. Catelyn at Ned's side, Sansa quietly dabbing her eyes, Bran and Rickon fidgeting with curiosity about all that had happened, and near them, the old stalwarts of Winterfell's household. One face was missing, Arya. They would not forget her. They would keep sending scouts, keep searching for her in the chaos of the south. But for now, they were together as much as the gods allowed. As the meal concluded, men began to stand and hail Ned Stark, hailing Robb for his bravery, toasting Lady Catelyn for her unwavering commitment. The mood was solemn but hopeful. Outside these walls, the realm's wars simmered on. Yet here, in Winterfell, for one night, the Starks could stand as a family, healed enough to give thanks for survival. Later, after the hall had quieted, Robb walked the ramparts alone, gazing out over the moonlit plains. He remembered the moment he had seized Joffrey by the trident, the swift chaos of battle, and the stunned look on the boy's face when he realized he was trapped. Felt like a lifetime ago. He wondered what Joffrey was doing now. Likely hurling abuses at courtiers in King's Landing, dreaming of revenge. Let him dream, Robb thought. The Starks were home and Ned was safe. That was worth all the gold in the south. Snow began to drift from the sky, soft flakes swirling over Winterfell's ramparts. Robb turned his face up to the cold touch, letting them melt on his cheeks. Tomorrow, new challenges would await. The realm was still in turmoil and winter was coming. But for now, the night was peaceful. If capturing Joffrey alive had taught him anything, it was that seizing opportunity at the right moment could change fate. He thought of the old gods in the Heart Tree, the quiet presence of the weirwood in Winterfell's godwood. Perhaps they had guided his hand, or perhaps it was simply the luck of the north. Either way, he felt a glimmer of faith that they could endure what lay ahead. He made his way down the stairs and toward the godwood, drawn by an urge to speak to the ancient Heart Tree. The courtyard was mostly empty, the moon bright above. The snow crunched under his boots. He passed through the gate into the godwood, following the murmuring stream until he reached the pale white trunk of the Heart Tree. Its red leaves rustled softly, and the face carved into the bark seemed to watch him. Robb knelt, breathing out a slow cloud of steam, and bowed his head. "Thank you," he whispered, unsure if he spoke to the old gods or the swirling wind. "Thank you for bringing my father back." The Heart Tree offered no reply, only its silent vigil. But Robb felt a gentle sense of acceptance as though unseen eyes observed him. He rose, resting a hand briefly against the carved face. Then he turned to go, resolving to do all he could to protect what they had won. He would not let Ned's freedom be undone by further Lannister schemes. No matter the cost, he would guard the North and his family with the ferocity of a wolf defending its pack. He found Ned in a corridor outside the bedchambers, leaning on the cane, gazing at a faded tapestry on the wall. His father smiled at the sight of him, and in that smile Robb saw gratitude, pride, and love. Words were not necessary. Robb escorted him to his chamber, and they parted for the night. When Robb finally lay down on his own bed, under furs that smelled of home, he closed his eyes and felt a profound relief steal over him. Images of the war, the ambush, Joffrey's terrified face, and the tension at Riverrun drifted in his mind, but they felt distant now. Morning would bring a new day, fresh tasks. There would be ravens to send, bannermen to reassure. Whispers of Stannis and Renly would swirl. Possibilities of alliances or renewed hostilities might arise. But for this night, Robb Stark was home with his family, and that was enough. He let himself sink into dreamless sleep, a sleep unbroken by the horrors of war, for he had made the choice that saved Eddard Stark's life, captured the Boy King to bargain for the honor of the North, and for one fleeting moment in the long history of Westeros, peace settled upon the Wolf's Den. In Winterfell's great hall, dawn light filtered through the narrow windows, glancing off the thick beams that supported the high ceiling. The ancient stones seemed to exhale a soft warmth from the night's fires as Ned Stark sat in his lord's chair, gazing at the men gathered before him. Over the long weeks since his return from captivity, he had regained some of the old strength in his limbs, though a cane leaned against the arm of his seat. His hair was streaked with more silver now, and lines of weariness etched his face. Yet his eyes, gray as a winter sky, held renewed clarity. Even from afar, men would see that Eddard Stark had not been broken by his ordeal. The hall itself was silent, aside from the occasional scrape of boots on the flagstones or the crackle of the torches that had yet to be extinguished. Robb stood close at his father's side, wearing a doublet of dark gray wool embroidered with the dire wolf of House Stark. He listened intently as one of the house guards, a young man from one of the small northern holdfasts, spoke of trouble along the eastern roads. Nothing so grave as an army on the march, but outlaws and bandits had grown bolder in the wake of war's chaos. Some travelers swore they'd seen men in Lannister colors skulking near the mountain foothills. Ned dismissed the guard with a quiet word of thanks, brow furrowed. Without clear lines of war or peace, lawlessness flourishes, he murmured to Robb. We must see to the safety of the roads. The small folk have suffered enough. We can send out patrols, Robb replied, though we'll need to keep enough men close to Winterfell if we expect anything more serious than bandits. We don't know whether the Lannisters might attempt retribution for Joffrey's captivity. Ned's jaw tightened at the mention of Joffrey. The memory still made his pulse quicken. The Boy King had nearly ordered Ned's head cut off in the Great September of Baelor, if not for Robb's bold plan. Capturing Joffrey by the trident, Ned would be just another head on a spike outside the Red Keep. Instead, father and son were here in their ancestral seat, surrounded by loyal men, though their sense of security could be illusory. We'll choose seasoned men for the patrol, Ned said. They'll ride in pairs, at least, and carry the Stark banner. We want these bandits to understand they risk the wrath of Winterfell if they trouble our roads. I'll see to it, Robb promised. He looked at his father's cane, a reminder that Ned still healed. You should rest as well. Maester Lewin said your arm needs more time. Ned offered a faint smile. I've been resting. Now it's time to do a lord's work, but I take your meaning. I will mind my injuries. They spoke quietly for a time until finally Ned dismissed the remaining men from the hall. The crowd dispersed, some to break their fast, others to check on daily tasks in the fortress. Winterfell's population had swelled since news spread that Lord Eddard Stark was safely returned. Former allies, knights sworn to the Starks, and small folk seeking protection had come. There was a hush of relief as if the seat of House Stark once again stood as the realm's northern anchor. Yet tension threaded the air too. The North might be done with the war, but that did not mean the war was done with the North. Outside, the courtyard lay blanketed in a thin crust of old snow which had half-melted under a weak sun the day before and then refrozen overnight. Stable boys and guards trod carefully across the slippery ground. The wind carried the tang of pine smoke from the hearth fires. Robb donned a heavy cloak lined with fur. He stepped out into the crisp morning, his breath ghosting before him. In the distance, he glimpsed his mother, Lady Catelyn, walking with Sansa near the gate that led to the Godwood. Catelyn had been trying to coax the girl into more fresh air and gentle exercise each day. Sansa had become quiet and introspective since returning from King's Landing. She no longer spoke of gallant princes or chivalrous feasts. Something of her innocence had died in that city. Robb thought of Arya as well, of how she was still missing. Ravens had flown in all directions bearing letters, pleas, and inquiries, but no word had come of Arya's location. The last rumor placed her somewhere along the southward roads, possibly disguised. She could be in the Riverlands still, or far away. Whenever Robb felt a sense of relief at his father's rescue, the absence of Arya cut through him like a knife. And in their mother's eyes, he saw the unspoken worry. Catelyn tried not to speak of it constantly, but every day she would slip a question in, have the scouts returned? Has Lord Walder heard anything from travelers? So far, no leads had been fruitful. He drew a steadying breath. There was much to tend to besides missing sisters and potential outlaws. Lord Wyman Manderley had recently arrived from White Harbor, accompanied by a retinue of knights and stewards, intent on congratulating Ned and reaffirming his loyalty. Other northern lords might soon follow, or at least send envoys. Winterfell would have to accommodate them, feed them, address their concerns. In times of uneasy peace, such tasks became crucial for holding the region together. As Robb crossed the yard, a familiar presence joined him. Theon Greyjoy, ward of Ned Stark. His long face and sardonic smile were the same as ever, though the months of war and captivity had changed them all. Theon had played a key role in capturing Joffrey, loosing arrows that brought down the Kingsguard's horses, preventing the boy from escaping. For that, Robb owed him gratitude. Yet something in Theon's demeanor suggested restlessness. "Word from my father," Theon said abruptly, falling into step beside Robb. Robb slowed, turning to him. "Balon Greyjoy? What news?" Theon's lips twisted. "He says little, as always. Merely a letter acknowledging that the war in the south continues, that House Greyjoy keeps watch on the sea. He's heard rumors of Redwyne ships patrolling near the arbor, and of Lannister galleys around the stepstones. He's cautious about stirring from Pike. But I read between the lines. He's waiting. The last time the realm was in chaos, he rose in rebellion." Robb studied Theon. He recalled all too well that the Greyjoy rebellion had cost the North many lives, including Theon's own brothers. Ned Stark had spared the boy, raising him as a ward. If your father chooses rebellion again, he'll find the North in no mood for it. A flicker in Theon's eyes, guilt or frustration, passed quickly. He may not openly rebel, but if the Lannisters are weak and the Baratheon brothers fight each other, my father might see a chance to claim independence for the Iron Islands. Robb had heard rumors to the same effect. "We'll keep watch," he said, "and if we must, we'll remind him that the North will not stand idle. Better to be aligned with the Greyjoys if we can," Theon added. "If the sea is ours, the Lannisters can't choke off White Harbor or any southern ports we rely on. But I doubt my father would see reason in that. He'll want the Iron Islands fully independent, or he'll want nothing." Robb nodded and clapped Theon's shoulder. "We'll keep our eyes open, but for now let's handle one potential enemy at a time. The Lannisters are quiet, but that may not last." They parted. Robb continued on his way to the barracks, where he met with a few of the Stark guards and began organizing patrols. There were as many small tasks in peacetime as in war, though their nature changed. By midday, a pale sun broke through the cloud cover, and the air turned marginally less frigid. Men moved in and out of the gates with wagons of supplies. The watch changed. Ravens came fluttering in, carrying messages from the scattered holdfasts of the North. As always, each letter had to be inspected, responded to, or noted. Robb's responsibilities never ended. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the mood was anything but settled. Far to the south, the city perched along Blackwater Bay, its rooftops shimmering beneath a milder sun. Yet within the Red Keep, tension ran hotter than any summer day. Joffrey Baratheon sat the Iron Throne once more, though any sense of triumph had faded beneath a raw fury he did not bother to hide. Servants whispered of his rages, of how he threatened to flay or behead anyone who displeased him. The humiliating captivity he had endured at the hands of the Starks still rankled, and he was determined to prove he was no meek puppet king. Cersei Lannister watched her son from behind the curtains of the throne room one afternoon, eyes narrowed. Joffrey lounged upon the barbed steel seat, snapping orders at a group of trembling supplicants. Beside him stood the Kingsguard in their white cloaks and shining armor, silent and stiff. The hall was only half full, for the city was uneasy. Renly Baratheon still declared himself king from the south, courting the Tyrells. Stannis Baratheon had formed a small fleet off Dragonstone, making sporadic demands that the realm acknowledge him as the rightful king. The Lannisters, while holding King's Landing, were at risk of fighting a two-front war or a three-front if the North rose again. It was all precarious. "I want them found," Joffrey was saying, voice echoing through the throne room, "those curs who failed to protect me by the trident. Ser Mandon Moore was wounded, but others fled or were captured. I want them punished." One of the supplicants, a lesser knight who had arrived with news from the Riverlands, bowed quickly. "Your Grace, I believe they fought to the last." "The Starks?" "Silence." Joffrey slammed a fist on the arm of the throne. "I know what happened. I want their families brought here. I'll make them pay for failing in their duty." Cersei stepped forward, a flutter of Lannister red skirts trailing behind her. The entire throne room seemed to suck in a breath at the sight of the Queen Regent approaching her mercurial son. She laid a hand on his arm, leaning in to speak softly so that only he and perhaps the nearest Kingsguard could hear. "Your Grace," she murmured, "these men died in your service. Punishing their families is unwise. We need unity now, not more discontent." Joffrey jerked his arm away, eyes flashing. "They let me be captured. I was nearly taken to the North to be tortured, maybe worse. If not for the Queen's negotiations, I'd still be in that miserable winterland. Those who failed me deserve punishment. Cersei pursed her lips. We have other priorities. She gave him a cool look, then turned to the cowering supplicants. You may go, she said, flicking her fingers, her tone dripping with contempt. They bowed repeatedly, tripping over themselves as they backed out of the hall. She motioned for the king's guard to stand by the towering pillars. Then, in a quieter voice, she addressed Joffrey again. You are the king, she said, but we cannot afford to appear petty or vengeful at every turn. The lords of the Crownlands are already uneasy, and your uncle Jaime warns that the River Lords remain a threat. Tywin's armies hold Harrenhal, yes, but we've not had a decisive victory. The last thing we want is fresh rumors of the king punishing loyal families for things they could not control. Joffrey's scowl deepened. What about the Starks? You swore to me we'd make them pay. I was humiliated. And now that Eddard Stark is free, what's to stop them from pressing for independence again? Cersei's gaze flicked around the nearly empty throne room. A handful of guards stood at attention, but she trusted them about as far as she could throw them. Even so, she lowered her voice only slightly. We're dealing with the Starks in due time. For the moment, the realm's eyes are on Renly and Stannis. They have declared you an abomination born of incest. Stannis spreads slander that your claim to the throne is illegitimate. We must quell that talk first. Joffrey bristled at the mention of incest. He cast a surreptitious glance at his mother, as though suspecting that if people repeated the rumor enough times, it might be believed. I want them both dead, he muttered. And I want the Starks to kneel. Or burn. Cersei straightened. Then let us work at this systematically. The Goldcloaks have been deployed to keep the peace in King's Landing. Lord Tywin organizes the realm's lords loyal to us. If we can break one Baratheon pretender, most likely Renly, who parades around with the Tyrells, then the other will follow. Once the south is pacified, we can turn our gaze north again. This time, we will not lose. Joffrey mulled that over, turning the ring on his finger in an agitated fidget. I suppose. Then his expression darkened. But we will make them suffer, mother. That wolf cub, he put his hands on me, dragged me through the mud. I won't forget it. Cersei hid the flicker of unease in her eyes. She remembered how close they had come to losing Joffrey entirely. When the message arrived that her son had been captured, her first instinct had been to threaten Ned Stark's head immediately, but caution won out. She needed Joffrey returned in one piece. Still, even a queen regent had limited control over a furious child king. She gently laid a hand on Joffrey's shoulder. In time, my lion, she said softly. All in time. That same day, in the Tower of the Hand, Tyrion Lannister occupied his old rooms under the Queen's begrudging permission. He had returned from a brief sojourn to the Vale, where he had barely escaped the Eyrie after Lysa Arryn's hospitality proved lethal for many. Tyrion was reading a letter from his father, Tywin, frowning at the contents. When a quiet knock came on his door, he looked up. Varys, the master of whisperers, slipped in without a sound. He moved like a ghost, wearing soft slippers and lilac robes that swished around him, a perfumed presence in a city of sweat and steel. Tyrion gave the spider a cursory glance. Have you come to see how father scolds me from afar? The letter scathing. He wants me to keep the peace with dear nephew Joffrey. Varys smiled coyly. I have come to share tidings, my lord. Word from the docks suggests Stannis Baratheon's ships have been sighted off Cracklaw Point. And from the Riverlands, we hear rumor that the Starks have begun patrolling all the roads leading north as though expecting trouble. Tyrion arched an eyebrow. The Starks would be fools not to prepare. My sweet nephew is not the type to let go of a grudge. And Lord Tywin, my dear father, has a long memory for slights against the family name. The entire realm teeters on the edge. Tell me, do we have any whispers about Ned Stark's condition? Varys' smile thinned. Only that the good lord has mostly recovered from his imprisonment and is once again presiding over matters in Winterfell. The North rejoiced at his return, as you might expect. They do love him, those Northerners. He's an honorable man. Sansa Stark is with him, though the younger girl, Arya, remains missing. Tyrion tapped the letter on his knee. I pity the girl. King's Landing is no place for children. If she's wise, she'll steer clear for the rest of her days. So, no fresh rumors of the Starks planning to march south again? Varys shrugged. Not at present, though they remain watchful. It seems they have your nephew to thank for the impetus to rally together. Odd how the abduction of a king can unite a region. Tyrion sighed. Well, let them watch. For all our sakes, I hope we can keep the swords in their sheaths a little longer. We have enough trouble with Renly, Stannis, and who knows what else might stir. The Greyjoys, perhaps. Or that wretched old man Walder Frey might decide to cause mischief. The realm is a tinderbox. Varys pressed his fingertips together. Then it falls to men of cunning and tact to douse the sparks before they grow to flames. Yes, Tyrion said dryly, men of cunning and tact. Pity were ruled by a boy who'd sooner see his enemies flayed. But do go on, dear spider, do what you can to keep the city from devouring itself. Varys offered a slight bow and departed, leaving Tyrion with his father's letter and the usual sense of impending calamity. Back in Winterfell, late afternoons once sunshine cast long shadows across the courtyard. Ned Stark had retreated to the solar near the maester's turret. He sat at a small table heaped with scrolls and letters, some opened, some still sealed with various sigils from across the North and Riverlands. Maester Luwin busied himself sorting and categorizing them. Their conversation was hushed, punctuated by the scratch of a quill as Ned composed careful replies. The door opened softly and Catelyn slipped inside. A gentle smile touched Ned's face when he saw her. She took in the disheveled scrolls. More letters? You'll wear yourself thin. He sighed, setting aside his quill. There are always letters. Rulers must talk as well as fight. I never realized how many details swirl in a Lord's Day until I returned. Perhaps I had the luxury of ignoring them as hand in King's Landing because the realm's troubles were so large. Here, I must parse everything from farmland disputes to port tariffs. Catelyn leaned over, gently massaging his shoulder. There is comfort in these smaller matters. They remind us that life goes on, no matter the war. Ned nodded, but the lines of worry remained. You've been walking with Sansa? Catelyn's face clouded. Yes. She tries to keep her head high, but I see how she trembles when she hears a loud shout or when the guards practice with swords. She's frightened of seeing violence again. I can't blame her after King's Landing. But I worry. She's only a girl. Ned rested his hand over hers. We'll protect her. In time, she may find happiness again. But what of Arya? I can't help but think we should send out more search parties. The Riverlands are not safe. They're not, Catelyn agreed. Roose Bolton offered some of his men for the search. But you and I know that Bolton's men can be heavy-handed. I didn't want them stirring trouble and harming small folk who might have given Arya shelter. Better we rely on men like the Blackfish or Edmure, men who know to ask gently rather than threaten. They're doing what they can. Ned nodded slowly, guilt tightening in his chest. I can do little from here but wait for word. Perhaps if the realm settles enough, I can travel south myself and search. But if war breaks out anew, we'll be pinned in place. Catelyn understood. She sat beside him, and they shared a moment of quiet comfort. Maester Luwin discreetly organized the remaining letters, then withdrew. The solar's hearth crackled, the faint smell of burning oak drifting. Ned felt his wife's presence like a reassuring anchor. The memory of the dark red keep dungeon still haunted him, but it was growing dimmer under the bright presence of home. Before evening, Robb came to them with fresh tidings. They gathered in Ned's solar, father, mother, and son, with the door closed against passing servants. Robb set a folded parchment on the table. A raven from Riverrun. Uncle Edmure writes that the Lannisters are fortifying Harrenhal more heavily. Lord Tywin apparently returned there from the west, bringing men from Casterly Rock. The word is that King Joffrey is pressuring his grandfather to resume the campaign against the north as soon as they have a secure handle on Renly and Stannis. Ned lifted the parchment, reading Edmure's flowing script. He grimaced. So the Lannisters remain our enemy, if not in active battle, at least in spirit. Has your uncle said anything else of note? Robb pointed to a portion of the letter. He also mentions that Jaime Lannister has been recalled to King's Landing, presumably to command the Kingsguard. Tywin now commands Harrenhal in his stead. Ser Gregor Clegane was cited as well, raiding a few villages in the Riverlands. It seems the Lannisters want to keep the River Lords unsettled, but not enough to provoke another full-scale engagement yet. Ned's eyes flicked up, grim. We know the Mountain's methods. If he's raiding villages, small folk will suffer. Edmure must do what he can to protect them, but we can't send the Northmen to fight in the Riverlands again, not unless we're truly at war. Catelyn exhaled. I hate that we stand idle while the Riverlands bleed, but we can't be lured into an open field where Tywin's numbers might crush us. Robb's jaw tightened. He vividly recalled the thrill of capturing Joffrey, the sense that they might be able to end the war quickly. But the realm was complicated, fracturing in so many directions. We'll wait for Edmure's next raven. He'll keep us informed of any new developments. Ned set the letter aside, leaning back in his chair. So we remain watchful. And if the Lannisters do decide to march north, we must be ready. They talked long into the evening, strategizing about supply lines, watch posts, and alliances. Beyond the walls of Winterfell, night settled in, the temperature dropping swiftly. A hush fell across the castle, broken only by the soft footfalls of guards on their rounds. Sansa retired early to her chambers, while Bran and Rickon already slept. In the Godswood, the old heart tree stood in silent vigil, red leaves rustling faintly in the wind. Across the narrow sea of deep midnight, King's Landing glowed with torchlight, the clamor of a capital that never truly slept. Joffrey, after a day of lashing out at any poor soul who crossed him, had retreated to his private chambers. He sprawled in a cushioned chair by a glowing brazier, picking at the food on a gold-rimmed plate, occasionally snapping at servants to fill his goblet with wine. Around him, the chambers reflected his gaudy tastes, luxurious draperies, golden lion motifs, polished floors, and a sprawling bed. At the far end of the room, the hound Sandor Clegane lingered near the door, silent as a statue in dark armor. Joffrey flicked a glance at him. "You stand there like a gargoyle. Speak, dog. Or are you waiting for me to throw scraps?" Sandor's burned face twitched, but he said nothing. He rarely indulged the Boy King's barbs, though on some days, Joffrey pressed him until his patience frayed. Tonight, the hound merely stared back. Joffrey curled his lip, taking another gulp of sweet red wine. "You served my father, you serve me, you'll serve my children. That's what dogs do, yes?" Sandor's eyes glinted. "As you say, your grace." A faint flush of disappointment crossed Joffrey's cheeks, as if he had hoped for an argument to pass the time. He kicked aside a cushion, then stood. "I'm bored," he said, tossing back the last of the wine. "I want something done about the Starks. I won't forget how they humiliated me. Did you hear how that whelp tackled me off my horse? He's no older than I am, but the savage fights like a sellsword. If I'd had my full retinue, I'd have shown him." He scowled, pacing. The hound watched, silent. He knew better than to question Joffrey's recollections. In truth, the boy had ridden out under insufficient guard, more ceremony than strategy. The Starks outmaneuvered him, pure and simple. But Joffrey would never admit that. "Mother wants me to wait," Joffrey muttered, "but why should I wait? I'm the king. If I say the North must be punished, then it must." He paused, noticing the flicker of something in the hound's expression. "You disagree?" Sandor let out a low rasp of breath. "I'm just a dog, remember? I do as I'm told. If you say march north tomorrow, I'll guard you along the road." Joffrey snorted, tossing his wine goblet aside. It clanged across the floor. "You're no help. Get out. Find me someone with a wit sharper than your sword." The hound inclined his head and left. Joffrey stared into the brazier's dancing flames, imagining the north in flames, Winterfell's towers collapsing, the Starks kneeling in the snow. A child's vengeful fantasies. But fantasies sometimes took shape when the Iron Throne was behind them. He would see it done, he told himself. No matter what his mother said, once the Baratheons were put down, he would reassert his rightful might over the entire realm. The illusions of calm he maintained in the city were temporary illusions. One day soon, the lions would roar and the wolves would be torn apart. As the weeks crept by, tension wound tighter across Westeros. In Storm's End, Renly Baratheon proclaimed himself the rightful king, bolstered by the might of House Tyrell. In the narrow seas, Stannis Baratheon's ships tested the waters near King's Landing, occasionally scuffling with Lannister galleys. In the rocky seas off Pike, Balon Greyjoy watched with cunning eyes, biding his time. And in the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister massed men at Harrenhal, launching small raids that set the countryside aflame in patches. The Tully forces responded in kind, but no pitched battle erupted yet. It was a harrying game, with neither side wanting to commit to a full engagement until they were certain of victory. In Winterfell, Ned received letters from Edmure Tully and Ser Brynden Blackfish Tully detailing each Lannister raid. He read them aloud to Robb and Catelyn in a small council of their own. The Great John, seated at a table, thumped his fist in growing frustration. "Let me ride south with my men," he roared, "and I'll put an end to these raids. The mountain can't stand against true northern steel." Ned frowned. "And you'd be walking into Tywin's trap. We don't have the numbers to face him head-on in the Riverlands. If we're drawn too far from our supply lines, he could crush us just as you fear." Roose Bolton, who had been granted leave to remain in Winterfell's orbit for the moment, inclined his head. "Lord Stark is right. Tywin's men are poking, trying to bait us. If we swallow the hook, the war returns in earnest." The Great John muttered curses under his breath but did not press further. Meanwhile, Robb studied the map laid out on the table. Small carved tokens represented the armies, though the positions were approximate, gleaned from rumor and ravens. This can't last forever, he said, thinking aloud. Sooner or later, the Lannisters must commit to a major blow, or we risk them forging alliances with the Tyrells or the Freys. The Freys might shift loyalties if they think we're too weak or too far away. Catelyn bit her lip. My father would never allow Walder Frey to turn on us so easily, but Walder is a fickle man. He's old, cunning, and sees advantage in shifting allegiances. We must keep him close. Ned tapped a finger on the map where the twins spanned the Green Fork. We'll send words of courtesy, perhaps a gift, to remind him that we value his neutrality at least. We may need safe passage there again, though I shudder to rely on the phrase. So the Starks worked to hold their alliances, forging small, careful steps that might keep the North shielded from the southern chaos. Each day brought new letters and new concerns. One dawn, a horn's call rang out, echoing against the walls of Winterfell, drawing people from their beds. Robb threw on a cloak and rushed outside. In the courtyard, snow swirling in the brisk wind, he saw a party of riders approaching under the dire wolf banner, returning from a patrol. Their leader was a grizzled man named Garrett, once a sworn sword to the Night's Watch, now retired to Winterfell's service. He brought news that a band of armed men had been spotted on the outskirts of the Gift, near the road heading to the wall. They wore ragged black, Garrett said, face pale with cold. At first, I thought them deserters from the Watch, but they carried no cloaks. Seemed more like outlaws. They ran when they saw us. We gave chase, but they vanished among the foothills. Strange, Robb said, frowning. They may be men fleeing the war or criminals avoiding any lord's justice. Keep an eye out. If they're harassing travelers, we'll deal with them. Garrett hesitated. Some say the dead walk in the far north. Wildlings crossing. The Watch is short of men with the realm in turmoil. Might be these outlaws have found it easier to slip below the wall. Robb clasped his shoulder. We appreciate your vigilance. Warm yourself inside. We'll send a raven to Castle Black. The men dismounted wearily, leading their horses to the stables. Robb stood in the swirling snow, pondering. If the Watch was undermanned, more trouble could slip into the north. Yet how much help could they spare while the Lannisters threatened from the south? He turned to see Bran peering from the steps, wrapped in a thick cloak. The boy, though still on wobbly legs at times, had regained some mobility with the help of special braces Maester Luwin arranged. They came from the Gift? Bran asked, eyes wide. Could they be wildlings? Possibly, Robb answered gently, or simply outlaws. No reason to worry so long as Winterfell stands watch. Bran's face was earnest. I dreamed last night. I saw the weirwood and it spoke. It said the real threat was from the north, not the south. The tree's face had red eyes that bled. Robb shivered, not from the cold. Dreams, he said, forcing a reassuring smile. You have a lively mind, that's all. Now go inside before you freeze. Bran seemed unconvinced but nodded and retreated. Robb watched him go, thinking again about rumors of White Walkers and Whites that had occasionally slipped into conversation around the hearth. No one truly believed in those old tales, or if they did, they dared not speak of them as real. Still, the wild north remained a realm of ghosts. Shaking off his unease, Robb followed Bran inside. Later that evening, Ned dined in his solar with his family, Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Rickon, and Sansa. The meal was simple fare, roast venison, dark bread, and a stew thick with onions and barley. The mood was subdued, as it often was these days. They tried to speak of normal things, the condition of the stables, the day's chores, the reading lessons that Maester Luwin gave Rickon. But the weight of war loomed over them, and Arya's absence formed a hollow place in every conversation. At one point, Sansa mustered enough courage to mention King's Landing. Is it worse now?" she asked, glancing between Ned and Robb as though they might know. "They said the city was a nest of vipers before, but with Joffrey so angry, I imagine it's worse?" Ned pressed his lips together. "I only know from letters that come from travelers or from certain alliances. But yes, from what we hear, King's Landing is even more dangerous than before." "Your guess is correct, daughter." Sansa sighed, looking down at her plate. "That's not surprising. He was always so proud." She said it quietly, as though still grappling with the memory of the boy to whom she'd once been betrothed. She must have realized by now how naive she had been. The rest of the meal proceeded in near silence, the only sound the clink of utensils. Robb observed his sister with a pang of sympathy. She had lost so much of her youthful sparkle. She might gain some measure of peace here, but the scars of King's Landing would not fade soon. He was just relieved to see her safe and away from Joffrey's tyranny. When the meal ended, they drifted to their respective chambers, leaving Ned and Catelyn alone by the hearth. The logs crackled softly, sending shadows dancing along the walls. Ned allowed himself to lean into Catelyn's warmth. She placed a hand over his heart, feeling the steady beat. "Would that we could seal Winterfell's gates and keep the world's troubles at bay," she whispered. He nodded, closing his eyes briefly. "If only it were that simple. But we both know how quickly war can travel. At least we have this moment's reprieve." When they finally went to their bedchamber, both felt the uneasy hush of a castle poised on the brink of something that might be peace or might be a prelude to further bloodshed. In the month that followed, the realm's tapestry grew more tangled. Messengers from the Vale arrived, requesting that Ned consider a diplomatic venture there to speak with Lisa Arryn about the threats from the Lannisters. Ned debated whether to go, but the risk of leaving Winterfell weighed heavily. Meanwhile, the Riverlands saw sporadic clashes. The Smaugfolk cowered in fear of Lannister outriders. Edmure Tully did his best to coordinate with other lords, but the region was full of hidden loyalties and simmering grudges. From the south came rumor that Renly Baratheon had married Margaery Tyrell, forging a powerful alliance with Highgarden. The marriage signaled that the Reach, with all its food and manpower, might rally behind Renly's claim to the Iron Throne. That news reached King's Landing, stirring Joffrey's anger anew. The Boy King demanded an expedition to Storm's End at once, but Cersei and Tywin counseled caution, so the city remained tense but unmoving. Meanwhile, Stannis bided his time on Dragonstone, rumored to be dabbling in dark new faiths. Some whispered of a red priestess at his side, fueling the notion that he was not merely a claimant to the throne but an instrument of strange gods. The flames of conflict flickered in every corner of the realm, yet no single blaze had erupted that forced all to declare sides at once. It was a lull of sorts, full of hushed threat. At Winterfell, the day came when a letter bearing the flayed man's sigil of House Bolton arrived. Roose Bolton, still visiting Winterfell, read it in Ned Stark's presence. His mild, pale eyes glinted with something akin to curiosity. "My lord, a raven from the Dreadfort. It seems the mountain clans in the eastern hills have reported unusual activity. Armed men passing through the high valleys." Ned tensed. Lannister outriders that far north? That would be brash indeed. Bolton tapped the parchment. "They're uncertain." The men carried no lion sigil, but they had discipline and gear that suggested they were more than outlaws. Whoever they are, they're heading in a direction that might bring them near the Dreadfort or even the White Knife eventually. Robb, who had arrived partway through, folded his arms. "We should send men to investigate. It could be a new threat entirely. Or it could be the Ironborn, though that seems far-fetched in the hills." Ned considered. "Agreed. We can't leave unknown forces roaming so near our lands. Roose, your son Ramsay resides at the Dreadfort now, does he not?" Bolton's expression was unreadable. "He does, though I doubt he'll do anything constructive unless commanded. He's willful." He paused, carefully selecting words. "Shall I go myself and handle this matter?" Ned studied Bolton's face. There was something always unsettling about Roose Bolton, the quiet courtesy mixed with a veiled cruelty, the reputation of flaying. But he was a bannerman sworn to House Stark, and he had supported Robb's campaign to free Ned. "If you're willing, yes," Ned said. "Take a contingent from Winterfell if you require it. But remember, we don't look to start a war. We merely need to identify these men and ensure they're not planning to strike at us." Bolton inclined his head. "I'll be discreet. We shall see who prowls our hills." And so Bolton departed the next morning with a small retinue, riding east under the flayed man banner and a smaller direwolf standard. Robb watched them go from the ramparts, unsettled by the sight of that flayed man sigil. The Boltons were longtime vassals of the Starks, but their loyalty was a fragile thing, historically speaking. Still, their strength might be needed if an unknown threat stirred in the northern hills. Days later, as winter winds battered the castle walls, Ned found himself once again in the Godwood, kneeling by the heart tree. Snow dusted his cloak and cap. The carved face in the white bark looked down on him with ancient stillness, red sap tears glistening like fresh blood. He closed his eyes, whispering a prayer to the old gods for Arya wherever she might be, for the men who died to save him, for the realm trembling on the brink of greater war. The hush of the Godwood felt timeless, muffling his troubled thoughts. At times, Ned thought he felt a presence here, his father's memory or the countless ancestors who had knelt by the same tree. He did not know whether the old gods listened, but he found some measure of peace in the ritual. When he rose, leaning on his cane for a moment, the swirl of footprints in the snow behind him reminded him he was not alone. He turned to find Sansa standing at the edge of the clearing, a fur-lined hood pulled up over her red-brown hair. Her eyes looked large, uncertain, but she did not shy away. She had been watching him pray, a curious longing in her gaze. He extended a hand. She walked forward, each step careful, until she took his hand and looked up into his face. "I used to come here sometimes," Sansa said softly, "when I was little. Arya preferred it. She always said this place felt alive in a way the Sept did not. I never quite understood. But now maybe I do." Ned smiled gently. "The old gods can be strange to those unaccustomed. But they have listened to the North for thousands of years. Perhaps you feel that history here." She swallowed hard, eyes glistening. "I wish I could talk to Arya. She would tell me I'm being silly. Or maybe we'd laugh about Joffrey, how he's not at all the prince I imagined." She pressed her lips together as tears threatened. "I can't help wondering, what if I had done things differently in King's Landing?" Ned squeezed her hand. "You did what you thought was right under impossible circumstances. Don't blame yourself. The fault lies with those who manipulated and hurt you. If we find Arya, you can speak of it all face to face." A tear slipped down her cheek. "I wish I could be brave like her." "You are brave," Ned said simply. "Bravery doesn't always roar. Sometimes it's the quiet voice that endures." Sansa nodded, letting his words sink in. She looked around the godwood, the hush broken only by the distant drip of melting snow from branches. Then she stepped forward, reaching out to touch the heart tree's trunk lightly, as if testing the sensation. A tiny red leaf drifted down, caught momentarily on her cloak before dropping to the ground. Father and daughter left the godwood together, walking slowly through the drifting snow. Ned felt an ache in his chest, remembering how he had once dreamed of Sansa as a shining law. "Do I marry to a gallant knight or prince?" Now that dream was tarnished, but perhaps in time she could forge a new path. In the following weeks, more ravens arrived. One bore tidings from Lord Commander George Mormont of the Night's Watch, thanking Ned for alerting Castle Black to outlaws in the gift but lamenting that the watch had too few rangers to track them properly. Another message came from White Harbor reporting that a merchant ship from Essos had spoken of larger conflicts brewing across the sea. The world seemed to swirl with rumors and uncertainties, but the North kept its cautious stance. Eventually, as midwinter crept upon them, a long-awaited raven from Roose Bolton reached Winterfell. Bolton had discovered that the armed men were not Lannisters but mercenaries, apparently in the hire of some unknown patron who sought to move quietly through the north. Bolton's letter speculated that these men might be traveling toward Skagos or beyond. But he lacked proof, for when he cornered a handful of them in a desolate valley, they fought fiercely, leaving no survivors to question. Bolton claimed to have lost only a few men in the clash, though he provided few details. The letter ended with a promise to keep searching, though it was unclear what exactly these mercenaries hoped to find so far north. Ned read it aloud to Robb, both sharing a look of unease. "That concerns me more than if they were Lannisters," Ned said. "At least the Lannisters we know. Mercenaries from the east, skulking about with no banner, there's a hidden purpose there." Robb ran a hand through his hair. "Could be anything. Searching for rumored gold or distant smuggling routes. Or maybe something darker. Some men chase legends. Dragon glass, hidden passages to the lands of always winter." Ned shook his head. "We'll remain vigilant. The north is vast, but we won't have Sel's words wandering unchallenged." He penned a careful reply to Bolton, urging him to continue with caution. After sending it, Ned walked the walls of Winterfell, feeling the bite of the wind on his cheeks. The sense of an unseen threat lingered. Perhaps it was only the memory of his captivity or the knowledge that Joffrey's anger smoldered in the south. Perhaps it was something deeper. The old gods alone knew. With winter not yet in full strength, the potential for further chaos remained high. So Ned resolved to maintain calm and readiness at Winterfell no matter what came. As time trudged on, each new day brought fresh rumors. Word arrived that Renly had marched on King's Landing but found the city's gates shut and the Lannister host braced for a siege. Rather than attempt a direct assault, Renly withdrew, hoping to starve the capital by cutting supply lines. That set Joffrey into a screaming fury, urging his mother and council to repel Renly at once. The city braced itself. Meanwhile, Stannis lurked at Dragonstone, picking off Lannister supply ships. Everywhere, the noose tightened around the capital. Yet the blow was not swift. Renly's siege lines were incomplete, and the Tyrells had never truly besieged a city as large as King's Landing. The small folk inside began hoarding food. Prices skyrocketed. Tensions soared among the Goldcloaks, who worried about bread riots. Even if King's Landing was not fully cut off, the city could sense the pinch. Joffrey's rage would only grow, and Cersei's attempts to maintain control would become more desperate. The Iron Throne might soon splinter if Tywin did not arrive with reinforcements or if a single major defeat occurred. From these developments, Ned and his council deduced that the Lannisters might be too occupied to march north in the near term. That provided a strange comfort but also left an air of inevitability. Once they shook off Renly, they would refocus on the Starks. Still, it gave Winterfell time to rebuild, to strengthen. Ned took advantage of it, forging ties with the Northern Lords, urging them to store supplies for a potential winter campaign. The Mormonts on Bear Island, the Glovers of Deepwood Motte, the Umbers at Last Hearth. Each pledged to stand ready if the realm's wars surged back up the neck. White Harbor promised ships and finances to support the North in a defensive struggle. Theon Greyjoy, for his part, grew increasingly restless. He spent hours in the training yard, jousting, sparring with swords, or practicing archery. At times, he cast glances at the horizon, as though longing for the sea. Robb tried to include him in councils, to show trust, but Theon often responded with flippant remarks or cynicism about their cautious approach. One evening, as they practiced swordplay together, Robb knocked Theon's blade aside with a swift strike. Theon staggered, frustration burning in his eyes. "You hold back too much, Robb," he spat, stepping back to breathe. "When we seized Joffrey, you had the boldness of a hawk. Now you're perched, waiting." Robb lowered his sword. "I'm not holding back. We're not in a position to wage another war. My father's alive, thanks to that boldness, yes. But if I jump at the next chance to fight, we could lose everything. You know that." Theon shook his head, breathing hard. "All I know is that to rule, you must seize opportunities. My father taught me that. You see how he rose in rebellion. He might do so again if he sees a chance." Robb's gaze hardened. "And if he does, he'll face the might of the North. We protected you, Theon. Don't forget that." A flicker of something, anger, shame, crossed Theon's face. "I'm well aware of your father's mercy, Robb, but I'll not spend my whole life repaying that debt. One day, I'll have to be my own man." He turned away, leaving Robb with a swirl of confusing emotions. They were friends or had been, but this war had revealed new cracks. Robb took a calming breath. Theon's path might diverge if Balon Greyjoy decided to strike while the realm was in disarray. For now, though, Theon remained under the Stark roof. As the snows deepened and each day grew shorter, a sense of watchfulness settled over Winterfell like a heavy blanket. Ned resumed the Lord's responsibilities with measured confidence. Sansa found small joys in reading old tales and playing with Rickon. Bran continued to explore the castle, often with Hodder's help, or sat alone in the Godwood. Catelyn managed the household and corresponded with the Tully family. The Great John patrolled the local roads, ensuring bandits did not trouble the small folk. It was not peace, exactly, but a vigil in which each person guarded against the next catastrophe. Through all of it, the knowledge that Arya was still lost gnawed at them. Yet the Raven's messages never offered any hope. Then, one day, that changed. In the midst of a dim winter afternoon, a rider arrived, half-frozen, stumbling into Winterfell's courtyard. Robb, alerted by the gate guard, rushed to meet the traveler. The man dismounted with an exhausted groan, all but collapsing into the arms of a stable hand. He bore no sigil, no heraldry, just travel-stained leathers. Robb noted blood spatters on his cloak. "Who are you?" Robb demanded. "What news do you bring?" The man, panting, managed a ragged reply. "I have word of your sister, Arya Stark, in the Riverlands." His voice trembled with cold and fatigue. Robb's pulse hammered. He helped the man inside, summoning guards and a maester. They hustled the rider to a warm chamber near the kitchens. Ned and Catelyn joined them within minutes, hearts pounding with anticipation. The man clutched a small scrap of parchment, which he passed to Ned. "Found it in an inn not far from the crossroads," the traveler said, teeth chattering. A bard who'd come from the west said a girl matching Arya Stark's description was traveling with men heading for the Vale. She might be alive. Ned's eyes widened as he read the short note. It was unsigned, just a brief line. "I've glimpsed the wolf girl near the mountains. She keeps her name hidden, but her eyes speak the truth." The man had evidently recognized the significance of it. Ned handed it to Catelyn, who read it with trembling hands. "Where exactly?" Ned pressed, kneeling beside the messenger. "Was she safe? Who were these men?" The traveler shook his head. "I don't know, my lord." The bard said one was a black-haired boy, another a bull-like lad, and an older man with a scar. They might be outlaws or simply common folk fleeing war. "She's disguised as a boy, or so the rumor goes. That's all I can say." Relief and worry warred in Ned's expression. If she's alive, that's enough for now. I must find her. The Vale is closer to the Riverlands than the north, but we can send men south to search. Thank you. You've done House Stark a great service. The man slumped. I had a daughter once, lost in the chaos. I thought maybe if I helped someone else's child, the gods might show me mercy. Tears glistened in his eyes. Ned ordered the man given food, warmth, and silver as a reward. Then he, Catelyn, and Robb withdrew to hastily plan their next steps. Bran hovered anxiously in the corridor, gleaning from their expressions that something major had happened. Ned's first impulse was to ride south himself, but Catelyn laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. You're not yet strong enough for such a journey, Ned, not in the dead of winter. And we need you here. I'll go. I know the Riverlands better and the Vale. She's my daughter, too. He shook his head. I won't have you riding into uncertain dangers, Cat. Robb cleared his throat. Father, if we gather a small party, a dozen good men, well-armed, we can search discreetly. Mother and I can go together. You remain in Winterfell, keep the north secure. Ned's eyes flicked between them, torn. He ached to see Arya himself, to confirm her safety. But there was sense in Robb's proposal. If you go, take men you trust with your life, Ned said softly. The Riverlands are prowled by raiders. You might cross paths with Lannister outriders or worse. Travel quietly. Avoid conflict unless forced. Your goal is to find Arya and bring her home. Catelyn nodded. We'll do it quickly. We won't linger for petty fights. Once we confirm she's alive and retrieve her, we return north. So it was decided. Preparations began at once. Robb hand-picked the men from among their most reliable guards, Daisy Mormont, a fierce warrior woman from Bear Island, Jory Castle's cousin who had proven himself in earlier skirmishes, and a handful of trusted archers. The Great John insisted on sending 2 of his loyal clan men as well. They would ride under a discreet banner, perhaps the crescent antfish of House Tully, or no banner at all, to avoid drawing Lannister attention. Meanwhile, Ned would remain in Winterfell with Sansa, Bran, Rickon, and the bulk of their forces. 2 days later, a hush settled as the small party gathered in the courtyard at dawn, horses steaming in the cold. Robb wore plain riding leathers, fur-trimmed boots, and a cloak dyed in the Tully colors. Catelyn wore something similar. They would pass as Riverlanders traveling home if luck was with them. Ned stood at the gate, a hand on his cane, leaning slightly on it as he bid them farewell. Bring her back to us, Ned said to his wife and son, voice tight with emotion. The gods willing, we'll have our family whole again. Robb embraced his father. Catelyn kissed him softly, tears brimming in her eyes. Then they mounted their horses and the party trotted out through the gate, the hooves muffled by packed snow. Sansa, Bran, and Rickon stood by the steps, watching them depart with anxious hope. For Robb, the shift from the quiet tension of Winterfell to the open roads sparked a flicker of old excitement. He remembered the campaign to capture Joffrey, how action and strategy had made his blood sing. Yet this was different, no grand battles planned. Their quest was one of rescue, tempered by caution. As they rode south along the King's Road, the winter sky stretched above them, cloud-choked and heavy with more snow. The world seemed vast and uncertain. Catelyn guided them through the territory she knew best, pointing out old landmarks near the neck, forging safe paths around any known brigand haunts. Now and then they glimpsed travelers heading north, ragged refugees from the war. Each time, Robb or one of his men would question them discreetly about a boyish girl traveling with outlaws, but few had anything to offer beyond frightened shrugs. Most had never heard of any girl matching Arya's description. Some had heard tales of a pack of children roaming the roads, but they could not be certain. The days became a steady rhythm of cautious riding, scanning the trees, and setting up a tight perimeter each night. Occasionally, they found an abandoned holdfast, burned or ransacked, signs of the war that flickered still in the Riverlands. The men grew grim at these sights, reminded of how easily the realm could fall into chaos. One evening, they camped near a frozen stream with no habitation for miles. The men took turns standing guard around the small encampment. As Robb stood watch, the moon bright overhead, he thought he heard distant howling as of wolves. It stirred memories of the dire wolf pups they'd found so long ago and of the bond he'd felt with Grey Wind, now grown into a mighty beast. The war had taken them far from such simpler times. He wondered if Arya sometimes recalled the day they found those pups. She had named hers Nymeria, a proud she-wolf that reflected her own spirit. Rumor had it that Arya had driven Nymeria away to protect her from Joffrey's cruelty, long before the war truly ignited. If only that day's troubles had been the worst of it. Catelyn emerged from her tent, face lit by a single lantern. Couldn't sleep, she murmured, drawing her cloak tight. She joined Robb by the edge of the camp. Snow glittered underfoot. "Are you well?" he asked quietly. She managed a wry smile. "Worried, that's all. Thinking of how Ned must be faring at Winterfell and how Sansa and the boys are. And remembering my father's ailing health at Riverrun. So many burdens for one mind in the dead of night." Robb draped an arm around her shoulders, offering warmth and solace. She leaned into him, her firstborn who had grown into a man before her very eyes. They stood like that for a moment, mother and son, bound by love and the quest that had drawn them onto cold roads. In the hush, the wolves howled again, distant and mournful. The next day, they continued south, passing from the neck into the upper Riverlands. The land here had seen battles, though the fields were now covered in snow. Burned farms pocked the horizon at intervals. Crows circled overhead, a grim reminder of the land's suffering. They kept to lesser-known byways, avoiding the main roads that might see more Lannister or brigand presence. Each hamlet they encountered was half-empty or heavily guarded by suspicious locals. Now and then, Catelyn invoked her family name, Tully, to ease the tension, and folk sometimes softened, offering scant news. On the 5th day, they reached an old inn near a stone bridge crossing a half-frozen river. It was the same inn where, rumor had it, the bard learned of a wolf girl. They stabled the horses around back, then entered quietly. The taproom was dim, with a low fire in the hearth and a few patrons huddled over meager meals. Catelyn pulled her hood low. Robb kept a hand on his sword hilt. They made for a corner table. One of the men with them, a lean fellow named Jorik, went to speak to the innkeep. A few moments later, Jorik returned with the innkeep in tow, a stout woman with lines of worry etched on her face. She eyed Catelyn, who carefully revealed just enough of her face to show her Tully features. Recognition flared. "My Lady Tully," the woman said in a hushed tone, curtsying. "I feared all Tullys had gone. This war, the Lannisters and their men burn and loot as they please." Catelyn nodded grimly. "I'm sorry for your troubles. The Riverlands has suffered much. We've come seeking a lost girl, my daughter. Word reached us that she might have passed here or near here." The innkeep's face grew thoughtful. She glanced at Robb, then back at Catelyn. The bard told me a story. A girl traveling with outlaws, or maybe just vagrants, disguised as a boy. He said they asked questions about the road to the Vale, or possibly to Riverrun. Didn't trust me enough to say where they were headed next. They left at dawn a few weeks ago. If it's your daughter, she's got grit to survive out there. She hesitated. I can't say for sure it was her, but something in the lad's eyes. The bard said they were fierce, like a cornered animal, but polite enough. She never gave a name. Catelyn's throat tightened. "Do you know where they might have gone?" The innkeep shook her head. "Last I heard, they were heading east, maybe following the Trident upstream. Or possibly the foothills. The region's thick with roving bands now, some loyal to Lord Beric Dondarrion, others to the Lannisters, some to no one at all." "Lord Beric?" Robb echoed. "We heard rumors of him continuing a guerrilla campaign. They call him the Lightning Lord. If Arya fell in with his people, she might be safer than among cutthroats." The innkeep shrugged. "Could be. But those men are outlaws all the same. Just kindred to the small folk, or so they claim." She eyed Catelyn. "I do hope you find your girl, my lady." Catelyn thanked her and discreetly pressed a few coins into her hand. Then she and Robb returned to their companions to discuss the new lead. The group agreed to head east, toward the foothills leading to the Vale. They would seek any sign of Beric Dondarrion's outlaws or any rumor of a girl in boy's clothing. It was a perilous plan, for Lannister patrols might also be combing the region. But the faintest hope of finding Arya spurred them on. They spent the night in that inn, maintaining low profiles. Robb overheard a grizzled farmer in the common room complain about raiders in the next valley. Another insisted that winter snows would cut off travel soon. When morning came, they departed in a swirl of frost-laden wind, forging east along a half-buried path that skirted the main roads. The land grew wilder, dotted with rocky ridges and small copses of twisted trees. Progress was slow. The horses struggled in places where the drifts were deep. On the second day into this wilderness, they spotted riders in the distance, shadows moving through a stand of bare oaks. Robb signaled for silence, guiding the party to take cover behind a low ridge. They peered out. The strangers carried no visible banners, wore mismatched leathers. Could this be the outlaws? Or a band of Lannister scouts in disguise? Catelyn hissed. Best to avoid them unless we're sure they're friendly. But fate decided for them. One of the watchers must have glimpsed movement, for a short whistle sounded, and soon the riders approached, weapons half drawn. Robb stepped out with empty hands raised. though his sword was at his hip. "We mean no harm," he called, breath misting. The riders fanned out. One, a lean man with a bandaged arm, asked, "Who are you? What do you want in these parts?" Catelyn removed her hood. "I am Lady Catelyn of House Tully. We seek a lost girl." Surprised murmurs rippled through the strangers. The bandaged man eyed them warily. "Lady Tully, you're a long way from Riverrun. The roads aren't safe." "That's why we travel quietly," she replied. "Have you seen a young girl? Dark hair? Perhaps disguised as a boy?" The man exchanged glances with a scarred woman wearing a battered steel helm. They conferred in low tones. Then the man spoke. "There's a band led by a man named Lem, allied Y. Tach the Lightning Lord. They had a girl with them, or so rumor says. Might be the one you seek. But I can't say for sure." Robb exhaled, relief and concern mingling. "Where?" The man gestured eastward. "They hide among the hills near an old ruin, and in that burned years ago. Barracks men sometimes gather there. If you seek them, be warned. Not all outlaws are as decent as the Lightning Lord himself. But if the girl's with them, you might persuade them to help." Catelyn's eyes glimmered with hope. "Thank you." The riders nodded curtly, then wheeled away, evidently more comfortable parting company than risking an extended conversation. Robb and Catelyn regrouped with their party, hearts pounding. This was the closest lead they'd gotten. With renewed purpose, they continued east, scanning for any sign of a burned ruin or a hidden camp. The next day brought biting winds and swirling snow, slowing progress to a crawl. Then, by late afternoon, they found a lonely hillside with blackened timbers rising from the white drifts, a ruin that might once have been an inn. Smoke curled faintly from a patch near the remains. The party approached cautiously, swords and bows at the ready. From amid the wreckage stepped several figures. One was tall, wearing a yellow cloak patched in places. Another had a helm shaped like a hound's head, crude and half-melted. They eyed Robb's group with open suspicion. Catelyn raised her hand in a sign of truce. "We're seeking the Lightning Lord, or any who ride with him. We mean no harm." A short bark of laughter came from one figure, a man with a thick mustache and a crossbow slung across his back. "No harm," says the lady, carrying half a dozen armed men. "And who might you be to walk so boldly into outlaw ground?" Catelyn stood tall, letting the wind tug at her cloak. "I am Catelyn Tully, daughter of Hoster Tully, and this is my son, Robb Stark of Winterfell." A murmur spread through the outlaws. The tall man with the patched yellow cloak stepped closer, lowering his sword slightly. "Your reputation precedes you, my lady. We've heard of the young wolf's deeds in the south." His gaze shifted to Robb. "Captured a king, they say." Robb's face remained calm. "We come not for war but for a girl. My sister Arya. We heard she might be with you or near you. If so, we want to bring her home." The outlaws exchanged glances. One said quietly, "We had a girl pass through not long ago, fierce as a little cat. She's gone now, though." Catelyn's heart lurched. "Gone where?" The man shrugged helplessly. "She left with another group, children mostly. One of our men escorted them partway, then parted ways. Some said they aimed for the Vale, others for the Trident Crossing. That was a week ago." A wave of disappointment crashed over Robb and Catelyn, but also relief that Arya might still be alive, moving somewhere in the countryside. The men asked if the outlaws knew more names, specific direction. But they had only vague recollections as outlaws came and went. No mention of any immediate danger. The talk carried on for a time, the outlaws growing uneasy. "Best if you move on," said the tall man in the patched cloak. "We keep out of the wars, and the Lannisters would not be kind if they found us harboring Starks or Tullis." Catelyn nodded. "You've helped more than you know. If you hear more of Arya, send word to Riverrun or Winterfell. You have my thanks." A short while later, they rode away from the ruined inn, hearts heavy but not hopeless. Arya was still on the move, and the Riverlands remained a labyrinth of roads, villages, warbands, and refugees. Finding one girl in the midst of it all seemed daunting. Yet they had come this far, and they would not abandon the search. Night fell, and the party made camp under a rocky overhang, sheltered from the wind. Snow drifted down in silent flakes. Robb and Catelyn sat near the small fire, each lost in thought. I wonder if Arya is searching for us too, Robb said quietly. Trying to reach home, or maybe the Vale where Aunt Lisa sits. Could she even get in? Lisa has grown paranoid. Catelyn's face was drawn. If she tries to climb to the Eyrie, she may find the gates shut. But I can't imagine where else she'd go. Riverrun is another possibility, though the Lannister presence in the Riverlands makes every road dangerous. She's clever, but she's still a child. Robb nodded. We'll keep looking. We'll check the roads heading south and east. We can't roam forever, though. The snows are getting heavier. Winter is closing in. Catelyn reached for his hand. Your father said we must be mindful of timing. If we find no word soon, we may have to return north or risk being stranded in the Riverlands until spring. That could be perilous. Robb's jaw clenched. Then we pray for a stroke of luck or that Arya is resourceful enough to survive until the road's clear. I just hate the thought of leaving her out here. She nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. So do I. They bedded down in the cold, men standing watching shifts. Robb dreamed of old hunts in the Wolfswood with his father, the crunch of snow underfoot, the thrill of spotting a stag. Then the dream shifted and he saw Arya standing alone on a battlefield, sword in hand, dwarfed by giant figures wreathed in flames. He called to her, but she did not hear. He awoke with a start, heart pounding in the dark. The wind whistled across the hillside and the embers of the fire glowed faintly. Catelyn slept nearby, her face troubled even in slumber. At dawn, they pressed on, though the snowfall had thickened. The horses trudged through drifts nearly to their knees. The world was white and silent, broken only by the hiss of wind. The land here rose in uneven hills, dotted with rocky outcrops. Each vantage point revealed miles of desolation, no sign of a living soul. Once, they stumbled upon tracks that might have belonged to a small band of travelers. But the snow had half covered them. They followed the trail until it disappeared into a steep ravine. That evening, as the light began to fade, they found a crumbling tower near a frozen stream. Deciding it was better shelter than open ground, they approached warily, swords ready. No sign of life. Inside, the tower was empty but for old rubble. They set up a fire in the remnants of a fireplace. One of the men rummaged for kindling. The building offered some protection from the wind, at least. Catelyn unrolled a map on a flat stone by the fire, running her finger along the approximate location. If we go further east, we might see the Vale's foothills, but winter storms could trap us there. If we circle south, we near Harrenhal. That's Lannister territory. Neither path is appealing. Robb rubbed his brow. Could Arya have circled north again, back toward the Neck? The outlaws said she was heading east or maybe the Trident. Every rumor conflicts. He exhaled. Time is running short. The weather worsens each day. In that moment, a noise outside made them start. Hoofbeats crunching snow, followed by voices. Their men sprang to readiness, dousing the lantern. Robb peered through a gap in the tower wall. Shapes moved in the twilight. Half a dozen? More? One called out in a muffled accent. Check that tower. Might be good shelter. Robb swiftly signaled the men to hold position. If these newcomers were foes, they'd have the advantage of surprise. Catelyn pressed herself against the wall, heart thudding. The shapes outside grew closer. Then a voice rang out. Is anyone inside? A man's voice, a trace of fear in it. After a tense beat, Robb stepped into the open, sword in hand but lowered. We're travelers. Who are you? The men outside recoiled, startled. Their leader, a graying fellow with a scarred cheek, raised both hands. We mean no harm. We've got women and children with us. Just want shelter from the storm. At that, Robb noticed smaller figures behind the group. A mother clutching a wide-eyed child, a teenage girl. They looked exhausted, half-frozen. Catelyn emerged at Robb's side, expression softening. The travelers sagged in relief upon seeing a lady, not a band of cutthroats. We can share the tower, Catelyn said quietly, but be warned we're armed. If you prove dangerous, we'll defend ourselves. The older man nodded hastily. Understood, my lady. We're just fleeing the war. Lost our home near the Trident. They led their pitiful band inside. Robb's men discreetly positioned themselves around the perimeter. The travelers were indeed small folk, half-starved, carrying little more than blankets and meager belongings. They huddled near the fire, grateful for even minimal warmth. The mother kept thanking Catelyn repeatedly, tears in her eyes. Eventually, as the night wore on, the group shared what food they had. Robb offered them some salted meat from the party's stores. The travelers devoured it hungrily. Their leader, that older man with the scar, introduced himself as Harren. In subdued conversation, he told them how a Lannister raid had burned his village. He tried to take his family to Maidenpool, but word of raids there turned them around again. Now they wandered, hoping to outrun both the winter and the war. Hearing this, Robb's chest tightened with anger toward the Lannisters' cruelty, but also with sorrow at how many innocents were uprooted. At one point, Harren noticed Robb's sword and the fine stitching of his cloak. "You must be a knight, sire. You're too well equipped to be a common traveler." Robb exchanged a glance with Catelyn. They had tried to avoid revealing his identity to keep a low profile. But lying to these poor people seemed cruel. "Let's say I have some resources. Enough to help a bit if we can." Harren nodded, eyes flicking between the men's well-made arms. "If you're searching for something or someone, these roads are treacherous. But folks talk in the villages. Might I ask who or what you seek?" Robb hesitated, measuring the man's honesty. Then he spoke softly. "We look for a girl named Arya. Brown hair, gray eyes, about so high. She's my sister." He left out the part about being a Stark. "She might be traveling with a small band as well." Harren frowned and thought, "Can't say I've seen such a group. But we came from the area near the crossroads and we heard gossip of a boyish girl who bested men twice her size with a wooden sword. Could be the same. If so, that was some weeks back. She was rumored to be heading." He paused, gaze drifting to the mother who was lulling a child to sleep. Then he leaned closer, dropping his voice. "They said she was heading toward Lady Stoneheart's domain. Or rumored domain. But I can't say if that's truth or fancy." Robb blinked, confused. "Lady Stoneheart? I've never heard the name." Harren shrugged. "Some say she's a spirit of vengeance who haunts the Trident's banks, punishing Lannisters and Freys. Others say she's just a rumor to scare off raiders. But if your sister's traveling with any group of outlaws, they might have used the name to ward off pursuit. The Riverlands are full of tall tales these days." Catelyn's eyes narrowed. "A spirit of vengeance. Or an outlaw band leader. Another puzzle to chase." Harren gave a weary half-smile. "We only know half rumors. We're just poor folk trying to survive." He turned away, pulling his threadbare cloak around him and lying down to sleep beside his family. Robb exchanged a look with Catelyn, reading the weariness in her face. Another lead, half-formed but no certainty. They settled around the fire, the cold pressing in. The swirl of snow outside the tower battered the crumbling walls. Robb dozed fitfully, dreaming of Arya in a misty forest, calling to him from behind a tree. When he awoke, dawn's pale light seeped through the cracks in the stones. They parted ways with Harren's group that morning, giving them a few more supplies. Harren bowed gratefully, tears in his eyes, then led his family west toward rumored safety. Robb's group continued east, though they had no illusions about how difficult it would be to find the phantom called Lady Stoneheart or confirm if Arya was anywhere nearby. The land felt more desolate with each passing mile. The roads were all but deserted, the occasional farmstead abandoned or burnt. That evening, as swirling snow began anew, they spotted a broken signpost pointing down a narrow path half-choked by drifts. The old letters read Waterside Mill, though the paint was faded. With the storm intensifying, they decided to follow it in hopes of finding a structure to shelter them. After trudging a mile, they reached the remains of a mill beside a frozen stream. Nothing stirred. The place seemed deserted, half-collapsed. Robb began to curse their luck when a figure slipped out from behind a fallen beam, crossbow aimed. "Halt!" came a shaky voice. Not one step closer. At once, Robb's men readied their weapons. But the crossbow wavered in the figure's grasp. A slim shape, a boy or a slight man. The flickering lantern light revealed a teenage face pinched with hunger. "We have nothing to steal," he said, voice cracking. "Leave us be." Catelyn, raising her hands in a placating gesture, moved closer. "We're not raiders," she said gently. "We mean no harm. It's cold and we only seek shelter. Who's with you?" At that, another figure emerged, smaller still, a girl, shivering under a moth-eaten cloak. She gripped a crude spear. The crossbow boy glanced at her, uncertain. We can't trust anyone," he stammered. Robb slowly lowered his sword. "We have food. And we can share our fire. The storm is coming. Let's help each other." A long pause, tension thrumming. Then the crossbow sagged in the boy's arms. "All right," he mumbled, "but if you try anything, we'll fight." Robb's men put away their weapons. Carefully, they approached. Inside the half-ruined mill was a sheltered corner free of snow with a makeshift fire pit. The boy and girl huddled there, clearly half-starved. Robb offered them dried meat, which they devoured hungrily, eyes darting to ensure no trick was afoot. Catelyn asked quietly, "Are you alone? Where are your families?" The girl's face twisted in sadness. "Gone. Lannisters burned the village. We ran. We've been hiding for weeks," the boy added, voice thick. "Soldiers, brigands, outlaws, we can't tell them apart. They all kill us, given half a chance." Robb felt his anger stir again. This was the reality of war for countless innocents. He forced a gentle tone. "We're sorry. If you like, come north with us. We can protect you. Winterfell is safer than these roads." The boy looked at the girl, who stared back uncertainly. Then he said, "Winterfell? That's far. But anything is better than here, if you truly mean it." Catelyn spoke, "We must continue searching for someone, but if we must head north soon, you can follow us. We'll feed you, keep you safe as best we can." "On my word as Catelyn Tully." The promise of safety in the north seemed to kindle a spark of hope in the pair. They nodded, tears rimming their eyes. That night, they all slept in uneasy shifts around the fire, the storm howling outside, the collapsed walls shaking in the wind. Sometimes in the silence, Robb thought he heard far-off voices. He would rise, peer into the darkness, see only swirling snow. His heart pounded with the feeling that they stood at the edge of a vast, unknown frontier. Arya was out there somewhere, forging her own path through this frozen chaos. By dawn, the snowfall had smothered the path entirely, forcing them to wait until midday for it to ease. The final portion of their journey east was a grim slog, plodding through waist-high drifts, the horses struggling, men cursing the cold. At last, from a ridge, they glimpsed the distant shape of the Vale's mountains, their peaks wreathed in white. But the passes would be all but impassable in deep winter, especially for a group with no official safe conduct from Lisa Arryn. Catelyn realized they risked losing men and animals if they pressed on. And there was no guarantee Arya had truly come this way. So, with heavy hearts, they decided to turn south, hoping to circle back toward the main road and the Riverlands villages. If no further sign of Arya emerged, they would have to return home. The boy and girl they had rescued huddled on a borrowed horse, fighting off the biting wind. The party angled along a narrow defile, heading downslope toward a distant cluster of leafless trees. Snow sparkled in the midday sun, a deceptive beauty. As they rode, Catelyn cast glances at Robb. She saw the heartbreak in his eyes. He had come so far, risked so much to find his sister, but the land conspired against them. War and winter were formidable foes. She reached across and squeezed his arm gently. "We'll not give up. If we must return to Winterfell, we'll keep searching by raven, by watchers on the roads. Arya is strong." Robb nodded grimly, eyes fixed on the horizon. "She is. She survived King's Landing, so maybe she can survive anything." They crested a small rise, and the wind whipped at their cloaks. The men in front paused, scanning the valley below. Smoke drifted from behind a copse of trees, another ruin or camp, perhaps. But from the shape of it, a building's roof. They urged the horses closer, following a meandering path through the snow-laden thicket. Voices reached them, faint but distinct. Robb signaled for silence, the group advancing carefully. When the trees opened, they saw a wayside tavern that still had a roof mostly intact. Horses were tied out front. A stable or shed behind it. The sign above the door swung in the wind, its lettering too worn to read. Figures stood outside, cloaked, appearing watchful. Could be outlaws or travelers like themselves. One of the watchers spotted them, called an alert. Several more figures emerged from inside. Robb noticed no Lannister sigils. That was a relief, but it did not guarantee safety. He and Catelyn exchanged looks. "Shall we approach openly?" he asked. She nodded. "If they're outlaws, we risk a fight. But if they're travelers, we might find new leads or lodging." They trotted forward, hands near their weapons. The watchers tensed, but no one drew steel outright. A middle-aged man with an unkempt beard stepped forth. "Who goes there?" Robb lifted his voice. "Travelers seeking shelter. We can pay if you've room." The man looked them over, from the battered boy and girl on the extra horse to Catelyn's fine cloak. "You'll find no innkeeper here, friend. Just refugees. We took over this place when we found it abandoned. We have some food, but not enough to feed an army." Robb glanced at their own numbers, 8 total, counting the rescued youngsters. "We don't need an army's portion, just a dry corner for the night." The man shrugged. "Suit yourselves. But we don't want trouble." They dismounted, leading the horses to a makeshift stable behind the tavern, which was missing half its roof. Several other travelers milled about, 2 families, a pair of men who looked like sellswords, and an older woman cooking thin soup over a communal fire. The tension was palpable. War had driven many to the roads, and trust was scarce. Robb offered a few silver coins to the older woman for any food they could spare, which helped ease the suspicion. Soon enough, the place returned to its uneasy quiet. Inside, the tavern's common room was cold and drafty, but a large hearth in one corner gave some warmth. The windows were boarded up from within. A few benches and tables remained, though battered. Catelyn settled in near the fire while Robb took stock of the other inhabitants. The Sellswords eyed them with professional wariness, their hands near their sword H. Ilts? One gave a short nod that might have been greeting. Another group of small folk huddled in the far corner, silent. The boy and girl they brought with them hovered close to Catelyn, uncertain of where they belonged. After a time, a lean man with a missing ear approached Robb. "Storm's building again," he said in a gravelly voice. "We might be snowed in soon." Robb nodded. "We'll likely stay the night." The man grunted. "Fair enough. My name's Koss. I used to be a Sellsword in the Free Cities. Now I'm stuck in this damned war-torn land." He paused, scanning Robb. "You look like you've seen real fighting." Robb decided caution served best. "I've seen enough. We're searching for someone, but no luck so far." Koss shrugged. "If you're looking for someone in the Riverlands, good luck. People vanish every day." Then he wandered off. Robb sighed. The place was as forlorn as any they'd seen. He joined Catelyn by the hearth, warming his hands. Outside, the wind moaned and flurries of snow danced past the boarded windows. Another fruitless day, another hollow lead. They might never find Arya in this wilderness. He hated the thought but could not deny it. Catelyn, sensing his distress, touched his arm lightly. "We'll do what we can. That's all the gods ask of us." Night descended with a gathering gale that rattled the timbers. The folk in the tavern huddled close to the fire, a tapestry of battered souls. Now and then half-heard whispers drifted, scraps of rumor about the war, about the boy King Joffrey, about a man in a yellow cloak, about a ghostly lady who haunted riverbanks. None mentioned a girl called Arya Stark, but there were hints of child survivors or hidden pockets of refugees. In the darkest hour, the wind rose to a shriek, shaking the roof. Robb and Catelyn tried to sleep on rolled blankets near the hearth, but rest was elusive. Each time Robb's eyes closed, he saw images of Arya lost in snow, or Joffrey cackling on the throne, or Ned in chains. He drifted between waking and dozing, the boundary blurred. At some point, a shout rose from outside, causing half the room to jolt awake. Robb scrambled to his feet, hand on his sword. "What was that?" One of the Sellswords hurried in, panting. "There's something out there, men, can't see how many, but they're approaching the stable." Immediately, fear coursed through the tavern. Women clutched children. The men grabbed weapons. Robb rushed to the battered door, Catelyn at his side. Snow whipped through the cracks as the wind hammered. Through a narrow gap in the boards, he peered out. Shapes moved in the swirling whiteness, torches bobbing. The stable door banged. A shout, "Open, in the name of the king." Catelyn's face paled. Could it be Lannister men? Or some local lord's soldiers? The travelers cowered, uncertain. Another voice yelled, "We saw your light. Let us in, or we'll break down the door." Robb's heart pounded. He signaled his men to form up, swords at the ready, but not to initiate hostilities. Then he raised his voice. "Who do you serve?" No immediate reply came, just muffled words and more pounding. Then a soldierly voice rang out, "We serve King Joffrey Baratheon." A wave of dread swept the room. Lannister loyalists, or at least they claimed to be. The travelers moaned in fear. Catelyn hissed to Robb, "They'll kill us if they realize who we are. We have to slip away or hide." But the storm raged outside. Escape seemed impossible without a fight. Robb measured the men. He had 8 total, plus the Sellswords who might or might not help. The Lannister contingent could be a handful or a score. If it was a large patrol, they were in grave danger. Catelyn grasped Robb's arm. "We can't let them take us. If they recognize me or you." Robb nodded tersely. "We'll fight if we must, but let's see how many they are first." The Lannister men battered at the door. One of the travelers whimpered. Robb's archers notched arrows. The battered door threatened to splinter under the assault. In the flickering lantern light, Robb and Catelyn exchanged one last glance, readiness, fear, resolve. And so, as the storm howled, the battered tavern prepared to defend itself against the Lion's soldiers, hearts pounding at the brink of a new conflict. In that tense moment, they had no thought of Joffrey's earlier humiliation or the tenuous peace in the north. All that existed was the crack of timber, the swirl of snow, and the knowledge that these men bore the name of the King Robb Stark once held captive. They would not yield easily, and the night promised blood. The door shuddered under the pounding, each impact echoing through the half-ruined tavern. A long crack ran across the splintered boards, and the travelers inside braced for a breach. Wind howled outside, funneling ice-cold air through every gap in the walls. The entire common room seemed to hold its breath. Shadows danced where the lantern flame flickered. Robb Stark stood at the center, sword in hand. His men, some archers, some swordsmen, formed a ragged half-circle around him, blocking the door. Catelyn Tully hovered near the hearth, her heart hammering. She saw fear on the faces of the small folk who had taken shelter here, mothers clinging to their children, old men who could barely hold a walking stick, a pair of battered Sellswords eyeing the door with grim anticipation. No one wanted a fight, but the Lannister soldiers outside would hardly enter as friends. Again came the shout, "Open in the name of King Joffrey Baratheon, or we'll break your heads when we break down this door." The voice was young, full of cruel confidence. Snow whipped around the edges of the broken shutters and a swirl of wind teased inside, making torches sputter. Robb steeled himself. He whispered to his men, "Count them if they break in. We must know if it's a handful or a score." He'd learned the value of quick observation in the ambush that had netted him Joffrey as a captive once before. This time, though, the advantage was not so clear. They were half snowbound, far from any Stark stronghold, and had innocence to protect. Catelyn moved closer to him. "If they recognize us, they'll fight to the death," she whispered. "We can't yield. They take us to Harrenhal or King's Landing." Robb nodded. There was no time for more words. Crashing at the door began in earnest. Something heavy struck the boards, a makeshift battering ram, perhaps a felled branch from outside. Wood groaned. Splinters flew, and the top half of the door gave way, leaving a jagged hole. Through it, pale torchlight flickered in the swirling snow. A helmeted face peered in, then jerked back as one of Robb's archers loosed an arrow. The shaft embedded in the doorframe. "Drop the ram," the soldier outside shouted. "They've got archers." More cursing. The pounding ceased momentarily. Robb's men tensed, uncertain if the soldiers might try another angle. One of the battered shutters on a side window started to rattle. Another soldier tried to pry it open, only to have a second arrow hiss inches from his gloved hand. He reeled back with a curse. In the flickering gloom, the ragged Sellswords who had sheltered here eyed Robb. One of them, a thick-set fellow with a short beard, called quietly, "We're no lovers of Lannisters, but we've got no quarrel that's worth dying over. Will you keep us safe if we fight with you?" Robb hesitated. They didn't have the luxury of distrust. More swords could tip the balance. "Fight beside us," he said, "and we'll share what supplies we have when this is done. That's all I can promise." The Sellsword spat into the straw on the floor. "Fair enough." He and his companions sidled up to Robb's men, loosening swords in their scabbards. The rest of the tavern's refugees cowered away from the door, seeking corners and overturned tables for cover. The two children who had joined Robb's party, the boy and girl rescued from the mill, clung to each other behind a barrel. Their eyes darted in terror. Catelyn felt her pulse pounding. This was madness. They had come south to find Arya, not to wage another battle in the Riverlands. But here they stood, barricaded in a broken tavern while a Lannister patrol threatened to storm in. The old bitterness rose in her. It was the Lannisters' arrogance that had started the war, their cruelty that tore families apart. And if these men recognized the Stark heir, they'd do their best to capture or kill him. She pressed her back to a half-broken wall, holding a short blade ready, listening for the next move. The voice outside rose again. "If you're outlaws, we'll cut you down. If you're just travelers, open up and we'll only take what we need." It was a transparent lie, Robb thought. King Joffrey's loyal soldiers had no mercy for peasants who defied them. He lowered his own voice. "We have women and children in here," he called, not giving his name. "Leave us be and find shelter elsewhere. There's no plunder to be had." A chorus of mocking laughter came from beyond the shattered door. Then a bellow, "No plunder? We can see your weapons. And we want a roof, you whore sons." A second wave of pounding started. The battered door sagged on its hinges. The top half had broken away, so the soldiers began hacking with axes around the latch. Robb signaled and his archers readied. When the wood gave way enough, a gloved arm thrust through to lift the bar from the inside. At that moment, one of the Stark archers shot. The arrow buried itself in the soldier's forearm. He howled and yanked back, blood streaking the wood. Robb's men shoved a long table against the door, bracing it with a beam from the collapsed ceiling. The next soldier who tried to crawl in would have to climb over that. The Sellsword with the thick beard roared encouragement. "Let them break their bones on our barricade." But the Lannisters outside had numbers, or so it seemed from the many voices. The blow of the ram resumed, whacking the broken door, smashing splinters onto the floor. The table jumped with each impact. Catelyn glanced around, counting how many they had. Robb, plus 6 of his men, plus 2 Sellswords. That made 9 armed fighters. The rest were children, old folk, or hapless wanderers. Against a determined troop of well-equipped soldiers, the difference might be fatal. Her eyes met Robb's. They shared the same question, fight to the end or attempt an escape. The raging storm made flight through the back nearly impossible. The stable was half buried in snow. If they tried to slip into the night on horseback, the Lannisters would see them clearly with torches. A pitched battle inside might be their only choice. Suddenly, the next blow caved the door inward. A section of it collapsed, clattering onto the table. The soldiers outside let out a triumphant yell. Robb motioned, and one of his archers loosed an arrow through the new gap, striking a man's shoulder. Another soldier lunged in, shield raised, deflecting a second arrow. Light from their torches poured into the tavern. Through the swirling snow, Robb glimpsed perhaps 8 or 9 men, maybe more behind them. They wore cloaks and half-helms, some carrying the sigil of a golden lion on red, others with the gold cloak insignia of the city watch loyal to Joffrey. "Knock the table aside," shouted one soldier, brandishing an axe. He swung at the barricade, the blade biting into the tabletop. The men inside braced their shoulders against the weight. Another soldier thrust a spear through the gap, forcing them to dance back. Another wave of axes hammered the obstacle. The old wood began to break. Then the Sellsword with the short beard lunged forward and managed to grab hold of the spear shaft. He yanked it, pulling the soldier halfway through. Robb's men swarmed that soldier, stabbing under his arms and dragging him inside. The man let out a gurgling cry. They left him to bleed out behind the barricade. 2 more soldiers tried to climb through, but the archers fired and one toppled back with an arrow in his thigh. "Push!" Robb shouted. Together, they heaved the table, ramming it outward for an instant, slamming the men who tried to force their way in. Screams rang out as the corners of the table crushed arms or legs against the jagged edges of the doorway. For a moment, the attackers fell back, giving the defenders a sliver of time to breathe. The battered shutter on the left window was forced open from outside, letting in a swirl of wind and snow. 2 soldiers tried to climb in. One was struck by an arrow mid-thigh, but the other crouched low, using the windowsill as partial cover. He lunged forward, sword raised. Catelyn, startled, turned just in time to see one of Robb's men clash steel with him, near the row of cowering refugees. That soldier battered aside the Stark man's guard and drove his blade into the man's belly. The defender sagged with a choked gasp, blood on his lips. A second later, a Sellsword flung a dagger that found the attacker's throat. The soldier collapsed into the snow outside, thrashing. The left window was wide open now, letting frigid air pour in. Robb cursed under his breath. They were fighting on 2 fronts. If more men tried the window while others battered the door, they could be overwhelmed. He glanced around, spotting the old woman and children huddled under an overturned bench. Sellswords were exchanging frantic curses as they moved from one breach to the other, uncertain where the next thrust would come. Another crash at the door. More wood splintered. The table was battered aside, leaving only a messy tangle of beams. Through the gap stepped a tall soldier in a dented helm, carrying a shield with a crudely painted lion. He ducked to avoid an arrow, then charged in, shield raised, forcing 2 of Robb's men back. Others followed behind him, giving the Lannisters a foothold in the tavern. Robb sprang forward, blade flashing. He parried the tall soldier's opening swing, feeling the jolt vibrate up his arm. The soldier spat, "Outlaws, is it? You'll taste the king's justice." He pressed forward, heavier than Robb, and nearly forced him off balance. But Robb pivoted, hooking the man's shield rim with his sword's crossguard, yanking it to one side and slashing diagonally across the soldier's torso. Metal screeched. The soldier stumbled, blood spattering the straw-littered floor. A second soldier leapt over his comrade, aiming a thrust at Robb's side. Robb twisted away, the spear grazing his cloak. One of his archers shot the man from behind at close range, the arrow driving into his backplate. The man buckled, roaring in pain. Then more men crowded through the doorway, brandishing swords and spears, stepping over bodies. Shouts and clangs reverberated off the crumbling walls. The tavern's refugees wailed in terror, pressed against the far corners. Catelyn found herself face to face with a soldier who had forced aside one of the Stark men. She had only a short blade, but she sidestepped his first cut, adrenaline surging. He was mid-swing when a Sellsword slashed across his arm, forcing the blade wide. Catelyn instinctively darted in and stabbed under the man's raised arm, felt the jolt of steel meeting flesh. The soldier let out a strangled cry, staggering back. She nearly dropped her blade in horror. It had been years since she'd struck a man in earnest. But the necessity of survival steeled her. She wrenched the blade free, breath coming in gasps, stepping back as the soldier slumped. 3 more pushed inside. One battered an archer's bow aside and rammed a short spear through the man's shoulder. Another soldier advanced toward the cluster of children and old folk near the hearth, a vicious light in his eyes. Robb glimpsed it and shouted, "No." He parried aside another attacker, clearing a path to intercept that soldier. Their swords met in a flurry of sparks. Robb hammered at him with swift strikes, forcing the soldier to yield ground. More men were climbing in the window, though the swirling snow and the confusion of bodies partially obstructed them. By the flickering torchlight, the scene was chaos: blood-spattered floors, broken furniture, half the door and shutters missing, snow drifting inside. The howling wind combined with screams and the clash of steel. Through the open gaps, the watchers outside could see shapes flailing in grim struggle. Catelyn saw a chance. "If any man yields, we'll spare you," she shouted, hoping to break the attacker's nerve. But from outside came a new voice. "Drive them out. King's orders." She glanced over the tangle of bodies at the threshold. A figure stood in the swirling snow wearing a helm with a lion crest, a cloak snapping behind him. He seemed to have some authority, perhaps a knight in Joffrey's service. Seeing how his men were fighting in the narrow entrance, he bellowed for them to push in. "Kill them all," he roared, then turned to bark at others beyond the door. "You flank around the side." Robb realized the man meant to send some around to the stable or a back entrance. If they were outnumbered now, it would be worse with a second wave behind them. He tore his sword free from his latest opponent, who crumpled at his feet, and whirled to see one of his men pinned to a post, sword tangled in a fallen beam. Another soldier battered that man's guard aside. Robb lunged in to help, delivering a quick thrust that caught the soldier's side. The man reeled, and the pinned Stark soldier freed himself. A clang from behind startled Robb. Another soldier had slipped inside from the window. That soldier aimed a backhand slash at Robb's head. Robb ducked just in time. The blow whistled past, slicing air. Then an arrow from a wounded archer skewered the soldier's leg, driving him to his knees. Robb finished him with a thrust, panting. The cell's words, for all their uncertain loyalty, fought savagely, likely to protect their own hides. One had grabbed an axe from a Lannister corpse and was chopping at the soldier in front of him, forcing the man to retreat. The other sold his life dearly, though he took a spear thrust to the rib. Still, they continued to hamper the Lannisters' attempts to flood in. But with every second, more of the tavern's defenders took wounds, and it seemed that the patrol outside might have fresh men waiting. Catelyn risked a glance at the children who had traveled with them. They were crouched behind a table, eyes huge. She prayed they would stay clear of the melee. Some of the other refugees cried out in panic, stumbling out the side door that led to the stable yard. If Lannister men were circling around that way, they were likely to be caught in the storm or cut down. The older woman with them clutched at a child, tears running down her lined face. Two more Lannisters hammered their way inside. One immediately shot forward, thrusting at a Stark archer. The archer fell with a strangled gasp, blood staining the floor. Robb felt an icy dread. They were losing too many. If they didn't break this assault soon, they'd be overrun. He shouted for the men to rally, to press the advantage at the threshold, keep the Lannisters bottlenecked. Some responded, forming a ragged line that thrust out with spears or aimed arrows at the gap. But the Lannisters kept coming in a slow, grinding push, drawn by the promise of subduing outlaws or capturing valuable hostages. One soldier, face half hidden by his visor, locked eyes with Robb as if suspecting something about this tall young leader, as though there was something familiar in his stance. Robb felt a spark of desperation. Perhaps they needed a more decisive strike. He raised his voice. "Push them out! Drive them into the storm!" He led by example, lunging toward the cluster of enemy soldiers near the door. He snow-swirling and made footing treacherous, but he advanced with sure-footed resolve. He saw a chance. One soldier was reloading a crossbow, back-turned. Robb leapt forward, slicing diagonally, knocking the crossbow aside. The soldier collapsed, shrieking, as the bolt fired wildly into the rafters. Another soldier came at Robb from the flank, sword raised. Robb spun, parried the blow. Their blades locked. The man snarled, "You fight too well for a hedge knight." "Who are you?" A question that Robb had no intention of answering. He slammed his pommel into the man's face, then kicked him backward into the pile of bodies near the doorway. The man sprawled in the snow, curses muffled by his battered helm. For an instant, the path to the outside flickered open. Robb glimpsed maybe half a dozen more men milling just beyond, some wounded, 2 or 3 still able to fight. The wind whipped their cloaks. He let out a fierce shout, slashing at the next soldier in line. The Stark men behind him seized the moment, forming a wedge that shoved the battered table forward again, clearing a space. In that moment of advantage, the battered Sellsword with the axe threw himself into the breach, swinging wildly. He hacked into a Lannister soldier's side, nearly toppling him. Another soldier thrust a spear into the Sellsword's gut. The Sellsword spat blood, but before collapsing, he seized the soldier's helmet and twisted, a final savage act. Both tumbled together, bleeding into the snow. Catelyn could hardly breathe. The air stank of blood and fear. Her ears rang from the clamor of steel. Another soldier climbed in through the window, but one of Robb's archers, bleeding from a leg wound, managed to fire a point-blank shot into the man's chest. The soldier lurched backward and vanished from sight. For a heartbeat, the only sounds were the panting of the wounded and the crackle of wind. Then Robb cried out, "Drive them back!" He stepped over bodies, crossing the threshold into the open. Two of his men followed, brandishing swords. The snowstorm hit them like a physical force, swirling flakes stinging their faces, half blinding them. But the Lannisters outside seemed disorganized. Their torches burned low in the wind. A few had retreated behind a cluster of dead or wounded comrades. The knight in the lion crest helm was bellowing, "Rally! We almost had them." Robb pivoted, slashing at a soldier who sprang forward with a spear. The spear point sliced across his left forearm, drawing blood, but he ignored the flare of pain and thrust under the man's guard, taking him in the abdomen. The soldier folded with a moan. Another lunged at Robb from behind, only to be tackled by the second Sellsword, who had followed them out, bleeding from a wound in his side. Catelyn, from within the tavern, saw Robb vanish into the swirling dark. Fear lanced through her. The men inside had stabilized the doorway with fallen beams. She pressed forward, but a wounded Stark man held out an arm to stop her. "My lady, the outside is—" She shook her head. "My son is out there." She gripped her short blade, stepping carefully over the wreckage. The stinging wind and snow assaulted her at once as she emerged. Torchlight flickered over half a dozen forms sprawled in the drifts, some moaning, some still. She glimpsed the lion-helmed knight crossing swords with Robb, the ring of steel bright in the storm. Robb had lost his cloak at some point, snow caught in his hair, blood matting one side of his tunic. The knight, taller by a head, battered at him with powerful overhead strikes. Robb gave ground, parrying. His breath misted the air. It was a fierce dance of swordplay, each blow ringing out. The wind snatched away their curses. Another soldier tried to close in from Robb's flank, but one of his men rushed to intercept, locking blades. Catelyn's heart seized. She had no illusions about matching that lion-helmed knight in skill, but she couldn't stand by. Gritting her teeth, she waded through the snow, circling behind the knight, searching for an opening. Robb feinted right, then slashed left, drawing a grunt from his opponent. But the knight recovered swiftly, smashing his hilt at Robb's face, staggering him. Robb half fell to one knee in the snow. The knight raised his blade to finish him. "No!" Catelyn cried, lunging forward. She thrust at the knight's back, but he wore a metal backplate that deflected her blade. He felt the impact, though, and spun around, eyes gleaming behind the visor. He swatted her aside with a backhand, sending her sprawling on the ground. The blow rattled her vision. She scrabbled in the snow, searching for her fallen blade. The knight turned back to Robb, raising his sword again. A desperate roar tore from Robb's throat. He swept his sword up in a wild arc. The knight, overconfident, was in mid-swing, leaving his left side partly open. Robb's blade smashed into his pauldron with a sickening crunch. Sparks flew. The knight staggered, momentarily off balance. Robb pressed in, hacking once, twice, biting through metal. The knight tried to shield himself, but Robb's final stroke hammered into the side of his helmet. The golden lion crest split, and the knight collapsed into the snow, unmoving. Robb stood over him, breathing raggedly. Catelyn crawled to her feet, shaken. Robb turned, eyes searching, until he saw her. "Mother!" he gasped, half panting. Blood trickled from a cut on his brow. He reached out to help her up. She clutched his arm. "Are you hurt?" He grimaced. "A few cuts. Nothing mortal." He steadied her. The snow stung their faces, and the swirling gloom revealed bodies scattered around them. Of the Lannister patrol, only 2 or 3 were still on their feet, and those men were staggering away, disappearing into the white fury of the storm. The rest lay dead or dying. A small group of the tavern's defenders, Robb's men, plus 1 wounded Sellsword, stood near the doorway, panting, weapons raised in case any soldier returned. None did. Robb exhaled, forcing the bitter wind from his lungs. We've won. Catelyn scanned the bodies, counting. The toll on their own side was grim. Several of Robb's men were down, including at least 1 archer and the Sellsword with the axe. She forced herself to remain calm. "We should get the wounded inside," she said. "The storm will finish them if their wounds don't." Some of the men agreed with weary nods. Despite the savage fight, they couldn't let their own people freeze. One of the battered travelers emerged from the tavern, arms wrapped around himself. "Is it over?" he asked shakily. "Gods, what a horror! Help carry the wounded," Robb commanded. "And keep an eye on any Lannister men who still breathe." Catelyn moved to the nearest fallen Stark man. He was conscious but had a nasty spear wound in his side. She beckoned 2 travelers to lift him carefully. Their breath plumed in the night. Beyond, a few Lannister soldiers moaned in the snow, one pinned under a corpse, another crawling. One of Robb's men approached them warily, sword at the ready. Catelyn was torn. They had limited supplies to tend even their own wounded. Did they waste effort on the enemies who'd tried to kill them? But she could almost hear Ned's voice in her head. "Show mercy where you can." She squared her shoulders, remembering her husband's deep sense of honor. "If any yield, bind their wounds," she said. "We can't let them freeze if they surrender." Robb gave her a look, pained but understanding. They were no butchers. The swirl of the gale made every task difficult, but eventually they dragged the wounded inside. The Lannisters who remained alive, only 2 were disarmed, bound at the wrists with rope cut from the stable. One was missing half an ear and bled heavily from his leg. The other spat curses at them until the Sellsword pressed a dagger to his throat, shutting him up. Inside, the carnage was worse than Catelyn wanted to see. Blood smeared the floorboards, broken furniture was strewn about, and the battered shutters let in a constant draft of biting air. The survivors tried to reorganize, tending to the wounded as best they could with limited bandages and herbs. One of the older refugees had some skill with stitching wounds. She set about stabilizing the men who needed immediate help, ignoring the Lannister moans. Robb sank onto a splintered bench, arm trembling from the cut near his shoulder, his breathing ragged. Catelyn knelt beside him. "Let me see." She helped him ease off his cloak. The slash on his forearm was deep and still bleeding. Another across his shoulder was more superficial. She pressed a clean cloth to the wound, wincing at his sharp intake of breath. "I'll manage," he murmured, trying to sound stronger than he looked. "We'll bind it anyway," she insisted. She found the leftover bandages in a half-ransacked chest near the hearth. The battered travelers, the 2 children from the mill, and the older refugees hovered, wide-eyed, trying to help in small ways. The Sellsword who remained alive was slumped against the wall, arms crossed over a wound in his side. One of Robb's men gave him a drink from a canteen. A few more of the survivors lay on the floor, groaning. 3 or 4 had died outright. After a time, the immediate panic subsided, leaving only ragged breathing and occasional cries of pain. The wind still shrieked beyond the ruined door, but the bodies of the fallen and the makeshift barricade blocked some of the gale. Lantern light revealed the haunted expressions of those who remained. Robb looked around as if counting the dead, then meeting his mother's eyes. "We can't stay here long," he said. "More Lannister patrols may come searching for them. Or the storm might trap us anyway." Catelyn nodded wearily. "We should see if any horses survived outside. We can't take all these people with us if they can't ride. But we might find a safer place to wait out the storm. This tavern is too exposed." One of Robb's men, a grizzled fellow named Jorek, limped over. "I checked the stable. 2 of our horses are badly wounded, might not make it. The Lannisters had maybe 5 or 6. Most ran off in the fighting. One horse lies dead in the snow, and we found 2 still tethered, scared but alive." "Gather them," Robb said. "Make sure we feed and calm them." If we can get out of here come morning, we'll do it. Catelyn placed a gentle hand on Robb's good shoulder. Rest now. We'll see to the rest of it. He exhaled a shaky breath, nodding. The others formed a perimeter, though with the windows broken and the door in splinters, the tavern was little more than a wind-blown ruin. The moaning of the wounded drifted through the gloom. A sour smell of blood hung in the air, making a few of the surviving travelers retch into corners. Time crawled. They tried to stoke the fire in the hearth, piling scraps of wood from broken tables, but the flames sputtered with dampness. Eventually, they coaxed a small blaze. The old woman used hot water to clean some wounds. She beckoned the older refugees to assist, ignoring the quivering fear in their eyes. The gloom pressed in from all sides. Robb drifted, half-dozing from pain and exhaustion, while Catelyn methodically checked on each of the men who had fought for them. Some had nasty cuts that needed stitching. She recalled how her mother once told her that war was men's business, but here she was, in the thick of it, hands shaking as she tried to press a cloth against a gash on one man's chest. Another of her illusions from her youth had died, that a lady could remain apart from the brutality. War had forced them all to face harsh truths. In the far corner, near the hearth, the two bound Lannister survivors lay, wrists tied behind their backs. One looked delirious from blood loss, the other glowered silently. Periodically, one of Robb's men would check to be sure their ropes were secure. Catelyn heard the conscious one muttering curses about stark dogs and treason. She wondered if the man suspected who Robb truly was. Likely he had gleaned enough from Robb's skill and bearing to guess that this was no common cell's word. Night wore on. The storm continued to rage. Outside, the wind shrieked in the eaves, piling snowdrifts. The battered band dozed in short spells, always with at least 2 watchers posted. Catelyn couldn't quite sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she pictured Arya out there, battered by the same storm, no roof to shield her. Was she huddling in some ruin? Or was she near the Vale, crossing mountains? The frustration and worry knotted her stomach. Their quest seemed hopeless, especially now that they were pinned down and half their men were wounded or dead. She must have dozed at some point, because when she blinked again, a faint gray light glimmered through the ruined windows. Dawn had arrived, sullen and cold. She stirred, stiff and aching from where she had slumped against the wall. Robb was awake, gaze distant as though he, too, had been lost in grim thoughts. The interior of the tavern looked even more wretched in daylight. A mass of red snow, broken timbers, stiffening bodies. The old woman was poking the hearth, coaxing a few remaining embers to life. One of Robb's men surveyed the group, then addressed him. "My lord." He stopped, biting his lip. They were trying not to call Robb "my lord" in front of the Lannister prisoners or the refugees, but the word slipped out. The soldier corrected himself. "Sire, we best see if the storm's calmed enough to move on." Robb rose, ignoring the pain in his arm, and sighed. He wore a new bandage that stained dark with half-dried blood. "Let's have a look." Before he could take more than a few steps, the conscious Lannister prisoner let out a bitter laugh. "My lord, is it? I knew it. You're too fine a warrior to be a mere hedge knight." He cast an accusatory glare. "Which lord did we catch a glimpse of? Stark? Tully?" Robb turned, face tight. "You'd best be quiet," he said softly. The prisoner spat on the floor. "Treasonous dogs. If I live to see King Joffrey, I'll tell him I found the wolf's whelp cowering in a tavern." One of the Stark soldiers backhanded the man, splitting his lip. Catelyn quickly intervened. "Stop it. Let him talk. He won't be living to see King Joffrey if he doesn't cooperate." She stared at the prisoner. "You attacked us. Consider yourself fortunate we haven't left you to freeze." The soldier gave a sardonic laugh despite the blow. "I'd call it misfortune to be in your hands. Kill me or I'll see you hanged." Robb frowned. "We'll decide that when the time comes." The man snorted, then pointed with his chin at the other Lannister soldier, the one who lay pale and barely breathing. "He's done for anyway. Don't waste bandages on him." He cursed his last night. No one responded. Robb motioned to the soldier who had tried to hush the prisoner. "Keep an eye on them. If he tries anything, tie his feet as well." Then he and Jorah moved toward the doorway. The partial barricade was crusted with ice. They pushed aside some broken boards and stepped out into the morning. Catelyn followed with caution. Daylight revealed a scene of devastation, bodies half buried in drifts, red smears where blood had melted the snow, scattered weapons. The wind still blew, but not as fiercely as the night before. The sky remained iron-gray, promising more snow soon. The cold stung Catelyn's cheeks as she surveyed the battered clearing around the tavern. In the stable yard, they found a few of their surviving horses, shivering but alive. 2 from the Lannister patrol huddled at the far side, nostrils flaring. They'd have to see which animals were fit to ride. Robb ran a hand along one of the Stark horses, speaking in a low tone to soothe it. Despite everything, the horse recognized him, pressing its muzzle against his hand. Jorek, who had a limp from a glancing spear wound, began checking the saddles. Catelyn heard something behind them. One of the travelers, an older man who had lost his family in the war, stepped out. He looked around, breathing shallowly as he took in the ruin. "So many dead," he muttered. "What do we do now?" She glanced at Robb. The plan was uncertain. They had intended to keep moving in search of Arya, but this fight had cost them dearly. Their numbers were halved, many wounded. More Lannister patrols could roam the roads. The travelers only wanted safety. She felt the weight of it pressing down. Robb inhaled, clouding the air with steam. "We'll see if we can leave. There's a holdfast about half a day's ride from here, last I recall, near the southwestern road. If the storm doesn't worsen, we might reach it by nightfall. We can bury the dead, ours and theirs, before we go if time permits." Jorek nodded. "Or at least drag them aside. Let them freeze. That's mercy enough." He cast a glance at the battered shapes in the snow. Catelyn hesitated, a flicker of old courtesies dancing in her mind. The North remembered its dead with more dignity, but here, time and circumstances might not allow for proper burials. Still, she despised leaving them to scavengers. She sighed softly. "We'll do what we can in the short time we have." They spent the next few hours in grim work. Some of the travelers refused to help, too shell-shocked. Others assisted with quiet determination, dragging bodies away from the tavern walls into a nearby clearing. Catelyn tried not to look too closely at each face. Some were men from the Lannister patrol, others were men who had fought for Robb. All equally dead. The swirling wind seemed to carry the stench of blood. Meanwhile, the Sellsword who had survived moved stiffly, still pressing a hand to the bandage on his ribs. He muttered that, if they didn't get out of these cursed lands soon, more Lannisters would show. Inside, the old woman and a handful of others tended to the wounded. 2 of Robb's men were stable enough to ride, though not fight. Another was unconscious, unlikely to survive. The only question was whether to leave him behind with the old woman or attempt to carry him on a litter. Robb decided to try the litter. "He might yet live if we find a proper maester," he said, though the chances seemed slim. By midday, they had cleared the bodies, salvaged a few weapons, and prepared the horses. The storm had paused, leaving an ominous hush. The 2 Lannister prisoners were forced to walk, tied with ropes, if they wanted to come along. The more defiant one refused at first, but eventually gave in when he realized being left behind meant a slow death. The second prisoner had died of his wounds that morning, so they left him among the dead. The battered refugees, 8 in all, including the 2 children from the mill, agreed to travel with Robb's group in hopes of finding a safer haven. Around midday, they set off. The pain in Robb's arm was a constant throb, but he forced himself to ignore it. Jorek led the column, scanning the path for hazards. Catelyn rode near her son, vigilantly observing the travelers behind them. The wind had scoured the fresh snow into drifts, making the going slow and treacherous. They moved in single file. Now and then, Catelyn's gaze drifted to the bound Lannister prisoner who trudged between 2 Stark men, sullen and silent, head lowered against the cold. The miles wore on, the sky never brightening beyond a sullen gray. At times, the path vanished into open tracts of frozen land, forcing Jorek to guess the direction based on the sun's position. The half-day journey stretched. They paused only to let the wounded rest. The unconscious Stark soldier was carried on a travois made of broken tavern planks, pulled by 2 men. His shallow breathing was a reminder that time was short if they hoped to save him. Late in the afternoon, they reached a fork in what seemed to be an old logging road. Robb dismounted to inspect tracks. Something about the churned snow worried him. He beckoned Catelyn and Jorek. "Hoofprints," he said quietly. "At least a dozen, maybe more, heading northeast. Could be another patrol. Could be bandits." Jorek knelt, wincing at his leg. Not fresh. A day old, maybe more, but not older than that. Catelyn felt her chest tighten. Another danger, perhaps? They needed a place to shelter before nightfall, or they risked stumbling into yet another conflict. Let's keep going, she said. This holdfast you mentioned, will it still be manned? It was last I heard, Robb answered, swinging back into the saddle. But that was months ago. Things might have changed with all the raids. If we find it empty, we'll have to hole up anyway. Any roof is better than none in this storm. They pressed on, the weary horses plodding, the travelers stumbling. Darkness began to creep in again. The temperature sank. Catelyn's hands felt numb despite her gloves. She caught glimpses of the two children from the mill, hunched on a shared horse, cheeks red with cold. The older refugees likewise looked half-frozen. She gritted her teeth. If Arya was enduring conditions like these, how could she possibly survive? She recalled her daughter's ferocity, the way Arya had refused to be a proper lady. That same tenacity might keep her alive. Catelyn clung to that hope. At last, in the deepening twilight, they spotted shapes on a ridge, a wooden palisade partially collapsed. Beyond it rose the outline of a small stone tower. The holdfast. There was no sign of life. No torches, no smoke. Robb urged the group forward. The path wound around the hillside to a narrow gate. Snow had drifted high along the walls, so the gate was half buried. By the dim light, they saw that the palisade had been damaged as if by fire or siege. The gate hung askew, large sections charred. Clearly, some violence had occurred here. Robb signaled for caution. We approach quietly. If there are squatters inside, we need to know before we barge in. He dismounted, drawing his sword. Jorah and another guard followed. Together, they crept through the half-open gate. Catelyn remained with the main group, her eyes scanning the ridges for hidden watchers. The wind rustled overhead. No voices, no glow of lanterns. After a few minutes, Robb called out softly, "It's clear." No sign of anyone. Relieved, Catelyn led the others in. Inside, they found a courtyard knee-deep in snow with a stable leaning precariously, its roof half gone. The tower was a squat structure of 3 levels, battered at one corner where the stones had partially collapsed. Darkness pressed in from all sides. A sense of abandonment weighed on the place, as though it had seen horrors of war and been left to rot. But it was shelter of a sort. They led the horses into the stable, clearing debris so the animals could huddle under what remained of the roof. The travelers looked around with hunched shoulders, some fearful that ghosts might lurk. The Lannister prisoner scowled, muttering curses. The unconscious Stark soldier on the travois was carried near the tower entrance. Robb tested the door and found it had been forced at some point, the lock broken. Inside was pitch dark. Jorah struck flint to a torch. The flames revealed a narrow entry hall with steps leading up. Broken furniture and scattered refuse littered the floor, and an old, musty odor wafted from within. They explored cautiously. The ground level had a small hall with a fireplace. Above, a narrow stair led to what might have been a barracks room, also empty. The top level was cramped, its windows covered with shutters that banged in the wind. A half-collapsed roof led in snow. No trace of living inhabitants. Clearly, the holdfast's defenders had either fled or died long ago. It's not ideal, Robb murmured, gazing around the ground floor hall, but it's better than open ground. We can build a fire here. Catelyn ran a hand over a dusty table. We'll manage for the night. Tomorrow, we can decide our next move. She felt a bone-deep weariness. Her entire body ached. So they settled in. Some men built a fire in the hearth, sweeping away debris to reduce the risk of smoke. Others scrounged any salvageable wood from broken chairs or beams. The travelers claimed corners along the walls, wrapping themselves in blankets. The Lannister prisoner was tied to a post, scowling at everyone in silence. Now and then he muttered that he had a right to a fair trial. None of the Starks entertained him. They tried to make the unconscious soldier comfortable near the fire. He breathed shallowly, sweat beading his brow despite the cold. The old woman offered what little remedies she had, hot water, a rag moistened with mild herbs. The soldier remained unresponsive. Catelyn gazed at him with sadness, wishing they had Maester Luwin's skill or even the skill of a traveling maester. But in the war-ravaged Riverlands, no help was near. Robb huddled near the fire, gingerly removing his arm bandage to check the wound. Blood had crusted around the edges and the gash looked angry. Catelyn hissed in sympathy. "You need poultice and stitching," she said. He gave a forced smile. "We'll do what we can. I've survived worse." But his face betrayed pain. He turned to one of the men. "Is there any clean cloth left?" They found a scrap of linen among the travelers, and the old woman used hot water to rinse the gash. Robb winced, but let her do it. Then she wrapped it with a fresher bandage. "Keep it clean," she muttered. Or that arm will rot. You're too young to lose it. He nodded in thanks, leaning back against a fallen beam. Catelyn settled beside him, exhaustion weighing on her. You should eat, she said softly. Your body needs strength. One of the travelers offered them a bit of broth they'd managed to heat. It was thin and tasted of old carrots and brackish water, but it was warmth on the tongue. Robb forced it down, though Catelyn saw the pain in his eyes. She sipped her own portion, ignoring how her stomach churned from stress and worry. Night fell again, and the tower stood against the howling wind, more stable than the tavern but still battered by the storm. A few of Robb's men stood watch at the gate, though they had few illusions about repelling a large force if one arrived. The place was half-burned, with gaping holes in the palisade. Yet the chance of more soldiers stumbling on them in such a remote spot was lower. Or so they hoped. When the fire burned low, Catelyn dozed, head resting on Robb's good shoulder. The half-sleep that claimed her was riddled with anxious dreams, images of Arya in the snow, men in lion helms chasing them, the swirling of dire wolf banners drenched in blood. At one point, she roused to find the old woman shaking her gently. My lady, she whispered. I fear the wounded soldier is near his end. Would you see him? Catelyn's stomach clenched. She exchanged a glance with Robb, who stirred, eyes heavy-lidded. Slowly, they rose and made their way over to where the soldier lay on a pallet near the fire. He was young, too young, really maybe no more than 20, with hair that might have been sandy if it weren't so matted with sweat and dried blood. His face was ghastly pale in the flickering glow. His breathing came in rattling bursts, each shallower than the last. Robb knelt beside him, placing a hand on the man's forehead. The skin was clammy. Otter, can you hear me? The soldier's nickname came from some jest about swimming a river months ago. But the man's eyes barely opened. He managed a faint, strangled moan. Catelyn rested a hand on Robb's shoulder, sorrow filling her chest. There was so little they could do. After a few moments, the soldier's breath slowed, then stopped altogether. The old woman closed his eyes, murmuring a half-remembered prayer to the seven. Robb bent his head, grief etched across his features. Another good man lost for a cause that felt half-ended, half-begun. Catelyn pressed Robb's arm gently, tears stinging her eyes, though she had shed so many tears these past moons that they came slowly. They covered the body with a torn cloak, lacking a proper shroud. The old woman shook her head, sadness in every line of her face. Then she left them to their grief. Catelyn remained kneeling beside the dead soldier for a long moment, praying silently that the old gods would guide him. She glanced at Robb. We've lost so many, she said in a hushed voice. And for what? Robb's throat moved. For father, for Sansa, for the North, for Arya. Every time we fight, I wonder if it's the only way. But the Lannisters force our hand. She nodded, eyes closing briefly. We'll bury him in the courtyard in the morning if we can. Or at least give him a cairn. He deserves that much. At last, they rose and drifted back to the fire, wrapping themselves in blankets. Robb sank into an exhausted slumber, and eventually Catelyn followed. Outside, the wind blew ceaselessly, as though lamenting the realm's miseries. When dawn came again, the storm had lessened. The courtyard lay under a fresh blanket of snow. A few battered crows hopped around the half-buried bodies. Robb, pale and haggard, organized a small burial detail. They found a patch of ground near the wall where the snowdrift was not too deep, and with the help of shovels left in a shed, they managed a shallow grave. Catelyn watched from under the hood of her cloak, arms folded against the cold. Jorah read a brief prayer to the old gods, then stepped back, silent. The soldier's body was laid to rest. If the ground froze harder, even that small mercy would be impossible. Afterward, the group convened in the tower's ground floor to discuss next steps. The Sellsword, face drawn, spoke first. We can't linger. More lions might be out there. I say we head for the next largest town, whichever that is. If we keep wandering these hills, we'll die. One of Robb's men, leaning on a makeshift crutch, grunted in agreement. I'd rather chance the roads. At least we can outrun pursuit on horseback if we're lucky. Robb looked to Catelyn. She saw the lines of worry on his face. She knew continuing to search for Arya in this condition was madness. Their men were wounded, their supplies low, and they were deep in uncertain territory. The rational choice was to return north, or at least to Riverrun, to recover. Yet her heart ached at the thought of leaving Arya behind. She weighed the question in her mind, press on or turn back. She remembered her vow to Ned, to do everything possible to find their missing daughter. But Ned would not want them both to die in the attempt. Their losses in the last battle had shown how precarious their position was. Perhaps they could regroup, gather strength, send out fresh scouting parties with more men. As much as it pained her, she saw no alternative. Looking at Robb, she could tell he too saw the impossible risk of continuing blindly south or east. She steeled herself and spoke softly, mindful of the watchers who might not know their identities. "We go to Riverrun, my family seat. It's not far if we find the right roads. We can see if Uncle Brynden has any word. We can recover from these wounds, gather supplies, and plan anew for Arya." Robb exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. "Agreed. We'll guide the refugees there as well if they wish. Riverrun is better defended than these hills. Once we're safe, we'll send out more search parties if possible." None of the travelers opposed the plan. Most had no direction anyway. Better to trust a Tully, though they did not realize just how highborn Catelyn was, than wander aimlessly. So it was decided. They made what preparations they could, feeding the horses from a scant supply of fodder found in a storage shed. Then they set out from the holdfast as soon as the sun rose high enough to light the road. The Lannister prisoner marched in sullen silence, still bound. A few men argued that they should kill him to avoid trouble, but Robb refused. "He might be of value if we meet more Lannisters. Or we can ransom him later." Catelyn suspected it was also Robb's sense of honor. They moved slowly. The group was pitiful to behold: wounded soldiers, frightened refugees, meager horses. Catelyn rode close to Robb, scanning the snowy landscape for any sign of patrols or outlaws. The road to Riverrun cut across the Riverlands, but in these conditions it might take far longer than usual. At best, they might reach the outskirts in several days if the weather held. As they pressed on, the clouds parted sporadically, letting through watery sunlight. The land around them was eerily quiet, blanketed in white. Now and then they found old footprints or wagon ruts, but no travelers. The deeper they went, the more signs of devastation they encountered: burned farmsteads, abandoned hamlets, fields with fences smashed. This was the cost of the war that had flared up when Joffrey took the throne and Ned was imprisoned. Though Ned was rescued, the realm still bled. They camped each night in whatever shelter they could find: a hollow under a rocky outcrop, the lee side of a ruined barn. Each time, they posted guards, mindful that roving soldiers or bandits could appear. The Lannister prisoner was watched closely. He remained bitterly silent except for occasional gripes about the cold. The cell's word, wounded though he was, stuck with them. Perhaps he trusted his best chance lay in numbers. On the third day of their journey, they found an iced-over stretch of the Red Fork. The crossing was treacherous, the ice not thick enough to bear the weight of the horses in one spot, so they walked them across in single file, scattering to minimize the load. Catelyn's heart pounded each time a hoof cracked the ice beneath. But with careful steps, they made it over to the far bank. Robb grimaced, remembering that the last time he crossed the Trident in force, it was to capture Joffrey. How different things were now. That evening, they came upon an old hunting lodge, mostly intact. The door hung open, snow drifting inside, but the roof held. A stable out back sheltered 3 rotting carcasses of deer. Something had killed them, possibly wolves, though it was hard to say if they'd been men or beasts. The lodge contained a few ragged furs. Robb's men cleared out old debris and they built a fire in the main room. It was a quiet night, though the wind rattled the timbers. Everyone was too exhausted to talk much. Catelyn found Robb sitting alone in a corner, rubbing at his wounded arm. She approached, kneeling beside him. "How is it?" she asked softly. He shook his head. "It hurts, but the bleeding stopped. I worry about infection." He glanced at her with a faint attempt at a smile. "There's a sting, a heat in the wound. The old woman's herbs might help, but we need a real maester soon." She touched his shoulder gently, mindful of the pain. "Riverrun is not far now. 2 or 3 days if the roads hold." She prayed that was true. He hesitated, then murmured, "Mother, do you think Arya could have come this way? Every mile we travel, I look for signs. But we see only ruin." She sighed, brushing a stray hair from her face. "I don't know. She might be anywhere by now. Perhaps she's found some group that's traveling south, or she's hiding in a village. Or even heading north on her own. I can only hope the gods keep her safe." He let out a shaky breath. "I feel I failed her. I promised to protect my siblings." Catelyn rubbed his good arm reassuringly. "You were across half the realm, raising an army to save your father. You couldn't have done more. If Arya is half as stubborn as we know, she'll survive. And we'll keep searching." Robb nodded, though the self-reproach lingered in his eyes. She understood that weight. They had lost so much. But at least they had Ned and Sansa safe in Winterfell. She clung to that small mercy. They moved on again at first light. The Lannister prisoner complained of an empty belly, but they barely had enough rations to feed their own. They gave him scraps of hard bread, ignoring his glare. The travelers trudged on through crisp snow. The sky threatened more storms, but for the moment the weather held at a dull overcast. Around midday, as they wound along the remains of a country lane, Jorah halted at the crest of a small rise. "Riders ahead," he murmured. Everyone tensed, a cold flush of fear. Catelyn and Robb spurred their horses carefully forward to see. Indeed, in the distance, a line of riders was moving perpendicular to them, heading west, maybe a dozen strong. They wore no obvious banners from this distance, but glints of metal suggested they were armed. Everyone waited, hearts pounding. If this was a Lannister patrol, they might be outmatched. If it was a band of brigands, the risk was no less dire. The riders, perhaps spotting them too, paused. For a moment, the two groups stared across the open snow. Robb made a quick decision. "We find cover behind that copse," he said, pointing to a stand of leafless trees. They guided the refugees in, hoping to be hidden among the trunks. The riders in the distance slowly resumed movement. Minutes passed like hours. The traveling party watched from behind the trees as the riders drew nearer. Would they pass by or come investigate? At last, the group angled away, cresting another ridge and disappearing. Only then did Robb's men exhale. The tension ebbed. They pressed on, continuing their path with anxious caution. Each time the land opened up, they scanned for signs of cavalry or foot soldiers. Mercifully, they saw no more that day. As dusk fell, they found a shallow cave beside a rocky hill. It was just large enough for a few people to shelter. The rest pitched makeshift tents among the boulders. The temperature dropped sharply. Catelyn noticed the Lannister prisoner shivering uncontrollably, so she tossed him a thin blanket. He grunted in grudging gratitude. When darkness fell, the watchers again took turns. Robb managed to sleep a few hours despite the throbbing in his arm. Catelyn, huddled near a small fire, stared at the embers, half lost in memories. She thought of Ned in Winterfell, convalescing from his own injuries, undoubtedly worried for her and Robb. She prayed he'd understand why they had to turn back. She prayed for another chance to find Arya in better times. On the following day, the gloom lifted slightly, revealing a watery sun that glinted on the snow. They made decent progress, crossing half-frozen streams and skirting burnt farms. Near midday, they finally spotted a weathered signpost that read, "Riverrun, 20 leagues." Relief flooded them, though 20 leagues in these conditions might still be days of travel. At least they had a bearing. They moved faster, hearts buoyed by the promise of Lord Hoster Tully's protection. 2 days later, they crested a hill and saw the red fork of the Trident winding below, not fully iced over, but partially choked with floes. Beyond it, in the distance, rose the towers of Riverrun, perched at the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone. Catelyn felt tears prick her eyes. Home. Even from a distance, she could see the proud banners of House Tully, a small comfort in the winter landscape. As they drew closer, they found the roads more traveled, though not by large armies, mostly peasants hauling meager loads or riders in Tully livery patrolling. One such patrol spotted them, approaching with caution. When they recognized Catelyn Tully, sister to Edmure, they bowed, relief and surprise warring on their faces. The guard captain stepped forward. "My lady, we feared why. Oh, you lost. Lord Edmure has been worried. Who are these people with you?" She introduced Robb simply as a northern companion, though the captain gave him a curious look. The rest of the group were refugees in need of shelter. The captain quickly agreed to escort them to Riverrun, explaining that the castle was dealing with a stream of displaced smallfolk. There had been more than a few skirmishes in the region. "The Lannisters keep testing our defenses," the man said. "But we hold firm." Robb said nothing, but Catelyn saw the relief in his eyes at the mention of Tully forces. Soon they marched under that guard's banner, crossing a sturdy bridge over the Red Fork. The sound of flowing water beneath them was strangely comforting after so many days of silent snow. The closer they came to Riverrun's gates, the stronger Catelyn's sense of homecoming and sorrow. She had left her father ill in bed, and who knew how he fared now? The gatehouse loomed, the portcullis raised. Soldiers in Tully colors welcomed them. A few recognized Catelyn, bowing with eager deference. She quickly insisted on seeing Edmure or Brynden Tully. One guard ran ahead to fetch them. The refugees were ushered into an outer courtyard. They gazed around in awe at the castle's high walls and the Tully fish banners flapping in the chill breeze. The courtyard bustled with Tully men-at-arms, stable hands, and blacksmiths. Men with bandaged arms or legs limped about, evidence of recent battles. Robb dismounted slowly, biting back a groan. His arm had grown worse, the wound hot and red. Catelyn could see lines of pain etched in his face. She beckoned a stable boy to take the horse, then helped Robb remain steady. Jorek and the other wounded soldiers looked equally weary. The Sellsword leaned on his sword hilt, eyes scanning for threats even here. The bound Lannister prisoner was quickly pulled aside by Tully guards, who gave him suspicious glares. A flurry of voices rose from the keep doors. Then Edmure Tully emerged, stepping into the courtyard, cloak swirling. He looked older than Catelyn remembered, tension deepening the lines on his brow. But when he saw his sister, relief swept his features. "Cat!" he exclaimed, striding forward, arms out. She embraced him, tears brimming. "Edmure, I'm sorry I worried you." "You're alive," he said, letting out a shaky laugh. Then he drew back, noticing Robb, who stood close. "Is that—" He caught himself, brow furrowing. "Robb Stark, I presume?" Robb gave a short nod. "Lord Edmure, it's good to see you. We came from the Upper Trident searching for Arya. But the war has made everything so perilous." Edmure's face fell. "Still no sign of her? I had scouts checking the roads near Harrenhal, near the crossroads, in even a few near the Vale. But no luck." He clapped Robb's shoulder, then noticed the man's grimace. "You're wounded. Let's get you inside at once. We'll call the maester." Catelyn nodded in gratitude. "We also have these refugees. They helped us, or at least traveled with us. Is there room for them in the outer wards?" Edmure beckoned to a steward. "See them sheltered and fed. If we're full, open the storerooms. We cannot leave them outside." He scanned the courtyard, eyes lighting on the Lannister prisoner. "And that one? A leftover from a patrol that attacked us," Robb said, voice tight. "We kept him alive in case we had need of information." Edmure frowned. "We'll put him in a cell for now." He signaled guards. "But come, both of you must see Brynden and Father. Father's condition, it hasn't improved much. He's been asking for you, Cat." Catelyn's stomach tightened. She nodded, ignoring the exhaustion that threatened to drag her down. "Lead the way." So they climbed the steps into Riverrun's familiar corridors, warm torchlight illuminating worn stone. Servants bustled about. Edmure asked questions about Winterfell, about Ned's health, about the rumored chaos in King's Landing. They answered in halting phrases, too weary for details. Eventually, Edmure ushered them into a small solar where a hearty fire burned. Waiting there was Brynden Blackfish Tully, tall and lean, with a streak of gray in his dark hair. He had the same sharp eyes as ever. He greeted Catelyn with a soft smile, though worry lurked behind it. "So you've come back," Brynden said. "I was about to send more scouts searching for you. The snows make everything difficult." Catelyn hugged him. "It's a comfort to see you, Uncle. Is my father awake?" "He drifts. Some days he knows us, some days he does not. But you being here might help. He's been fretting about your absence." Edmure poured cups of mulled wine, pressing them into their hands. Catelyn drank gratefully, letting the warmth soothe her frayed nerves. Robb took a sip, then set the cup aside to grit his teeth when the pain in his arm flared. The Blackfish noticed. "You're wounded. Our maester can tend you better than the patchwork you have." "Yes, please," Catelyn said. "He fought so many times on this journey. The wound might be infected." Brynden nodded. "I'll summon him at once." He motioned to a steward who slipped out. Then he turned back to them. "So, you found no trace of Arya?" Robb shook his head, eyes shadowed. "Not enough to lead us to her, just rumors. We had to turn back after a Lannister patrol nearly killed us." Brendan's lips pressed thin. "I'm sorry. I have men scattered across the Riverlands listening for any mention of a girl matching her description. We'll keep at it." One rumor suggested she might have been with Beric Dondarrion's outlaws, but they're elusive. Hard to find unless they want to be found. Catelyn's shoulders slumped. "Yes, we heard that as well. Perhaps she's left them by now. We can only guess." Edmure sighed. "The war isn't going any better if that's any consolation." Tywin Lannister remains at Harrenhal with a strong force, though he's sending raiding parties across the Trident. "We've beaten them back time and again, but the cost is high. Our fields are burned, the small folk scattered. Winter is at our door, and the lion still roars." Robb met Edmure's gaze. "I'm sorry, Lord Edmure. I know we've contributed to the war's start, but we had little choice after King Joffrey threatened to kill my father. I only wish there were an easy truce." Edmure placed a hand on Robb's uninjured arm. "I know. My father refused to bow to the Lannisters after their vile acts. We tell us stand with House Stark. That won't change, no matter how dire things get." Brendan's mouth quirked. "Speaking of House Stark, how fares Lord Eddard? Last we heard, he was recovering in Winterfell." Catelyn nodded. "He's better, though still regaining his strength. The dungeons in King's Landing took a toll on him. Sansa is there as well, under our protection. The Blackfish gave a curt nod. Good. We've worried for Ned's safety for too long. A rap on the door interrupted them. The steward entered, followed by Maester Vyman, a lanky man with a gentle demeanor. He bowed quickly to Edmure. My lords, my lady, I was summoned for a wounded man? Robb rose, biting his lip against the pain. I'm the one. He pulled aside the cloak, showing the bandaged arm. Blood had seeped through in spots. Vyman gestured to a seat by the fire. Sit. Let me see. He unwrapped the old bandage carefully, revealing the angry gash. Robb winced. The area around the cut was swollen, pinkish red, with yellowish fluid oozing near the edges. Vyman's expression turned grave. We'll need to clean this thoroughly and apply a poultice. It looks infected. You're fortunate it's not worse. Catelyn hovered with worry as Vyman requested hot water, wine, and certain herbs. Servants hurried to comply. Brynden placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, murmuring, he's in good hands. Vyman's an able maester. She nodded gratefully, though her chest still felt tight. After seeing so many men die from infected wounds, she knew the danger. She sank into a nearby chair as Vyman began cleaning the wound with wine-soaked cloths, then carefully applied a paste that stung enough to make Robb suck in a sharp breath. Vyman bound the arm with fresh linen. Rest it, keep it dry, and I'll check it daily, he said. If the fever doesn't subside, we'll need stronger measures. Robb managed a tired smile. Thank you, Maester. Catelyn exhaled slowly, feeling some measure of relief. Then she turned to Edmure. Will you take me to father now? Edmure's face softened. Of course. He's in his solar upstairs where the light is best. The Maester visits him daily, but there's little to be done. Age and worry weigh heavily on him. Catelyn rose, gathering her cloak around her. She paused by Robb. Will you be all right? He nodded, though exhaustion lined his face. Yes. Go see him. I'll rest here. Then perhaps speak to Uncle Brynden about the state of the Riverlands. Brynden gave them each a nod. I'll find you after you've had a moment with your father. So Edmure led Catelyn through the corridors to a tower room overlooking the rivers. The hallway was quieter here, the castle's bustle muted. 2 guards stood outside the door. Inside, the chamber smelled of medicine and faint incense. An old man lay in a tall-backed chair by the window, a blanket across his legs. His breathing sounded labored. Catelyn's heart gave a painful lurch. Lord Hoster Tully, once vigorous and wise, now looked frail as parchment. His hair was whiter, his cheeks hollow. He stirred as they approached, blinking watery eyes. Edmure murmured, Father, Cat has come. The old man's gaze drifted for a moment, then found Catelyn's face. A spark of recognition lit his eyes. He tried to speak, but only managed a rasping whisper. She knelt by him, taking his thin hand. Father, I'm here, she said softly, tears gathering. Hoster Tully's lips moved. After a moment, she could make out a faint question, Arya? It cut through her. She closed her eyes briefly. I haven't found her yet, she admitted. But Ned is safe, Sansa is safe, and Robb is here in Riverrun. We're all together, except for Arya. His face twitched. She saw confusion, sorrow. Finally, he rasped, Your mother, she'd be proud. Then he lapsed into a weary sigh, eyes drifting shut. Catelyn squeezed his hand gently, mindful of his fragility. Father, rest now. I'll stay by you for a while. He nodded faintly, slipping back into a half-doze. Edmure stood behind her, hands folded in sorrow. For a time, Catelyn remained kneeling, listening to the slow rasp of Lord Hoster's breath, remembering childhood days in this very castle. How quickly life had changed. War had scattered their family, stolen so many. She yearned for simpler times. Eventually, Edmure touched her shoulder. Let him sleep, he whispered. We can come back later. The best thing for him is quiet. She rose, swallowing against the lump in her throat. They left quietly, the door shutting on Lord Hoster's shallow breathing. In the hallway, Edmure gave her a supportive embrace. He was better a few weeks ago, alert enough to ask about you, about the war. But each time he hears of the battles, I fear it wears him down. Catelyn nodded. We'll keep the news from him, if we can. Let him find some measure of peace. They walked together back toward the solar. Edmure described the latest skirmishes, how Tywin Lannister's men seemed to be testing the defenses at various fords. Brynden tried to coordinate with other river lords, but many had suffered heavy losses or were reluctant to send more men out of their own lands. They're waiting for spring, hoping the snows will hamper Tywin, Edmure said. But Tywin's no fool. He might strike before the thaw if he sees weakness. When they rejoined Robb, he had settled in a chair by the fire, looking pale but determined. Brynden sat across from him. They appeared to be studying a map of the Riverlands. Robb glanced up. We were discussing strategy. The Riverlords are pinned, but so is Tywin in Harrenhal. The way I see it, we can hold firm, but if King's Landing sends more men in the spring. Brynden drummed his fingers on the map. We might be overrun unless we form new alliances or have fresh support from the north. Or if the realm's focus turns to the Baratheons. Stannis and Renly continue their claims, though rumor has it they've had skirmishes of their own. Robb sighed. I'd like nothing more than to return north, but my father would want me to ensure the Riverlands aren't left defenseless. And truly, the Lannisters might march on Winterfell if given free rein here. We have to coordinate. Catelyn sank onto a bench. If Ned were here, he'd counsel caution. We can't wage open war again, not with our numbers so depleted. But we also can't allow Tywin to rampage. Edmure rubbed his temples. The best we can do is remain vigilant, fortify, and hope Renly or Stannis draws the Lannisters' full attention. We're all playing a game of waiting right now. They discussed it for some time, though nothing conclusive emerged. The realm was in disarray, with Joffrey's rule contested on multiple fronts. So long as the Southern War wore on, Tywin might not commit fully to subjugating the Riverlands. They might endure. At length, Catelyn insisted Robb rest. He was pale, and the maester wanted to check his fever later. They parted ways, Edmure returning to his duties, Brynden to the courtyard. Catelyn helped Robb to a guest chamber near the keep center, where a bed stood with thick blankets. He sank onto it gratefully. She pulled a blanket up over him, recalling when he was just a boy she tucked in at Winterfell. Rest, my son, she murmured, smoothing his hair. We've done all we can for now. He nodded, eyes already closing. She sat beside him until his breathing deepened. Then she quietly slipped out, her heart heavy yet oddly relieved that they had reached Riverrun alive. Outside the chamber, the corridor bustled with castle business. A steward passed by with a stack of ledgers. A messenger hurried with a scroll. She took a deep breath and headed to the courtyard. There, the refugees who had traveled with them were being tended by Tully stewards, given blankets, food, and a corner to sleep in the outer wards. Some looked overwhelmed by the castle's size. She spotted the 2 children from the mill among them, wide-eyed as they sipped hot broth. A pang of gratitude went through her. At least she had brought them to relative safety. If only she could have done the same for her missing daughter. She found the Lannister prisoner in the custody of 2 Tully guards, locked in a small storeroom near the gatehouse. He sneered at her through the iron grate. You have no right. She cut him off with a cold stare. Would you rather have frozen in that tavern? Then she walked away, ignoring his protests. She had no patience for the lion's arrogance. Standing by the battlements, she gazed across the broad rivers that gave Riverrun its name. Snow dusted the castle walls. Dawn or dusk, it was hard to tell with the heavy clouds. She closed her eyes, letting the wind tug at her hair. Inside her, a swirl of emotions, relief at returning, grief for the losses, dread for what might come next. And a quiet, unending worry for Arya. Sometime later, she sought out Uncle Brynden again. They walked along the ramparts in the fading light. The blackfish sigil on his cloak snapped in the wind. She asked about any fresh rumors of Arya or of the outlaws who might be protecting her. He shook his head. Last we heard, Beric Dondarrion's men have scattered to avoid Lord Tywin's hunts. If she was with them, she might be anywhere. I have men in every major village, but they can't cover them all. Catelyn pressed a hand to her temple. Then we wait or attempt a fresh search in the spring. She swallowed the ache in her throat. It's so hard to be idle when she's out there. Brynden laid a hand on her shoulder. I know. We'll do what we can. You've done enough for now, Cat. They stared at the swirling waters beneath the walls. The sky had darkened, a hint of snow swirling anew. Eventually, she said her farewells and returned inside, heading to the chamber where Robb rested. Peeking in, she found him asleep, face flushed, the maester dabbing a cloth on his forehead. She stepped closer, a tendril of fear curling in her gut. How is he? She whispered. The maester gave a small, reassuring nod. Better than earlier. The fever has not worsened. With rest and proper care, he should mend. He's strong. Catelyn brushed her son's hair back, relieved he was breathing steadily. A pang of maternal love and sorrow coursed through her. So many battles behind them, so many more ahead. But for this moment, he was alive, and they were safe in Riverrun's halls. She lifted a silent prayer to the gods, both old and new, for the strength to face what came next. Over the following days, Riverrun became their haven. Robb's infection eased under the maester's watchful eye, allowing him to regain color in his cheeks. His sword arm, while stiff, was no longer in danger of rotting away. Catelyn tended to him, told him stories from his childhood to lift his mood when the fever returned at night. Sometimes he drifted off with a pained smile. He seemed haunted by all they had lost, but grateful for another chance. Meanwhile, Edmure and Brynden handled the endless demands of a wartime castle. Scouts came in with reports of Lannister sightings, of columns of men near Harrenhal. Rumors from King's Landing reached them as well, carried by wandering minstrels or peddlers. Joffrey was quarreling with his council. Renly was rumored to march again. Stannis lurked in the east with a fleet. The realm remained in turmoil. Riverrun's gates were never quiet. Refugees trickled in almost daily, seeking shelter from the cold and from roving bands of outlaws. The courtyard bustled with new faces, some half-starved, some wounded. The castle's larders strained to feed them all. In that swirl of activity, Catelyn found a strange routine. She visited her father each morning, though sometimes he was too weak to speak. She conferred with Edmure about the state of the Riverlands. She saw to Robb's care, ensuring the maester's treatments were followed. Sometimes she prayed in the small sept or walked the ramparts, letting the winter wind numb her worries for a short while. One day, near midday, Brynden pulled her aside. "I've heard a fresh rumor of a girl in boy's clothing, traveling with a group of near children. They were spotted in a village not far from the Eyrie, heading south." Catelyn's heart leapt. "Do you think?" He spread his hands. "It's unconfirmed, but I'll send riders to investigate. Lisa remains in the Eyrie, refusing to involve the Vale in the war. Perhaps if that truly is Arya, she might attempt to scale the Bloody Gate. That would be dangerous, though." Catelyn's jaw clenched. "Everything is dangerous now. Thank you for sending riders." She found Robb soon after and told him. He listened with a subdued hope. "We can't go ourselves," he said. "But maybe these riders will find her, or at least confirm the rumor." In the days that followed, life in Riverrun settled into a tense normalcy. Robb's strength returned enough that he could walk the corridors unassisted, though the maester warned him to keep the arm in a sling for another fortnight. He chafed at the restriction, but obeyed. Catelyn teased him gently that he was no good to them if he tore open the stitches. He would grin ruefully. Occasionally, Edmure updated them on the Lannister prisoner, who refused to yield any valuable information. The prisoner demanded release, threatening them with retribution if RD ever reached King's Landing that they harbored him captive. Edmure debated whether to send him to the dungeon or simply remove his head, but Robb insisted they keep him alive. "We might trade him for some missing Riverlander or Northern man," Robb reasoned. "Small as he is, every advantage might count." Edmure agreed reluctantly. On a cold afternoon, about a week after their arrival, a group of riders galloped in from the east gate. Catelyn, on the battlements with Brynden, saw them dismount in the courtyard. One wore Tully colors. Brynden recognized him as a scout. Excitement and dread mingled in her stomach. Could this be news of Arya? They descended quickly, meeting the scout in the great hall. The man was breathless, cheeks reddened by the chill. He bowed to Brynden, then turned to Catelyn. "My lady, we have a message from men near the Bloody Gate. They found a band of children who claimed knowledge of a wolf girl but said they parted ways days ago. She might have been heading deeper into the Vale or turned back to the Riverlands. No one is certain." Catelyn's heart sank, each rumor too vague to bring real hope. She mustered a calm expression. "Thank you. Rest now, warm yourself. If any new word arises, let me know at once." The scout nodded and headed off, leaving her deflated. Another rumor leading nowhere. Brynden murmured, "We'll keep searching. She can't vanish forever." Catelyn forced a stiff nod. "I know. Thank you, uncle." Inside, worry twisted. She found Robb in the maester's chamber, checking his wound. When she told him, he sighed and gave a resigned shrug. "At least she's still being seen. I can't lose faith." He squared his shoulders. "We'll find her, one way or another." He continued healing, and soon the scabs on his arm turned to a scar. The fever receded, his strength returned. He sparred lightly in the courtyard with a wooden sword. Edmure watched with crossed arms, cautioning him not to overdo it. But Robb seemed restless, a caged wolf pacing the battlements. He conferred with the Blackfish, discussing possible raids or ways to outmaneuver Tywin if the war escalated again. They all worried about an impending push from Harrenhal come spring. Letters from the north indicated Ned Stark was well, the north was quiet, but winter truly was settling in. The roads would be almost impassable soon. A large southern army could be stymied by the cold and the icy neck. One crisp morning, after a light snowfall, Robb decided to walk the perimeter of Riverrun's walls, reacquainting himself with the castle's defenses. Catelyn joined him. They wore thick cloaks, their breath fogging the air. Guards saluted as they passed. Robb's brow was furrowed in thought. We can hold out for a siege if we must, though we'll need more supplies. Tywin might try to starve us if he can't break the walls, but he'd have to deal with Edmure's men in the field. Catelyn nodded. You speak as if you're a Tully, not a Stark. He glanced at her. If I'm to protect Father's allies, I need to think like them. The North can't stand alone if the Riverlands fall. She felt a surge of pride and sorrow. He was so young, but war had aged him. You've done well, Robb. This is no easy burden. They continued around a corner where the watchtower overlooked the Red Fork. Snow-covered banks stretched away, the water glinting in the pale sun. For a moment, they stood in silence, gazing at the cold beauty of the land. Then Robb said, we should prepare to return north soon if the roads are still passable. Father might need me, but I hesitate to leave the Riverlands while Tywin lingers at Harrenhal. Catelyn understood. Edmure and Brynden can hold Riverrun. They've done so before. If we remain all winter, we may be pinned here until spring. Then we'd have no chance to gather northern forces. The Lannisters might strike first. He sighed, nodding. It's a difficult choice. But Father wants me home, and the men who came south with me have been away too long. Some remain near the neck, but those who followed me are mostly lost. The survivors might be restless to see their families. She laid a hand on his uninjured arm. You must do as your father would. The Tullus won't stand alone. We'll keep open communication. If Tywin makes a move, we can respond. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, you can gather more men or plan better if the war reignites. They concluded that they would wait another fortnight, finalize any arrangements, then depart for the north. They would leave behind a small retinue to coordinate with Edmure, ensuring a line of communication. And if by some miracle Arya's trail emerged near Riverrun, they could send word. It felt like a compromise, though no path was perfect. That fortnight passed swiftly. Catelyn tended to her father daily, though his condition neither improved nor worsened dramatically. Robb regained enough strength to practice sword drills properly, though the maester scolded him for risking the healing wound. Edmure and Brynden oversaw the defenses. Snow fell sporadically, dusting the battlements. Refugees continued arriving at the gates. The Lannister prisoner fumed in his cell, cursing them all. Letters from the north came sporadically by Raven. Ned was stable, Sansa well, Bran and Rickon safe. At last, the day came when they could no longer delay. Robb had chosen a small escort, 24 men, some of them Tully soldiers who volunteered to see him through the most dangerous roads. The wounded among his original men had either recovered enough to ride or chosen to remain at Riverrun. The Sellsword, interestingly, decided to join them north, seeking service under House Stark. Anywhere's better than these war-torn fields, he muttered. The two children from the mill chose to stay in Riverrun under Edmure's protection as living in Winterfell's deep winter daunted them. So that final morning found the courtyard a bustle of activity as horses were saddled, supplies loaded. Catelyn finished packing some personal items. She visited her father's chamber one last time, speaking softly even though he might not fully understand. I must go, Father. I'll return when I can or when the war ends. Rest, be strong. Edmure will care for you. He stirred, eyes half open, but words failed him. She kissed his forehead gently. Outside, Edmure awaited. They shared a tight embrace. Keep me informed about any word of Arya, she said. You have my vow, Edmure replied. Send my regards to Lord Eddard. And come back if you can. Brynden clasped Robb's arm. Stay safe, nephew. The roads are cold and dangerous. But I expect you'll manage. We have good scouts who can lead you through the safest passes. Robb nodded. Thank you for everything. If the Lannisters move, send a raven at once. The North will answer. Catelyn embraced her uncle, feeling tears threaten. She breathed deeply to quell them. They were Tullus, they were strong in the face of adversity. The final farewells concluded and the party rode out under Riverrun's gatehouse, crossing the drawbridge over the moat. Snow crunched under the horses' hooves. Men in Tully livery saluted as they passed. The wind bit at Catelyn's cheeks, but she was thankful for the crispness that kept her awake and alert. Robb rode beside her, face set with quiet determination. Behind them, the small column stretched, carrying provisions enough for a long journey to Winterfell. The roads might be harsh, but with luck, they'd reach the neck before the deepest freeze. Then the King's Road north would guide them home. And home was where they needed to be with Ned, Sansa, and the rest to plan for what might come in spring. As they traversed the winding approach from Riverrun into the open country, Catelyn cast one last glance at the castle's red sandstone walls. A swirl of memory, her father's gentle smile, childhood lessons, the love she had for this land swept over her. She whispered a silent farewell. For now, her duty lay in the north and in protecting Robb as best she could. They rode on, a slow procession making its way across snowy fields and half-ruined villages. Now and then they passed Tully outriders or farmers returning to replant where they could. The war scars were everywhere, blackened husks of cottages, broken trees, tracks of old battles. Catelyn's thoughts drifted to Arya once more. A pang of guilt, she was leaving the Riverlands without her lost daughter. But rationally, she knew they had done all they could. Edmure and Brynden would remain vigilant. If Arya appeared, they would move heaven and earth to protect her. Robb occasionally drew up alongside, pointing out landmarks he remembered from prior journeys. She tried to respond with warmth, but her heart felt heavy. At midday, they crossed a half-frozen stream by fording it carefully. The Sellsword cursed the chill water, pulling his cloak tighter. A few of the men grumbled that wolves might be about. Time rolled on. Their breath hung in the air. Catelyn noticed how Robb's posture stiffened in the saddle, no doubt from his healing wound. She wished she could take his pain for him, but he endured it stoically. The column pressed forward, day after day, climbing slopes, winding through valleys blanketed in white. They faced occasional flurries, but the storms were less severe than the blasts they'd endured in the eastern hills. Near the border of the Riverlands and the Neck, they encountered a small party of men wearing House Reed's sigil returning from a scouting mission. They recognized Robb, bowing with respect. "My lord, we didn't know you had come so far south," one said. "All is quiet in the Neck, though the swamps freeze in patches. Winter keeps the bog devils away." He grinned. Robb thanked them, pressing for any rumors of a traveling girl with dark hair, but they knew nothing. So they parted ways. At last, they reached Moat Cailin, the ancient stronghold that guarded the entrance to the north. Its ruined towers loomed over boggy ground, though the cold had firmed the mud somewhat. Bannered men recognized Robb at once, letting them pass. Catelyn felt a wave of homecoming. One more stretch of the King's Road and they would be safe in Winterfell's walls. The men from House Reed had given them updates that no large forces threatened Moat Cailin, so they pressed on with lighter hearts. Winter deepened as they headed north. The days shortened, nights cold and star-filled. Catelyn drew her cloak tight each evening, warming her hands by small campfires. Robb's color improved daily, though the wound on his arm left him with a twinge. He insisted on standing guard shifts sometimes, determined not to be coddled. She watched him with a mixture of pride and sadness, her boy, shaped by war into something older and sterner than his years. At last, after weeks on the road, they passed the familiar signpost near the last river, indicating Winterfell was but a few days away. The land rose and fell in gentle ridges, scattered pines dusted with snow. Catelyn felt tears threaten, reminded of the day she left Winterfell with Ned for King's Landing, so long ago. How everything had changed since that fateful journey. Now Ned was free, Sansa safe, and though Arya was still missing, at least the rest of them were alive. On a crisp afternoon, they sighted Winterfell's gray walls through the bare trees. Steam rose faintly from the hot springs that warmed parts of the castle. The sun glinted on the towers. Joy and relief swelled in Catelyn's chest. She glanced at Robb. He wore a stoic mask, but a hint of a smile tugged his lips. His home, their home at last. Guards on the outer gate recognized them, calling out in surprise and excitement. The portcullis rattled up. A wave of warmth, familiar hearth smoke, the hum of Winterfell life, washed over them as they rode into the courtyard. Stable boys rushed to take the horses. Servants gawked, some letting out cheers of welcome for the young heir. Catelyn dismounted with shaky legs, scanning the courtyard for any sign of Ned. A moment later, the main doors opened and Ned Stark stepped out, leaning slightly on a cane. He wore a thick cloak, his features framed by hair more salted with gray than she remembered, but the same resolute face. Behind him stood Sansa, eyes brimming with tears. Bran and Rickon hovered, wide-eyed. Catelyn could hardly breathe. She rushed forward and Ned met her halfway. They embraced, an unspoken prayer of thanks passing between them. His warmth, his presence, she thought she might never feel it again. "You're home," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. "You and Robb both." She nodded, burying her face in his cloak. "Yes, we couldn't find Arya," she whispered, voice trembling. "But we had to come back." "I know," he said, holding her close. Then Robb approached and Ned clasped his shoulder, father and son exchanging a look that spoke volumes. "You've grown," Ned said quietly. "I heard of your bravery, your wounds. Thank the gods you're safe." Robb's throat worked. "Father," was all he managed, wrapping his good arm around him. Sansa joined in, hugging her mother, tears shining. Bran and Rickon circled them with excitement and relief. The courtyard hushed, many onlookers moved by the reunion of the Starks. Catelyn closed her eyes, letting the moment imprint in her soul, the hush of winter air, the shapes of her loved ones pressed around her, the distant bark of a hound, the flicker of torches along the walls. Arya was still out there somewhere, but for this fragile instant, the rest of them stood together in Winterfell's courtyard, hearts beating in unity. No matter what war raged beyond these walls, House Stark endured. And so they would continue, living and hoping until the day they could truly be whole again. Ned Stark stood in the courtyard of Winterfell, leaning on his cane with less and less need as each day passed. The morning sun touched the battlements, a faint warmth in the cold of deepening winter, and cast long shadows across the worn flagstones. He gazed upon the busy swirl of activity that had overtaken the castle, stable boys fussing over horses newly arrived, sentries changing watch, carts of supplies being unloaded. Robb's recent return, battered but alive, had stirred a wave of relief through Winterfell. Catelyn was back at his side too, and Sansa hovered around them with a tentative joy. It was as though a piece of the world had mended itself. Yet shadows remained. Arya was still missing, and no new word had come from the Riverlands or the Vale. Bran had grown more solemn these last months, and Rickon clung to the family with an intensity beyond his years. Ned's own body bore the memory of King's Landing's dungeons, but his spirit was the heavier for it. He had survived, yet he felt the realm's wounds gaping all around him. Even as he breathed the cold, familiar air of home, he could not help recalling the taste of damp stone in the darkness beneath the Red Keep, the chain around his wrists, and Joffrey's smug face. By some miracle, by Robb's daring, they had all avoided the worst. Ned was free, Sansa was safe. The war, though, rumbled on like thunder over distant mountains. He heard soft footfalls behind him and turned to see Maester Luwin, scrolls in hand. "My lord," Luwin said quietly. Another raven came in the night. Messages from the south. Ned eyed the sealed parchment that topped the stack. From the Riverlands or King's Landing? From Riverrun first, and also a brief note out of Harrenhal. Not from Lord Tywin, but one of the river lords who tries to glean news within those grim walls. Luwin's expression flickered with unease. "Shall we discuss it inside, my lord?" Ned nodded. His legs still twinged from time to time, but he walked with renewed vigor. Together they crossed the courtyard, passing an old hound that sniffed at a barrel and the men from the watch who saluted with careful respect. The interior corridors of Winterfell felt as comforting as a cloak around Ned's shoulders. Familiar tapestries, torches and iron sconces, the hush of the thick walls muffling the wind. Maester Luwin led him to the solar where a brazier glowed, taking the bite from the cold. They settled at a table. Luwin unrolled the first parchment. Lord Edmure writes that Tywin Lannister remains ensconced at Harrenhal. His raiders are less active of late, likely due to the weather, but they still harass outlying villages. He begs your continued vigilance. Ned exhaled. We've enough men on watch at Moat Cailin. If Tywin were to attempt to push north, we'd know. But what of the rest? Any fresh sightings of Arya? Luwin shook his head, eyes downcast. I'm sorry, my lord. No mention. Ned gripped the edge of the table. Months of fruitless searching weighed on him. Sometimes he dreamed of her as a child chasing cats in the Red Keep corridors, but woke to the hollow knowledge that she was still lost. Go on, he said. Luwin opened the next scroll with careful fingers. There's word from a minor lord near Harrenhal. He dares not name himself for fear of Tywin's wrath. He says the Lannisters endure a stalemate, half expecting another thrust from King Stannis or King Renly. King's Landing is in disarray, short on food. Renly's forces threaten to blockade the city, but that siege is incomplete. The Iron Throne's power flickers. So far, that has kept Tywin from committing fully northward. Ned frowned. So Joffrey remains on the throne, but with neither full control nor the security of alliances. And Tywin bides his time in the Riverlands. It's as I feared. A war of waiting, all corners of the realm bristling. Luwin set aside the scroll. Lord Edmure humbly requests your counsel, my lord. He wonders if the North will send reinforcements in the spring, or if House Tully stands alone in containing Tywin. A knot of regret tightened in Ned's chest. He had pledged support to the Riverlands, but the North was vast, and winter encroached. Resources were scarce. Men needed to fortify the roads. We can send some riders south for a time, but a large host would freeze or starve. Let me consider the options. As soon as I have an answer, I'll write to Edmure. He rubbed his temple. Anything else? Luwin shook his head. That's all, my lord. Thank you, Maester. We'll speak again soon. When Luwin departed, Ned remained by the brazier, leaning on the table. His reflection shimmered faintly on the polished surface, revealing strands of silver in his hair. Tension gnawed at him. A father's guilt over Arya, a lord's burden of war, a kingdom's fracturing. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing in the scent of burning oak. This was home. He drew strength from it, but peace felt elusive. A soft rap on the door made him open his eyes. Enter, he called. It was Sansa, cheeks flushed from the cold, still with that grace she had once tried to master in King's Landing. Father, she said, looking both hopeful and hesitant. May I speak with you? He smiled, though it felt tinged with sorrow. He would never forget how Joffrey had tormented her. Of course, my dear. Sit. She approached the table. She was growing into a young woman so quickly, no longer the wide-eyed girl dreaming of songs and tournaments. I wanted to ask, do we know anything more of Arya? Or is there anything I can do to help? He shook his head, gentling his tone. No news, I'm afraid, and you've done plenty already. I know you wrote your friend Jane at the Red Keep, searching for any rumor. But it seems Arya's fate remains a mystery. The next time we send letters to the Riverlands, we might add your own words again, if you wish. She nodded, eyes downcast. I wish I'd seen more in King's Landing, known more, so I could have kept her safe. Her voice caught. Dee reached across and took her hand. It was trembling. You must not blame yourself. None of this was your doing, and Arya is fiercely independent. She might yet appear, safe and scowling that we worried too much. A ghost of a laugh escaped Sansa. She would scold us for fussing. She's never liked being tended. Ned managed a smile in return, then squeezed her hand gently. Go on, child, find some warmth by the great hearth. Winterfell's too large for gloom. I'll join you soon. She left quietly, shoulders a little straighter. Ned sighed, then gathered the scrolls. If his fatherly responsibilities weighed on him, so did his duties as Warden of the North. The day ahead would bring councils with the lords who had come to see him. Wyman Manderley from White Harbor might arrive soon, or Lady Meege Mormont might send a representative from Bear Island. The realm needed a plan, or at least a measure of unity. He braced himself and left the Solar, heading to the Great Hall. On the way, he passed Bran sitting by a window seat, reading a volume of old Northman stories. The boy looked up, offered a small smile, then returned to the pages. Rickon raced by, chasing a yapping puppy. The normal rhythms of Winterfell gave Ned some comfort. Life went on. In the Great Hall, a few local petitioners waited to speak to him about minor disputes, farmland boundaries, a stolen sheep, rumors of bandits. Ned addressed each with patience, though inside he was restless. King's justice might be dispensed here, but the realm's troubles lay far beyond. When he finished, Theon Greyjoy approached. Theon had grown restless these last weeks, pacing about Winterfell as though caged, and Ned saw that same unsettled look in the young man's eyes. My lord, Theon said with a half-bow, I'd speak with you if you've time. Ned gestured for him to proceed. I have time now. Let's walk. They moved to the courtyard, the crisp air swirling around them. Theon wore a cloak pinned with a kraken brooch, a subtle sign of his heritage. He inhaled sharply. My lord, I've had a letter from my father. Balon Greyjoy. He invites me home to Pike for a time. Ned studied Theon's face. The Greyjoy rebellion had taken place years past, and Balon's bitterness was well known. Theon had been a ward of House Stark ever since. Their relationship was complicated, a bond formed through forced circumstances. Balon invites you home? Ned echoed neutrally. That's unexpected. Theon shrugged, though tension coiled in his posture. He says the realm is in chaos and the Iron Islands must watch out for their own. He wants me to visit, possibly to show me as his heir. Theon paused, voice dropping. I'm not sure what it means for my place here. Ned walked on a few steps. He felt uneasy. Balon Greyjoy was not one to do anything lightly. If he beckoned Theon, it might be more than fatherly concern. Perhaps he smelled opportunity in the fractured Seven Kingdoms, a chance for the Iron Islands to strike. You remain a ward of House Stark, Ned said slowly. But in truth, you've been more friend than prisoner these past years. If you wish to go, I cannot forbid it, though the roads, well, the seas are no safer than the land. I'd worry it's some gambit of your father's. Theon let out a breath. I'm not a fool, Lord Stark. I know he might want me there to talk of rebellion. But he is my father. I wonder if returning might preserve peace, at least for a time. If I don't go, he might suspect I'm fully a northerner now. Ned weighed that. Would Balon Greyjoy truly keep the peace if the rest of the realm is embroiled? I recall the cost we paid last time he rose against the throne. A flicker of pain crossed Theon's face, memories of losing his brothers in that rebellion. He might not, but maybe I can steer him away from open madness. Or at least glean his intentions. Ned nodded grimly. Then, if that's your aim, I won't hinder you. But I urge caution, Theon. I don't trust Balon Greyjoy's sense of timing. The minute he sees a chance to declare independence, he'll do it. Theon set his jaw. Then better I be there to dissuade him, or so I tell myself. They stood by a patch of churned snow near the stables, each man lost in thought for a moment. Finally, Ned spoke. You have served House Stark well, Theon. If you choose to depart, do so soon. The seas might freeze or churn in winter storms. But keep in mind, whatever your father plans, you owe your loyalty to the vow you swore here. Theon bowed his head. Aye, my lord. I won't forget. They parted. Ned felt the cold seep deeper into his bones. Another worry to weigh. Theon's departure could leave the north vulnerable if the Iron Islands turned hostile. Then again, maybe Theon could cool Balon's ambitions. Ned tried to hope, though a voice in him whispered that the Ironborn rarely changed. He went to find Robb next, suspecting his eldest son would want to hear about Theon's decision. He found him in the training yard, arms folded across his chest, watching a pair of guardsmen spar with wooden swords. Robb wore a heavy cloak but no armor. His arm had finally healed enough for occasional drills, though the maester insisted he not strain it. Robb turned, noticing his father, and a small grin lifted his mouth. Father, he said in greeting. Ned nodded a greeting back, then motioned for them to walk aside. The clack of practice swords rang behind them. Robb studied his father's face. You look troubled, he observed. Ned gave a faint nod. Theon means to sail for Pike. He has a letter from his father summoning him. Robb's expression tightened. Why now? Because the realm stands divided and Balon Greyjoy sees advantage, no doubt. Theon hopes to reason with him. Ned watched the flicker of emotions cross Robb's face, anger, worry, uncertainty. It's better we know what Balon plans than remain ignorant. I've given Theon my leave to go. I expect he'll depart within a fortnight. Robb exhaled, a plume of frosted breath in the cold air. I've grown up with Theon like a brother, but I know he's not truly one of us. If Balon calls him home, will he remember who he's fought beside, or only where he was born? That is the question, Ned said softly, placing a hand on Robb's shoulder. But we'll not chain him here. We must trust that what we have given him, friendship, acceptance, will weigh in his heart. Robb nodded, though skepticism showed in his eyes. We'll see. They walked a circuit of the yard, greeting the men who saluted them. Some of those men had traveled south with Robb months ago, others were newly arrived from the outlying holdfasts. The yard smelled of straw and sweat, the ring of steel on steel occasionally punctuating the crisp air. Ned felt a pang at how quickly Robb had been forced to become a leader. The boy he remembered sparring with a wooden sword was now a young man who had captured a king and saved his father from the block. Later that day, Theon indeed confirmed to Ned that he planned to leave within a fortnight as soon as he could gather supplies and find a ship out of White Harbor. Ned assigned a small escort, half to ensure Theon's safety, half to observe. Theon accepted them, showing only a flicker of resentment as though he understood the unspoken reasoning. Thus the wheels were set in motion. News of Theon's impending departure filtered through Winterfell quickly, sparking murmured speculation among the guards. Robb tried not to brood openly, but Catelyn saw the tension in him. She spoke to Ned about it that evening in their chambers. The room was warmed by a brazier, and the glow of candlelight touched the old wooden beams overhead. Catelyn sat at a small table, brushing out her hair. Ned stood by the window, gazing at falling snow. I fear Theon's father will strike at the north the moment he sees an opening, Ned said quietly. We must watch the coasts. White Harbor should remain vigilant. Catelyn set down her brush. I'll send a letter to Lord Manderley, urging caution. Better we prepare than be caught unawares. She sighed, meeting Ned's gaze. So many threats. Tywin in the Riverlands, Joffrey in King's Landing, and now Balon Greyjoy's uncertain ambitions. Ned gave a rueful smile. And through it all, we have only partial peace. At least we hold the advantage that winter is deepening. Armies don't march easily in heavy snows. He took a step toward her, resting a hand on her shoulder. How's your father? Any news from Edmure? Her face tightened. I had a letter from Brynden. Father remains the same, feeble, mostly asleep, but not in pain. They say he rarely wakes long enough to speak. Edmure does all he can, but with the war hovering, he can't leave Riverrun's defenses to watch over a sickbed. Ned's expression softened. I'm sorry. She looked up at him, searching his familiar features. Perhaps in the spring, if it's safe, I'll travel again to see him. For now, we must hold Winterfell. He nodded, thumb brushing her cheek. Thank you, Cat. In the following days, Theon prepared for his journey, gathering a small trunk of possessions, receiving farewells from various friends among the guards. Robb stood apart, a hint of distance in his manner. Finally, the morning arrived when Theon would ride south to White Harbor. Ned and Robb met him in the courtyard. Wind whipped Theon's cloak, the golden kraken shining on his clasp. He wore a sword at his hip and a confident air, though Ned thought he detected an undercurrent of apprehension. I suppose this is farewell, Theon said. He forced a grin at Robb. You'll be lost in the practice yard without my archery to shame you. Robb gave a noncommittal grunt, then extended his hand. Stay safe on the seas. Theon clasped it, a flicker of genuine feeling crossing his face. You too, old friend. Don't let these Lannisters or anyone else bury you in snow. Ned stepped forward. May the winds favor you, Theon. Remember what's been built here. Theon nodded, eyes shadowed. I will. Then he swung into the saddle, the guards assigned to accompany him forming up behind. He cast one last glance at the gates of Winterfell, spurred his horse, and rode out. The footprints and hoofprints in the snow quickly blurred under gusts of wind. Robb watched him go with a troubled expression. He might not return, he said softly to Ned when the courtyard fell quiet. Ned only placed a hand on his son's shoulder. We cannot know. Come, the day's duties await us. So time rolled on. Winter's grip on the north tightened, though the cold thus far was not as brutal as in some years. Men patrolled the roads, the gates, scanning for any sign of Lannister infiltration or lawless bands. Bran took more interest in stewarding tasks, learning from Maester Luwin. Rickon, for all his youth, occasionally helped in the kennels or stables, though he missed the rowdy presence of Theon, who had often teased him. Sansa tried to fill the gap left by Arya in her own quiet way, but the absence remained a wound that never fully closed. One day, a raven arrived from the south bearing a sealed message with an unfamiliar sigil, a stag and an onion fused in wax. Ned frowned. Stannis Baratheon's seal, he murmured in surprise, for the onion implied the presence of Davos Seaworth, Stannis's loyal knight. He opened it in his solar with Robb and Catelyn present. The letter was brief, formal in tone. It demanded, in essence, that the North recognize Stannis Baratheon as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, citing the rumors of Cersei Lannister's incest and Joffrey's illegitimacy. Stannis offered neutrality to the North if they did not support Joffrey. He asked that Ned recall the moment in King's Landing when the treachery was first uncovered. There was also a hint of threat if the North refused, Stannis might regard them as foes. Robb read it over his father's shoulder. He wants our allegiance or our neutrality. Perhaps he doesn't know that Joffrey is no friend to us. We fought him, captured him, forced him to release you. That hardly counts as support. Ned's jaw tightened. Indeed, but Stannis doesn't mention an alliance. Just that we must not oppose him. He's gleaned that the realm is in chaos. If we declared open independence, we'd face pressure from every self-styled king. Catelyn spoke. Renly also claims the throne from the south, allied with the Tyrells. So Stannis is at war with his own brother, and we remain uncertain of our path. If we side with Stannis, it might bring us into a conflict we don't want. If we declare ourselves neutral, he might press us. If we claim independence, we face war from all sides. Ned paced the length of the solar, the cane tapping lightly on the floor, though he relied on it less and less. My first duty is to the north. My father and brother died for a realm that spat on them in the end. I was loyal to King Robert, but Robert is gone, and his sons are either dead or false. Stannis might be the rightful heir in a legal sense, but is he fit to rule? And do we want any part of that fight? Robb considered. The men who hailed me as king in the north at the camps, they might want independence. But can we hold it, truly, with the Iron Throne still active? Even battered, the South has resources we lack. Catelyn touched Ned's arm. We learned from capturing Joffrey that leverage is the greatest weapon. Perhaps we should reply with courtesy, neither promising allegiance nor defiance, until we see how the wind blows. Stannis is cold and relentless. If we anger him, he might strike. Ned let out a slow breath. We'll respond politely, acknowledging that House Stark does not kneel to a boy who tried to kill us, but also not openly declaring Stannis our king. Let him fight his battles with Renly and the Lannisters. Our concern is the safety of our own. We have no desire to march south again, not unless forced. They agreed on this course. Ned composed a letter with carefully chosen words, stating that House Stark recognized the old friendship with King Robert but would not lightly embroil itself in the Baratheon conflict. He offered no pledge of fealty. The letter would go by Raven to Dragonstone or wherever Stannis was rumored to be. Whether it satisfied him remained to be seen. As the snows thickened, more of the outlying holdfasts sent word of meager harvests, and Ned allocated supplies from Winterfell stores to support them. Manderly ships from White Harbor traded up the eastern coast, though the sea was growing perilous. Occasional rumors drifted in. Renly Baratheon had advanced on King's Landing again but withdrew when Lannister reinforcements from Harrenhal threatened his flank. The city starved, half-blockaded. Joffrey raged on the Iron Throne, Mother at his side, lashing out at any perceived disloyalty. No word of Arya. None at all. One afternoon, as Ned studied maps with Robb, a guardsman entered, announcing that a traveler had arrived, claiming to bear news from the Riverlands. Ned and Robb exchanged a glance. "Show him in," Ned said, setting aside a quill. The traveler was a middle-aged man, bedraggled from the road, his cloak caked with ice. He bowed stiffly, then struggled for words. "My lord, I come from near the crossroads inn with talk of a girl who might be your missing daughter. She was seen among outlaws, or so the whispers say. They call themselves the Brotherhood without banners." Robb's hands tensed on the table. "What else?" The man shook his head wearily. "Not much, my lord. The outlaws rove the forest roads, sometimes helping peasants, sometimes fighting Lannister patrols. They vanish as quick as they come. The bard who told me claims they had a short, dark-haired girl who wields a blade like a fury. She parted ways with them near the Green Fork, heading north or east, no one is sure." Ned closed his eyes, controlling a surge of longing. "We've heard similar tales. Did you see her yourself?" "No, my lord, only heard from the bard. He said she wore ragged clothes, called herself Airy or something. Just rumor, but I thought it worth telling if it might ease your mind or help." "It does help," Ned said, though his tone was grim. "Thank you. Winterfell will see you fed and given a place to sleep tonight. Any further details you have, share with Maester Luwin, please." The traveler bowed, departing with relief. Robb stared at his father. "More rumor, but at least it suggests she's alive." Ned swallowed thickly. "Alive and wandering a war-torn land. We can't reach her with the roads blocked by snow. If only we could, but we must be patient. Once the snows ease, I'll dispatch a new search party." Robb set his jaw. "I'll lead it myself if I must. We'll find her. She can't vanish forever." That vow hung in the air, heavy with desperation. Ned gently placed a hand on Robb's uninjured arm. "We do what we can. Come spring, maybe the storms in the south will calm and the roads open." But for the moment, all they had was rumor. Winter pressed on. Ned busied himself with the governance of the North. Some days he missed the simpler tasks of being warden of the North under a stable crown. Now the crown was a broken thing. He reminded himself that Sansa was safe, that Catelyn was by his side, that Robb had grown into a capable leader. That was more than many families had. He tried to let that comfort him when the nights felt too long. One icy morning, a raven from White Harbor arrived, addressed directly to Ned. He read it in private. Lord Wyman Manderly expressed concern. Reports of unusual sea traffic from the Iron Islands, longships sighted near distant shores. Wyman feared that Balon Greyjoy might be testing the waters for raids. No direct attacks yet, but the pattern was ominous. The letter also noted that Theon had come through White Harbor, parted ways with the Stark escort, and taken a merchant ship west. Ned felt a chill beyond the winter cold. Balon was stirring, just as he'd feared. He convened a small council in the Great Hall with Catelyn, Robb, and Maester Luwin. The news was laid out: the Ironborn might raid the coasts, or worse. "We have few ships," Ned said. "The North is not a naval power. If Bolton strikes coastal villages, we can't respond quickly by land in these snows. White Harbor is our main port, but the Manderleys alone can't protect every fishing village from Bear Island down to the Rills. Robb's face hardened. If Theon's father betrays us, we must retaliate. But how? We might send a warning to the Iron Islands, Catelyn suggested. Let them know the North stands ready to defend itself. Ned pressed a hand to his brow. Bolton might dismiss any threat. He's never respected the North's ability at sea. Perhaps we can call upon the Baratheons or the Lannisters to quell a new Greyjoy rebellion, but the realm is too fractured. None will come to our aid swiftly. We stand alone. Robb's voice was firm. Then we guard White Harbor. We reinforce the coast as best we can. We keep watchers near the ports, gather fishing boats in safer harbors. If Bolton does strike, we must repel him quickly. They drafted letters to major northern lords along the coast, House Flint, House Ryswell, House Manderley, House Glover with ties near Deepwood Motte. Each was urged to remain vigilant for longships to fortify watchtowers. Winter or no, they had to be ready. Ned felt anger simmering. So many enemies loomed. He had only just survived the Lannisters' power play, only just avoided a war that would devour his family. Now, the Iron Islands threatened to tear open another front. And Theon was in the thick of it, unknowingly or not. Days passed, bringing harsh winds and heavy snows that forced all but the bravest travelers off the roads. The few ravens that flew sometimes never returned, lost in storms. Winterfell hunkered behind its thick walls, men taking turns clearing drifting snow from the courtyard. The hot springs that warmed certain pools and walls became precious for fending off the worst of the cold. The people sang old northern songs around hearth fires, trying to keep morale high. One such evening, Ned and Catelyn dined in a smaller hall with Sansa, Bran, Rickon, and Robb. A roast boar from the winter stores, black bread, and hearty stew. The hall was warm from multiple fireplaces and conversation was subdued but companionable. Now and then someone mentioned Arya or Theon, but the talk quickly veered to safer topics, the day's chores, a memory from simpler times. Yet a restlessness charged the air. After dinner, as they lingered by the hearth, Rickon playing with his puppy on the floor, Sansa ventured a question. Will we have a harvest feast, father? The small folk might appreciate some merriment. Catelyn gave Sansa a thoughtful look. In times like these, I'm not sure we can manage a feast on the usual scale. Ned considered. We have enough stored from the last harvest to feed the household and the small folk in the winter town, at least for a modest gathering. Perhaps it would lift spirits. He glanced at Robb, who nodded. So it was decided, a winter gathering, small but bright. The next few days saw the courtyard strung with simple garlands of evergreen, the kitchens bustled with extra baking. Sansa arranged little amusements, a few short songs, a recitation of heroic tales. The evening arrived, and though the courtyard was cold, the great hall glowed with firelight. Folks from the winter town came in, shaking off snow, smiling for the first time in weeks. Benches filled with men, women, and children who had known heartbreak but who found a moment's peace in the warmth of House Stark's hospitality. Ned sat with Catelyn at the high table, watching as Sansa recited a gentle poem about the old days of the North, voice trembling but clear. The hush in the hall felt reverent. Robb, next to them, ate in silence, but his eyes softened at the sense of normalcy. Bran and Rickon giggled among the smaller folk, enjoying spiced biscuits. For a few hours, it was as though the war belonged to another life. After the feast, Ned walked among the people, hearing their thanks and hopes. An old man grasped his hand with tears in his eyes, grateful for the extra grain that had saved his family from hunger. A group of children danced in a corner to the hum of a fiddle. He felt the knot in his chest loosen. This was why he had returned to the north, to protect and guide them, to ensure the harsh times were bearable. Yet even that sweetness carried a pang. Arya would have hated the fuss, but she might have hidden a smile behind her scowls. He imagined her eyeing the dancers, maybe sneaking away to practice her needlework of an entirely different kind, swordplay in the courtyard. He closed his eyes, prayed to the old gods that she was alive and well. Just hold on, little one. The next morning, as the staff cleared away the remnants of the feast, a sentry atop the walls spotted riders approaching Winterfell's main gate. They came flying a banner that the watchers did not recognize at first. The guard hurried to inform Ned. By the time Ned and Robb reached the gatehouse, they saw the riders up close. A half-dozen men, clad in cloaks dusted with frost. The banner was green with a black stag. Not exactly Stannis' sigil, nor Renly's official one. Some kind of personal device, perhaps. Ned summoned the guards and walked out onto the narrow walkway behind the portcullis. Halt and name yourselves. a gate guard commanded. A tall rider in front, face muffled with a scarf, pulled it down to speak. "We come as envoys from King Renly Baratheon," he called. "Is Eddard Stark present?" Ned frowned. "Renly's men here in the heart of the north?" He signaled. "I am Eddard Stark. What brings King Renly's men so far north in winter?" The tall rider lowered his head respectfully. "We bear a message. We beg shelter to deliver it." Ned and Robb exchanged looks. Renly was clearly not idle in his claim to the throne. "Open the gate," Ned said, though he kept men ready in case of treachery. The riders entered, shivering in the courtyard, warily eyeing the watchers. Ned and Robb approached. The tall rider bowed. He was older than Ned first thought, with some gray in his hair. "Lord Stark," he said, "I'm Saruman Oakdown, sworn to King Renly. My companions and I traveled long roads to reach you. May we speak in private?" Ned nodded slowly. "You shall. First, we'll see your horses tended, and you can warm yourselves. We don't turn away envoys who come in peace." He had them escorted to an antechamber off the great hall. Fires crackled in a pair of braziers, and servants offered hot mulled wine. Ned, Robb, and Catelyn faced them, joined by Maester Luwin. Saruman sipped his wine, letting the warmth flow back into him, then explained their purpose. "King Renly knows of your history with King Robert," he began. "He regrets that events moved so swiftly after Robert's death. He also regrets your family's suffering at the hands of Joffrey Baratheon. The rumor of Joffrey's parentage is widespread. King Renly proposes a pact with House Stark and the North. If you acknowledge Renly as rightful king, rejecting the bastard on the throne, and pledge not to aid Stannis, King Renly will confirm the North's rights and privileges, including the possibility of partial autonomy." Ned listened in grim silence. Another Southern king, another demand for loyalty. "Renly has no older claim than Stannis," he said at last. "By law and tradition, Stannis is next in line, if Joffrey is indeed illegitimate. On what grounds does Renly base his right?" Saruman's features tightened. "King Renly believes that the realm's stability matters more than legal quibbles. He has the support of Highgarden, Storm's End, and many major lords. Stannis is a cold and loveless man. The realm will not rally to him. If you join Renly now, Lord Stark, you might shape a new age. Once the Lannisters are crushed, Renly can protect your lands. You may keep your father's title as Warden of the North or something even greater." Robb's eyes flashed. "Greater than Warden of the North? That smells of bribery." Saruman pressed his lips together. "A generous arrangement. The realm needs peace, and peace can only be forged with alliances. With the North and the Reach behind him, Renly can break the Lannisters, subdue Stannis, and unify the Seven Kingdoms once more." Catelyn spoke softly but firmly. "We recall how King Renly advanced on King's Landing, then pulled back. He hasn't proven he can break the Lannisters. He stands far to the south, his war still uncertain." Saruman coughed into his hand. "The Tyrells are a powerful ally. Soon, King Renly's forces will outnumber the Lannisters. He only awaits the proper moment to strike. Meanwhile, your father's seat was threatened. We heard you even captured Joffrey for a time. The Lannisters are no friends of yours, my lord." Ned's jaw clenched. "We know that well." He paused, swirling his wine. "But neither do we forget that the Baratheons parted ways. Renly sets himself above Stannis in open defiance of normal succession. I understand his reasons. Stannis is difficult. Still, House Stark is in no hurry to join yet another southern war." Saruman spread his hands. "We ask only that you keep an open mind. Should you declare for Renly, you gain an alliance that could protect your southern flank. You have enough troubles with the Iron Islands, do you not?" Ned's eyes narrowed. So word had spread that Balon Greyjoy stirred. "We can handle the Iron Islands," he said coolly. "But thank you for your concern." The envoy inclined his head. "Then consider King Renly's terms. He is prepared to grant wide autonomy for the North, almost a kingdom in name, with an agreement of mutual defense and trade. We do not expect you to kneel lightly after all you've suffered. But an alliance might serve us both." Ned traded glances with Robb and Catelyn. He remained noncommittal. "You've traveled far and must be weary. We'll speak again after you've rested. If you have letters from Renly, Maester Luwin will review them." Saruman nodded. "Thank you, my lord. We do bear a letter with the king's seal. I shall deliver it to the Maester." So ended the first meeting. Ned arranged lodging for them in a tower chamber, posted watchers to ensure they caused no mischief. That evening, Ned reread the letter from Renly by the light of a single candle. The writing was flamboyant and polished, promising better terms than any cold pretender or incestuous tyrant could offer. It reeked of politics. The next morning, in a small council with Catelyn, Robb, and Luwin, Ned weighed the pros and cons. "Renly courts us," he said. "He offers near independence if we help him defeat the Lannisters and Stannis. But I suspect he'd expect more than just neutrality. He'd want us to march south eventually." Catelyn pressed her hands together. "He might. And if we tie ourselves to him, we might face war with Stannis or even sabotage from the Lannisters, should they win. We risk much." Robb rested his elbows on the table. "But if we do nothing, we might face them all eventually. The Lannisters won't forget our capturing Joffrey, nor will Stannis or Renly appreciate our refusal to acknowledge their claims. Might it be wiser to pick a side?" Ned's gaze drifted to the window, where snow drifted gently. "When I served Robert, I never imagined the realm would shatter so thoroughly. Now we have no easy choice." He looked back at them. "I'll not force the North to spill more blood unless we must. I stand by the idea of a guarded neutrality for now. Let Renly fight his war. The North will endure." Robb said nothing, but Ned saw the tension in his clenched jaw. Perhaps part of Robb believed the North should seize full independence once more. The Great John and others had once called him king in the North. But for now, Ned preferred caution. They summoned Ser Amon Oak down again to the Solar, politely returning the letter with thanks but offering no firm commitment. Ned said that the North recognized King Renly's position but was not prepared to break its neutrality unless threatened directly. He couched it in diplomatic phrases, praising Renly's good qualities while avoiding any mention of Stannis's rightful claim. Ser Amon's face revealed disappointment. "Then you reject the alliance?" he asked. Ned raised a hand. "I do not reject it. We remain open to further discussion. But we will not pledge loyalty at this time. The North has endured enough war." Ser Amon bowed stiffly. "I will return to King Renly with your words. He may send new offers or he may not." Catelyn stepped in. "We do not desire enmity. Travel safely, Ser Amon." So, after a brief respite, the envoys departed Winterfell, leaving behind an unspoken tension. Ned watched them ride out, heading south to brave the snowbound roads. They would likely pass through Moat Cailin and continue, if the storms did not devour them. Whether Renly would accept this lukewarm reply was uncertain. As the envoys vanished beyond the gates, Robb spoke quietly to Ned. "We might have made an enemy. He won't appreciate our refusal." Ned sighed. "Perhaps, but no more than if we had chosen Stannis over him. We cannot please all. Let them fight their battles. So long as the North stands strong, we'll withstand the outcome." Robb nodded, though he still seemed unsettled. The days that followed saw fresh blizzards bury the roads in deep drifts. Guards took shifts clearing the courtyard, while the castle folk huddled around the fires. Occasionally, Ned gazed from the ramparts at the endless white stretching to the horizon, contemplating how fragile each of the southern kings was in the face of nature, or in the face of one another. A fortnight later, the dawn sky blushed pale over Winterfell's walls when horns sounded in alarm. Ned, half-dressed, rushed to the ramparts, heart pounding. Could it be an invading force? Lannister outriders? But the watchman quickly clarified. A single rider approached from the west, carrying what looked like a dire wolf banner. Ned's dread eased a fraction. Perhaps a Northman with news. He hurried to the gatehouse. The portcullis rose, revealing a lone figure swaying in the saddle, a battered cloak trailing. Snow clung to the horse's flanks. The figure collapsed just inside the gate. Guards rushed forward, Ned among them. When the man's hood was pulled back, Ned recognized a face from the garrison at Deepwood Motte, a ranger of the Glovers, half-frozen. They carried him inside, summoned Maester Luwin. In the great hall, the man coughed and groaned as they thawed him by the fire. Ned knelt beside him. "Easy," Ned said. "What news from Deepwood Motte?" The man's eyes opened, the color of watery blue. "My lord, the Ironborn, they came by the sea. Raids all along the coast. Deepwood, attacked. Lord Glover fought them, but they burned fishing hamlets, seized supplies. They say Balon Greyjoys declared himself king of the Isles again. And Theon Greyjoy led some of the men. A stunned hush followed. Ned's heart twisted. Robb, who had entered behind, let out a sharp intake of breath. Theon, he whispered. The ranger coughed. Theon Greyjoy. He wore their Kraken sigil. They took a few villages pressed inland. Deepwood Motte holds, but they threaten the outskirts. We're short of men. Sent me to ask for help? Ned felt cold, a deeper chill than winter could bring. Theon had gone home, but now returned as a raider? After everything House Stark had given him? Anger and betrayal welled. We'll send aid, he said grimly. Rest now. You're safe. As the maester tended the man's frostbite, Ned and Robb stepped aside. Robb's face had gone taut, lines of fury around his mouth. Theon, how could he do this? Ned shook his head heavily. Balon's ambition is no surprise, but Theon taking arms against the North, that's a cruelty I did not expect. I had hoped, well, hope is not enough. Robb's hands clenched. We must respond. The Glovers are our bannermen. If the Ironborn attack them, we cannot stand idle. Ned agreed, though dread coiled in his stomach. Winter battered the roads, but they needed to muster men and push the Ironborn back into the sea. We'll rally what forces we can. The great lords who can still march in the snow, Mormont, Umber, Serwyn, Bolton. White Harbor might send ships if possible. The Ironborn can't hold territory inland for long, but they can cause havoc. We'll drive them out. Robb drew a shaking breath. And if Theon stands among them? Then he's our enemy, Ned said coldly, pain lacing the words. He chose this. No sooner had they begun planning than further tidings arrived from the Ravens, reports of Ironborn attacks on smaller coastal holdfasts, burned longhouses, captured fishing boats. White Harbor was preparing its fleet for defense but had limited reach. Theon's name appeared in multiple accounts, leading a small band that struck swiftly, disappearing back to ships. Balon Greyjoy, self-styled King of the Isles, aimed to carve out territory while the rest of the realm tore itself apart. Ned summoned the northern lords who could still travel, meeting in Winterfell's Great Hall. The Great John arrived, cursing the Ironborn and vowing to tear them limb from limb. Lady Midge Mormont came, braving the winter seas from Bear Island. Roose Bolton, silent and pale, stood at the edges of each council session, his eyes glittering with calculation. The plan took shape. Small columns of Northmen, chosen for winter travel, would converge on Deepwood Motte, then push to retake the coastal hamlets. White Harbor would patrol the sea routes. It was not a full mobilization of the entire North. Winter made that impossible, but enough to show the Ironborn they could not pillage freely. Catelyn stood at Ned's side through each council, her face set. Robb took command of one column, determined to lead by example. Ned felt torn about letting him march out again, remembering how the last southern campaign nearly cost them everything. But Robb was of age, a proven leader of men. The Great John and Midge Mormont both urged him to come, for the men rallied around him like a standard. Let me do this, Robb told Ned. I can't abide Theon betraying us. I need to show the North that we stand strong. Ned squeezed his eyes shut briefly, then opened them, nodding. Take men you trust. Don't overextend. Winter claims more lives than swords do. He placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. If you see Theon, do what needs doing. I won't dictate your actions. Robb's gaze flickered with pain. I never wanted to kill him. He was like a brother once. He made his choice, Ned said, voice heavy. Focus on freeing our lands. So it was settled. Robb assembled a force of about 300 men, some Umber riders, Mormont warriors, a fraction of Bolton's men, and knights from smaller houses. They wore furs, brought sturdy horses, sledges, and snowshoes. The winter roads would test them, but they had no other recourse. Another group would muster under Lord Bolton to reinforce Moat Cailin, just in case Tywin Lannister decided to exploit the turmoil and strike from the south. Meanwhile, Ned would remain at Winterfell, holding the seat, sending ravens, ensuring supplies. He hated letting Robb face more danger, but father and son both knew it was necessary. On the day the column departed, the courtyard was a churn of horseflesh, men's breath fogging the air, the ring of steel as they readied arms. Snow fell in large flakes, drifting onto cloaks and helmets. Catelyn stood by Robb's horse, adjusting the fur mantle around his shoulders. Sansa and Bran hovered close, subdued. Rickon clutched a corner of Catelyn's cloak, eyes brimming. Robb swung into the saddle. He wore mail beneath thick wolfskin, the Stark sigil pinned at his left breast. The Great John stood behind him, a looming presence with an axe slung across his back. Midge Mormont gave Robb a curt nod, ready to lead her Bear Island warriors. Across the yard, Bolton's men had a cold, disciplined look. Robb scanned them all. We ride for Deepwood Motte, he called, voice carrying. The Ironborn will learn they cannot raid the North without consequence. A shout of agreement rose. Ned stepped forward, each footstep a dull ache in the cold. "Robb," he said quietly, laying a hand on the horse's bridle. "Return safely." Robb's face softened, revealing the youth beneath the war leader. "I will, father. I swear it." Then he glanced at the rest of the family. Sansa gave him a wavering smile, Bran a determined nod, Rickon a trembling wave. Lastly, Robb met Catelyn's gaze. She mouthed, "Be careful," tears shining unshed. He forced a smile, gave a short nod. The horns blew, the portcullis rose. The column began to move out under falling snow, hooves crunching in the frozen slush. Wolves embroidered on banners fluttered in the wind. Ned watched until they vanished beyond the gate. This moment echoed the day Robb had marched south to save Ned from the Lannisters. Now he led men again, but this time the enemy was Theon Greyjoy and the old threat from the sea. Catelyn stood close, arms wrapped about herself. "Let the gods protect him," she whispered. Ned silently echoed the prayer. That night, Winterfell felt emptier. The men who remained went about their duties with a hush. Ned paced the walls, gazing into the white gloom. The wind moaned, carrying the lonely cry of some distant wolf. He thought of the old gods in the godwood, their silent vigilance, the weirwood's red face. In times past, he would kneel there for guidance. Perhaps he should now. He turned away from the battlements, heading for the inner courtyard, each step accompanied by the hush of snow. In the godwood, the ancient trees stirred in the wind, branches dusted with ice. Ned approached the heart tree, the carved face streaked with red sap that looked like tears. He knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his breeches, and closed his eyes. In that quiet, he felt the presence of something older than the realm's petty wars. A memory flickered, the day he'd knelt to tie Arya's cloak, how she squirmed away, refusing fuss. The swirl of regret and love pressed on his chest. He could almost hear the echo of her voice. "Safe," he prayed. "Let her be safe." He lingered a long while until the cold stiffened his limbs. Only then did he rise, bow slightly to the weirwood, and return to the castle. No divine voice gave him answers, but a faint sense of resolve settled in him. He had to believe that Arya survived, that Robb would succeed, that the North would stand. Even if the Seven Kingdoms shattered, Winterfell must endure. In the days that followed, he busied himself with running the castle, sending crows to White Harbor, checking supply lines. Sansa continued to hold small gatherings, reading stories to the children of the winter town, a quiet kindness that reminded him of her mother's gentle heart. Catelyn assisted him in all tasks, her presence a balm though worry never left her eyes. Bran roamed the corridors, occasionally slipping outside on Hodder's broad back, though the cold limited how far they could go. Rickon clung to the direwolf pup, named Shaggy Og, who occasionally howled at night as though sensing some distant threat. Messages dribbled in from the south. Tywin Lannister had not moved from Harrenhal, but tension grew between him and King Joffrey's court in King's Landing. Stannis massed ships near Dragonstone. Renly danced around them, forging alliances with the Reach. The realm might collapse from within if none found a swift victory. Ned read each rumor with cool detachment. Let them destroy one another, so long as the North was left in peace, though he knew the North's peace was never guaranteed. Then, about a fortnight into Robb's campaign, a raven arrived with the tidings Ned had been waiting for. The message was from the Great John, penned in a rough scrawl. Robb's host had reached Deepwood Motte through heavy snow, found the Ironborn entrenched in a nearby village. Skirmishes erupted. The note claimed several Northmen had fallen, but they forced the Ironborn back. A second note, appended, said Theon had been spotted leading a small band that retreated swiftly to their ships, though the Northmen nearly cornered him. The fighting continued. The Greyjohn's words bristled with savage glee. "We'll tear them out by the roots, my lord." Relief warred with fear in Ned's heart. Robb was alive, apparently successful so far. Yet the fighting was real. More blood spilled on northern soil, and Theon's betrayal stung like an old wound torn open. Catelyn read the note with Ned, pressing her lips together. "At least the tide favors us," she said quietly. "Robb's winning." Ned nodded, but a voice inside him whispered that war has a way of turning. For now, though, he embraced the hope. He wrote a quick reply, urging them to stand firm, offering instructions on supply lines, and reaffirming that White Harbor's ships would watch for Ironborn landings. Days of tension followed, each morning Ned or Catelyn scanning the skies for ravens. On the 5th day after the first message, a second raven arrived. This one from Robb himself, scrawled in a less tidy hand than usual, as if written in haste. "Father, we have pressed the Ironborn from the outskirts of Deepwood Motte. They burned a few villages, but we reclaimed them. Lady Mormont fights bravely. The Great John led a fierce charge. No sign of Theon in the last clash. Rumor says he retreated to the coast. We suspect he aims to regroup with more ships. We will continue to drive them back. Our losses are painful but not crippling. I hope to secure the coast within another fortnight, if the storms do not hamper us. Robb. Ned exhaled a shaky breath as he read it aloud to Catelyn. He's doing well, she said, voice thick with pride. And Theon flees. Perhaps the boy has realized his father's war is futile. Ned nodded, though the bitterness remained. Perhaps. Or Bolton has more cunning plans. The Ironborn rarely fight in pitched battles far inland. They raid the coast. Robb must be careful not to chase them onto the sea. She squeezed his arm. He's learned caution. Word also came from White Harbor that some Ironborn longships had tried raiding the eastern shores, but the Manderleys had mounted a stout defense. The raiders withdrew. It seemed the North had not been caught off guard. Yet the conflict was not over. Then, in the stillness of a twilight a few days later, a messenger arrived on horseback near Collapse, bearing a single scroll to Ned. The guards rushed him into the hall. Ned met him by the fire, offering a cup of hot ale. The messenger drank greedily, then blinked, focusing on Ned. "My lord, I bring news from the west," he said, voice rasping. Robb Stark's column cornered a band of Ironborn near a village by the bay. They fought at dawn. Theon Greyjoy was among them. Ned's hand tightened on the scroll. "Tell me all." The messenger swallowed hard. Some Ironborn surrendered, claiming they had no orders to hold the village. They said Theon was wounded in the fight, escaped to a ship. Robb tried to capture him, but they slipped away into the fog. The rest were cut down. "We have almost reclaimed the entire coastline, but Theon remains at large. Lord Stark, your son, took a cut to the leg during the skirmish. They say he is well enough, but the wound needs tending." A rush of fear. "How bad?" Ned demanded, voice harsh. "Not mortal, they say. The maester traveling with them stitched it. He'll walk, my lord, but it was a deep slash from an Ironborn axe. He sends word that he must remain at the front a while longer to finish clearing the coast. He hopes to be home once the Ironborn are pushed out entirely." Catelyn, who had joined them, let out a shaky breath. Wounded, but alive. She closed her eyes, relief and worry mingling. Ned scanned the scroll, which basically confirmed the messenger's account. Theon's whereabouts were unknown, presumably retreated to Pike or another island. Bolton had not declared an end to his raids, though the letter suggested the immediate threat on the mainland was receding. The Northmen had burned several Ironborn longships that foolishly lingered, capturing or killing dozens of raiders. Ned felt a grim satisfaction at that. Let them learn the cost of this betrayal. When at last the messenger departed to rest, Ned and Catelyn conferred in low voices. "Robb's ambition is to end this incursion completely," Ned said. "If the Ironborn keep harassing them from the sea, though it could drag on. My heart wants Robb home soon." "He'll come as soon as he can," Catelyn murmured, pressing Ned's hand between hers. "We must trust him." He nodded, though the paternal worry gnawed. Another 2 weeks passed, each day bringing small updates. Scattered Ironborn attempts to land on rocky shores, but the Northmen always ready to repel them. Some of the men from Bear Island confronted a group of raiders near the sea caves, slaying them to a man. The Great John wrote boasting of his kills, calling them fish lovers who can't fight on land. Theon's name rarely surfaced. Some claimed he was seen aboard a longship sailing west, out of sight. Finally, one bleak afternoon, horns sounded at Winterfell's walls. A small cavalcade approached from the west, the crest of House Stark fluttering in the wind. Word spread like wildfire. Ned and Catelyn, along with Sansa, Bran, and Rickon, hurried to the courtyard. Snow muffled footfalls, and the gates creaked open, revealing a group of riders. At their head was Robb, pale but upright in the saddle. His left leg was bandaged and stiff, but he managed to smile when he saw his family. The courtyard erupted in cheers. Robb dismounted carefully with the help of a guard. Ned moved forward, arms out, ignoring his own lingering aches. "My son," he said, voice catching. Robb clasped him in a brief hug. Catelyn embraced Robb next, tears in her eyes. "You're home," she whispered. "Thank the gods." Bran and Rickon crowded close, wearing grins of pure relief. "You beat the Ironborn, right, Robb?" Rickon asked, voice trembling with excitement. Robb ruffled Rickon's hair. "We drove them off, yes. They'll think twice before landing on our shores again." Ned looked over Robb's face, noticing lines of weariness that hinted at the price. "Your leg?" he asked softly. "A small matter," Robb said, though his voice wavered. "We've a maester with us. He says it'll heal well if I rest." He turned to the men behind him, who dismounted amid weary relief. The Great John strode in, thumping his chest, proclaiming victory. Meage Mormont's daughter Daisy appeared, spattered with dried mud, looking grim but proud. They carried a half-dozen wounded, including a man with an arm in a sling. Others led a few Ironborn prisoners in rough bindings, heads low. Ned directed the wounded to the maester's care, the prisoners to the dungeons. He glimpsed Roose Bolton's standard among them as well, though Bolton himself had only contributed men, apparently not present in person. The courtyard bustled. Robb sagged slightly, leaning on Catelyn. They guided him indoors, helping him remove his cloak. A chill wind followed them, swirling the last snow flurries inside before the doors shut. In the great hall, with the warmth of the hearth on them, Ned took a proper look at his son's bandaged thigh. Through a tear in the breeches, stained with older blood, Ned saw the edges of a stitched gash. The new maester, a quiet man named Armin, insisted Robb sit, then carefully unwound the old wrappings, revealing a scabbed wound. It would leave a scar. "He'll limp for a while," Armin said. "But it's healing. Just keep it clean." Robb tried to wave off the fuss. "I'm fine, truly," but he winced when shifting weight. Ned exhaled. "Fine or not, you rest. Sansa, fetch what he needs." Sansa hurried off, returning with fresh bandages and a basin of warm water. Bran hovered, fascinated. Rickon had run off to brag to the stable boys that his brother had beaten the Ironborn. Catelyn stood close, worry lining her face, but also pride. When they were somewhat settled, Ned asked for details. Robb recounted how they had fought along the coast, burning Ironborn longships, freeing captive villagers. Some skirmishes were brutal, with men dying on both sides. Theon had led a few raids personally, but each time he slipped away, always near water. Finally, when the Northmen massed to retake a crucial harbor, Theon and his men fled, and no new landings were attempted. Balon's ambitions had been thwarted. "For now," Robb said darkly. "I doubt he'll admit defeat." Ned nodded. "We'll keep watchers in White Harbor, towers on the western coast. You did well, son. We owe you and your men thanks." Robb looked at his father, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. "I tried to capture Theon. I wanted him to answer for his betrayal, but he got away. I saw him at a distance, bleeding. He locked eyes with me for a moment. He looked almost haunted. Then he vanished into the fog. I wonder if he regrets anything." Ned lowered his gaze. "He made his choice. Let him live with it. Perhaps we'll face him again, if Balon stirs up more trouble." They fell silent, letting the hush of the hall envelop them. The crackle of the fire, the swirl of people attending to the returning warriors. One by one, the men approached to pay respects, from the Greyjohn's jovial boasting to the quiet thanks of minor lords who had followed Robb. Ned welcomed them, grateful this threat had been contained without ravaging the entire coast. Word spread that evening, the Ironborn incursion had been repelled. House Stark remained strong. Spirits lifted among the small folk. But Ned and Robb both knew the realm's troubles were not over. Tywin Lannister lurked at Harrenhal, Renly, and Stannis Ward in the south. The Greyjoys still menaced the seas. And Arya was lost in the Riverlands, fate uncertain. A partial victory was not peace. That night, they held a modest feast in honor of the returning warriors. The hall glowed with torchlight. Men raised cups of ale to Robb, lauding him as a hero. The Great John bellowed hearty laughter, boasting that the North had never bent to fish lovers. Midge Mormont's daughter sat with a grim smile, recounting how they'd butchered an Ironborn reaver who tried to run. Sansa led the servants in distributing bread and salt. Bran and Rickon watched with wide eyes, absorbing the talk of battles. Ned, seated near Robb at the high table, forced himself to let some pride flicker. His eldest son had come back alive, had done what needed doing. But one threat ended only for another to loom. Even as men cheered, Ned's thoughts strayed to the edges of the firelight where shadows flickered with every motion. He glimpsed Bolton's men among the crowd, stiff and silent. He remembered Theon's haunted face, the unstoppable churn of southern politics. He thought of Arya on some unknown road, forging ahead with that fierce spirit that matched her sword hand. Could she have heard of the Ironborn raids? Did she even know Theon had betrayed them? He took a long drink of spiced wine. Then he turned to Robb. "You've done all I could ask. Now rest. Let the winter pass. We must gather our strength." Robb looked at him, weariness etched in his eyes that were too old for his years. "Aye, father. We'll endure. We always do." Outside the walls, the snow kept falling, blanketing the land in silence. Ravens flew with tidings of war, seeking them out from far corners. Yet within Winterfell's halls that night, the people found a moment's respite. Laughter, drink, the warmth of the hearth. A father and son, side by side, battered but not broken. And though the shape of tomorrow remained uncertain, House Stark stood as one, awaiting the next turn of fate with steadfast hearts. For days after the feast in Winterfell's great hall, the castle hummed with a subdued, tired relief. There was no grand victory to celebrate exactly. The Ironborn had been repelled from the north's western coast, but only through blood and effort, and they still lurked on the seas. Yet the mood of Winterfell was better than it had been all winter. Robb had returned from the fighting. Men who marched out beneath snow-laden skies had come home, battered but alive, bringing tales of how they'd driven off Balon Greyjoy's raiders. Here in the heart of the north, behind thick walls warmed by the great hot springs, the worst of winter's chill felt just a little more bearable. Ned Stark sensed that cautious lift in spirits every time he passed through the courtyard. Stable boys bantered more freely while tending the horses, and guards on the walls stood with heads held a bit higher. But he also saw, in the lines on faces or in the hush of some whispered conversations, a tension that had not yet eased. Theon Greyjoy's betrayal shook them all. Theon had been a familiar presence, a near brother to Robb, someone who laughed easily in the yard and boasted of Iron Island's swagger. Now that same young man had led men in burning northern villages and slaying good folk. It left an aftertaste of confusion and anger. Some men muttered that the Greyjoy boy should have been chained long ago, that one day Ned Stark's mercy would haunt them. On a brittle morning not long after Robb's return, Ned stood in the solar with Catelyn and Maester Luwin, taking stock of the letters that had arrived from across the north. They were sorting through the daily burden of ravens, petitions for grain shipments, small folk disputes over winter grazing, questions about whether winter taxes might be lessened. It was the daily tapestry of a region bracing for deep cold, made all the more complicated by war. Outside, a fresh wind rattled the window shutters, reminding them that winter was nowhere near its end. "The Western Lords confirm the Ironborn have pulled back," Luwin was saying, tapping a parchment from House Glover. "Raids have ceased for now. A few sightings of a longship along the rocky coast, but no new landings. Lord Glover thanks Winterfell for its swift response, though he warns that the Reavers might return in spring." Ned gave a weary nod. "Balon Greyjoy will not surrender. He'll wait for a chance. But for now, the coast is safer." He ran a hand through his hair, newly touched by more strands of silver. "And from White Harbor, do we have word?" "That Lady Mandoli is maintaining patrols along the shore," Luwin said. "Her father, Lord Wyman, says the sea is half choked by ice floes, making any Ironborn approach more difficult. Still, they watch day and night." Catelyn looked at the next scroll in the stack, her brows knitting. "What of our men posted at Moat Cailin? If the Lannisters suspect weakness, they might try an overland march." "Roose Bolton holds it," Ned answered, a flicker of unease in his eyes. "He sent one of his sons to oversee the garrison. Tywin Lannister remains at Harrenhal, from all reports, pinned by the threat of Renly Baratheon in the south and Stannis on the seas. That stalemate works in our favor." Catelyn set the letter aside. "I still find little comfort in that. The Lannisters want revenge for Joffrey's humiliation and your capture of him, whatever truce was forced upon them. It may take them time, but they won't forget." She softened her tone. "Not to mention, every day that passes with Arya missing leaves me on edge." At Arya's name, an old ache coiled in Ned's chest. Months had passed since she vanished in King's Landing. Rumors trickled north that a bold girl with a sword had roamed the Riverlands, hooking up with outlaws or traveling players, but none of it was certain. We must have faith, he murmured, though it sounded hollow in his own ears. She's strong. If she can survive King's Landing, she can survive a war-torn countryside. Catelyn nodded, eyes distant. I only wish we had fresh leads. Riverrun scouts have found nothing new. We'll not stop looking, Ned said softly. In the spring, if the road's clear, I might travel south again. Until then, the best we can do is keep sending letters and watchers. They finished going through the pile of messages, then parted ways for the day's tasks. Ned found himself in the courtyard, greeted by the sting of winter air on his cheeks. He spied Robb near the archery butts, leaning on a cane of his own, really just a plain staff, to compensate for his leg injury. He wore a thick cloak over fur-lined leathers. A pair of the men who'd fought with him at Deepwood Motte were with him, laughing over some private joke. Ned watched with fatherly concern. Robb's leg was mending, but the wound still pained him enough to hamper easy movement. When Robb saw Ned, he gestured the men away and approached. Father, he said, giving a slight bow of the head, half playful. You're up early for a man with so many letters on his desk. Ned snorted softly. Perhaps I needed the fresh air. And you? Should you be pushing that leg so soon? Robb made a face. The maester insists I not ride for another week, but I can't stand being idle. I came to watch the archers. Then I try to bow myself only a handful of OTS. It aches a bit, but I can manage. Ned glanced at his son's posture, noting the tension in Robb's shoulders. You've done enough warring to earn some rest. Winterfell can survive a few weeks without your sword. Robb shook his head, eyes darkening. I know, but it's not about rest. I feel the war in my bones. The Lannisters, the Greyjoys, Stannis, Renly, so many pieces shifting. I can't help wondering when the next blow will fall. Sometimes I think about that day by the Trident, capturing Joffrey, and how quickly fortunes turned. I used to believe in simpler lines between friend and foe. Ned laid a hand on Robb's arm. War tests all illusions. The North has endured for generations by knowing who we are. Stay true to that, no matter how the rest of the realm spins. Then he offered a small, dry smile. Besides, it's not so simple, is it? You captured a king, but that boy king had no notion of honor. Now the cost continues. There's no shame in feeling unsettled. Robb let out a breath that misted the cold air. You're right. He stepped away, leaning on his staff. Perhaps I'll limp around the walls one more time, then see what tasks need doing with the men. The great John wants a fresh assignment. He's restless as a caged direwolf. If there's no more Ironborn to fight, he might start wrestling bears. Ned laughed softly. Tell him we need no bear wrestling in the courtyard. Or if he must, do it outside the walls. He watched Robb go, left foot dragging slightly on the snow-backed ground, then turned to climb the steps to the ramparts. Up on the walls, the wind blew harder, but the vantage let him see beyond Winterfell's roofs. Around the base of the castle walls lay the winter town, low houses huddled for warmth, smoke rising from chimneys. Past that, farmland lay dormant under snow. Guards walked their circuit, nodding respectfully as Ned passed. He peered south. The sky was pewter gray, threatening another day of flurries. He almost closed his eyes, recalling the day they parted from the Riverlands, the promise that Arya might be found. So many roads led nowhere. At times he felt powerless. Duty was all that steadied him. He descended after a time, heading to the library tower. There he found Bran perched at a desk, sifting through a tome of local histories. The boy looked up, brightening at his father's approach. Father, I found a mention of King Torrhen Stark and how he knelt to Aegon the Conqueror, saving the North from dragons. Is that true? Ned nodded, aware that Bran's thirst for knowledge had grown since his accident. It is. They call Torrhen the king who knelt. He chose to spare his people from dragonfire. Some say it was cowardice, others say wisdom. Bran's eyes darted across the lines of text. I wonder which the realm needed more, courage or caution. Now we have no dragons, but plenty of war. Ned ruffled his hair gently. We do indeed. Keep reading, my boy. In stories, at least, you might find some guidance. I must see to a few matters, but I'll be here if you need me. Bran smiled, returning to the text. Ned left him, the flicker of pride in his heart tempered by the memory that Arya would have scorned a quiet library day, preferring training yard mischief or the archery butts. Each child so different, he tried not to let grief claim him. Toward midday, he met with Catelyn to walk the walls again, this time scanning the roads for any sign of visitors. Sometimes merchants from the eastern towns braved the weather to bring news, but none appeared. Instead, a swirl of small tasks consumed them. They checked on the storage cellars, verifying that enough salted meat and grain remained. The steward reported that with the trickle of refugees from outlying villages, rations would need careful distribution. Ned authorized more hunts in the Wolfswood, mindful of not exhausting the game. Winter would only deepen. The routine continued for a night, each day a pattern of quiet tension. Then, one morning, as Ned and Robb stood in the courtyard helping direct a new load of supplies, a rider galloped into Winterfell with a banner bearing the flayed man of House Bolton. The horse frothed at the mouth, evidence of a hard ride. Men parted to let him pass. Ned frowned, glancing at Robb. Visits from House Bolton rarely meant good news. The rider, breathless, dismounted and bowed stiffly. "Lord Stark, Lord Robb. I bring a message from Roose Bolton at Moat Cailin. He asks for immediate counsel. There are rumors that Tywin Lannister might shift from Harrenhal in the spring or sooner." Robb's face set in a scowl. "We've heard that rumor for months. Why is Bolton so alarmed now?" The messenger swallowed. "My lord, apparently some scouts saw movement of men near the eastern roads. It could be a feint or it could be the start of an early push. Lord Bolton requests reinforcements if it's true. He suggests a meeting at Moat Cailin to unify the northern lords on strategy." Ned's pulse quickened. Another threat from the Lannisters, just as they'd forced back the Ironborn. "We can spare some men," he said quietly, "though not a full army in these snows. If Tywin truly marches, winter roads won't be easy for him either." Robb turned, testing his leg's strength on the packed snow. "I can go, father. I'm mostly healed. Let me meet with Bolton and see if Tywin's threat is real." Ned weighed that, frowning. "You've only just returned from battle and your leg is not fully mended." "I'll take a small escort, travel slowly," Robb insisted. "Bolton respects me after Deepwood Motte, or at least he pretends to. You must stay here to hold the North's heart. If Tywin does strike, we need a plan that comes from united leadership." He sounded adamant, eager to prove that his wound would not hamper him. Ned studied Robb's expression, reading the resolve there. This was no rash child. Robb had earned the men's respect, proven his capability in leading. "Very well," he said. "But take caution. Moat Cailin can be a bleak place, and winter hazards are many." Robb gave a curt nod. "I will. Let me gather men." He turned to the Bolton rider. "Rest, stable your horse. We'll depart in 2 days." The man bowed, relief on his face. "Yes, my lord." Ned felt a knot tighten in his chest. Again, events forced them to hazard the roads, to coordinate defenses. He wondered if the realm would ever let them stay at peace. But he summoned a calmer voice, reminding himself that this was the burden of leadership. They would not hide behind Winterfell's walls. They had to face threats head-on. That evening, in the Great Hall, Ned broke the news to Catelyn. She accepted it with the quiet worry he had expected. "We keep sending our children to war councils," she murmured, walking by Ned's side near the dais. "I do not blame you or him, but it stings all the same." Ned guided her to the side, away from curious ears. "I know. We do what we must. Robb has shown he can handle men, and the lords trust him after his victories. Even Bolton can't deny that." Catelyn nodded, lips pursed. "Then let it be. I'll help him prepare supplies for the journey. Perhaps I'll send a letter with him for Lord Bolton, reminding him we stand united. Bolton is cunning. He must see no cracks in our stance." They spent the next day quietly organizing. Robb selected 40 seasoned men, including some from the Mormont contingent and a few loyal to House Serwyn. The Great John wanted to join, but Robb insisted that the big man remain to rest from his own injuries. Horses were reshod, sledges prepared with extra fodder. The short winter days demanded caution in travel. On the morning of departure, the sky was the color of slate, promising more snow. Robb, clad in layered furs, stood in the courtyard bidding farewell to Sansa, Bran, and Rickon. Sansa brushed tears away, as she hated goodbyes of any kind. Bran tried to hide his worry behind a stiff nod. Rickon looked miserable, clinging to Catelyn's skirts. But Robb offered them a light-hearted grin. "I'll be back before you know it," he said. "Don't let Grey Wind eat all the leftover pork in the kitchens. He gets greedy." Grey Wind, the large direwolf that followed Robb, wagged his tail at the mention of food. Ned stepped forward, gripping Robb's hand. "Watch yourself," he said softly. "If the Lannisters are stirring, they might have spies anywhere." Robb nodded. "I will." Then he glanced at Catelyn, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. "Mother, keep father from brooding too much," he said. forcing a smile. "We all brood enough in these dark days." Catelyn's eyes shone. "Just come home safe." The small column set out, winding through Winterfell's gates in the swirl of mid-morning light. Hoofs crunched in snow. Robb rode near the front, a traveling cloak draped over his shoulders, gray wind padding alongside. The watchers on the walls raised a brief cheer, though it was muted by the cold air. Ned and Catelyn stood together, gazing until the riders vanished beyond the white horizon. Another piece of the family parted, and once more the sense of precarious waiting weighed on the castle. That weight stretched into days. Snow fell, sometimes heavily, sometimes drifting in flurries, always piling up around the keep. Ned tried to bury himself in the work of governance. He oversaw a new tally of the harvest bins, conferred with local holders about missing livestock, and read each scrap of news that arrived from the south. Sansa tended to the household with a gentle efficiency that reminded Ned of how Catelyn was at that age. Bran lost himself in reading or winter training sessions where Hodder helped him practice bow handling. Rickon gravitated to the hounds, forging a small kingdom of mischief around them. 2 weeks after Robb's departure, a raven from Moat Cailin arrived, bearing a curt note from Bolton's steward. It said that Robb had arrived safely, that discussions were ongoing. Another letter, penned in Robb's own hand, followed soon after, describing how Bolton was restless, convinced Tywin would try to push men up the Green Fork as soon as the roads thawed even a little. But there was no proof. The letter ended with Robb's plan to remain a bit longer, finalize a defensive arrangement, and then return home. Ned read it aloud to Catelyn in the solar, relieved that his son was well, if delayed. Time crawled. The hush of deep winter thickened around Winterfell. It had been months since Joffrey's captivity ended, since Ned's rescue from King's Landing. In many ways, it felt like years. The realm's simmering conflict continued at a distance, but those at Winterfell existed in a bubble of routine. Sometimes Ned found himself wandering the corridors late at night, passing the old Crannog mosaic near a window, or the storeroom that once held the dire wolf pups, reminders of how life had changed. On one such night, he ended up in the Godswood, breath clouding in the moonlight. A hush lay over the pines and the sentinel trees, each branch crusted with ice. The heart tree, ancient and watchful, wore a coating of frost that glimmered in the faint glow. Ned approached it slowly, kneeling on snowy ground. The carved face, with those red sap tears, seemed to regard him with timeless patience. He closed his eyes, letting the cold sink into his bones. He thought of Arya, Sansa, Robb, all his children, the North, the war that refused to end. In the silence, he let the swirl of burdens slip free, if only for a moment. Praying to the old gods offered no direct response, but it steadied him. As the wind sighed through branches, he rose, exhaling a misted breath. The path back to the keep looked eerily beautiful under moonlight, the footprints he'd left half filled by drifting snow, as though urging him to keep forging new steps. He brushed off his cloak and returned inside. 3 more weeks passed with no direct word from Robb. Each day, Ned or Catelyn checked for ravens. Sometimes they arrived but carried no news of Moat Cailin. The tension in Winterfell climbed. The men in the courtyard whispered among themselves, wondering if some sudden Lannister strike had pinned Robb down, or if Bolton's suspicious ways had led to conflict. Ned tried to hide his own worry, pressing the watchers to remain alert. Then, near the turn of the moon, a rider was spotted on the western road just after sunrise. The watch horns gave a single long call, peaceful arrival. Ned hurried to the gate, heart pounding. The gates opened, letting in a lone figure on horseback leading a second mount. Snow caked both animals. The man was stooped, almost toppling from the saddle. Guards rushed to help him dismount. At a glance, Ned recognized the livery as belonging to Bolton's retinue. The man was half-frozen, battered by storms. They brought him to the great hall's antechamber, piling furs around him near the hearth. Ned and Catelyn stood over him with Maester Luwin feeling for a pulse. The man's lips were blue from cold. After a few moments, he coughed and opened bloodshot eyes. "Lord Stark, I come from Moat Cailin. News of your son," he rasped. Ned's stomach clenched. "Speak," he urged softly. "Is he alive?" the man croaked. "But wounded." "There was a confrontation." "Not the Lannisters, my lord. It was the bastard of Bolton. A dispute. Your son tried to keep order. Blades were drawn. Lord Robb was run through the side. He lives, the maester works on him, but it's dire. Roose Bolton sends for you. Says come if you would see your son. All the warmth drained from Ned's body. He felt as though the floor slid away. Catelyn's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes brimming with horror. What madness is this? She whispered. Ned forced his voice steady. The bastard of Bolton? Ramsay Snow? Why would he attack Robb? The messenger coughed again, trembling. Tensions at Moat Catelyn, some claimed the North should march south at once. Others said wait. Words turned angry. Ramsay, no one's certain how it began. But steel was drawn. Your son was stabbed. Bolton arrived too late to prevent it. He's kept Robb alive, though, with the help of the maester. The bastard fled or was taken, no one knows. We left in a rush. Your son needs you. It felt like a nightmare. Ned recalled rumors of Ramsay's cruelty, how stories circulated about missing wives, flayed men. Had that poison now infected Moat Catelyn's negotiations? Pack provisions, he told Catelyn shakily. I leave at once. She grabbed his arm. I'll come too. He wavered. The roads are deadly. Winterfell needs a... Her eyes flashed. I'm his mother. You won't deny me. Sansa can manage the household with Lewin's help. Bran and Rickon are safe behind these walls. Ned felt too panicked to argue. Then come. We leave by midday. I'll gather a strong escort. We ride for Moat Catelyn. Amid the chaos that followed, servants rushed to prepare horses, sledges, furs. Catelyn oversaw the packing of medical supplies, ignoring protests that it was a harrowing trip in such weather. Ned told Sansa in a low, grim voice what had happened. Sansa went pale but steadied herself, promising to watch over Bran and Rickon. The Grey John roared in anger when he heard, demanding to come. Ned invited him, grateful for the warrior's unstoppable spirit. Within hours, a group of 50 men set out from Winterfell, including the Great John and a few dozen loyal swords. They carried a sledge loaded with more medical provisions. The morning was bleak. Snow drifted across the landscape in swirling eddies, threatening to blot out the smaller roads. But Ned would not be deterred. Robb's life might hang by a thread. He pressed the column forward, his mind whirling with fury and dread. That Ramsay Snow would dare harm his son, he would pay for it in blood if Robb did not recover. The journey south was brutal. Winds slapped at them, piling drifts. At times, they had to dismount and lead the horses single file. Catelyn wore 3 layers of furs, her face set in a mask of anxious resolve. The Great John took the lead, cursing the snow with each step, forging a path. Ned's old leg injury twinged in the cold, reminding him of how much he loathed these forced marches. But any discomfort paled before the terror of losing Robb. They camped in lean-tos built under pine stands, men sleeping in shifts to keep the fires from dying. At each dawn, they resumed plodding forward, cursing the short daylight hours. On the 3rd day, a minor snowstorm struck, forcing them to hole up in a rocky outcrop for half a night. The Great John roared that he would fight the gods themselves if they tried to keep him from saving Robb Stark. Ned was silently grateful for the man's stubborn spirit. Finally, on the 6th day, Moat Catelyn's silhouette rose against a sullen sky. The ancient fortress sprawled in ruin, 3 battered towers stark against the white-wreathed swamp. Frozen bogland surrounded it, patches of treacherous ice that had once been thick mud. Guards in Bolton colors hailed them from the ramparts. Ned's column announced themselves. The gate creaked open. Inside, the courtyard was half-choked with drifted snow, the walls black with old, rotting timber. Torches burned in braziers, warding off gloom. A few men in stark cloaks were visible, scowling at the Bolton men. Tension hung as thick as the cold air. Ned dismounted stiffly. The Great John swore under his breath, scanning the yard for signs of trouble. Catelyn brushed snow from her cloak, scanning the fortress with anxious eyes. Then a figure emerged from a half-collapsed tower, Roose Bolton himself, pale of face, eyes hooded. He approached with a solemn bow. Lord Eddard Stark. Lady Catelyn, you have come swiftly. Ned ground his teeth. Lead us to my son. Bolton inclined his head. Follow me. He turned and beckoned them inside. The Great John muttered darkly but followed, flanked by Ned and Catelyn. The corridor they entered reeked of damp and old stone. Torches guttered, throwing flickering shadows on the walls. At the end, a heavy door opened to reveal a cramped chamber, warmer than the corridors thanks to a brazier. A makeshift bed had been set against one wall, covered in furs. Robb lay there, eyes closed, face slack with pain. Catelyn rushed forward, kneeling by him. Robb! She felt his forehead, searching for a sign of fever. His breathing was shallow, but as her touch landed, he stirred, eyelids flickering. "Mother!" he croaked, voice barely audible. Ned's heart clenched. He gently set a hand on Robb's shoulder. "I'm here, my son. We've come." He studied the bandages around Robb's middle. They were stained with old blood. The smell of half-stale herbs hung in the air, telling him the wound was serious. A maester or healer, an older man with watery eyes, hovered at the foot of the bed. Bolton introduced him as Maester Wilman. The man looked flustered, bowing quickly. "I've done all I can." The blade punctured near the ribs. There was some internal bleeding. "The young lord is strong, though. With rest and care, he may yet heal." Robb tried to speak again, wincing. "Ramsay, that bastard," he breathed. "He said he spoke for Bolton. Demanded we ride south. I told him we'd wait. Then he flew at me. Couldn't block in time." He coughed softly. "Did we find him?" Bolton's voice was soft behind them. "He fled. My men hunt him." His pale eyes flicked over Robb. "I regret this deeply. The bastard is unhinged. I never gave him authority to press for war." Ned rose slowly, fixing Bolton with a glare that might have frozen lesser men. "This is your son, or your get, is he not? You must have known his proclivities." Bolton's face did not change. "I have tried to control him. Ramsay was always difficult. I do not condone his actions. I vow to find him and punish him." His words seemed practiced, emotionless. Catelyn stroked Robb's hair, urging him to rest. "Hush," she whispered. "You'll recover. Father is here now. We'll take you home to Winterfell once the maester says it's safe." Robb exhaled a shaky breath, eyes half-lidded. "I home. Tired of these wars." Then he drifted, sleep tugging him back into a haze. Ned faced Bolton again. "You said you have men hunting Ramsay. How did he slip away?" Bolton spread his hands. "The confrontation happened in the corridor near the feast hall. Swords were drawn. My son wounded Robb Stark, then turned and ran. Some men claim he whistled, and a few of his personal brutes joined him in flight. They rode out before we realized the severity of Lord Robb's wound. By the time I sent men in pursuit, they'd scattered. I suspect they found a route through the swamps." The Great John clenched his fists. "That scum better hope the swamps swallow him. If I get my hands on him." Ned silenced the big man with a gesture, though he understood the fury. "Send ravens throughout the north," Ned said to Bolton coldly. "Warn all houses that Ramsay Snow is wanted for treason and attempted murder. No quarter given. If he is found, we want him alive if possible, but dead if not." Bolton lowered his eyes. "Yes, my lord." Ned turned his attention back to Robb, kneeling by the bed. The young man's face had a waxen pallor, lines of agony at the corners of his mouth. Maester Wilman said he'd stabilized the bleeding, but the wound was still raw. Any infection or re-injury could prove deadly. The best remedy was rest and careful care. "Then we stay," Ned said firmly. "I'll not move him in this condition. Gather the most skilled healers we have. We'll see him well enough to travel eventually." He brushed Robb's hair aside, feeling a surge of protectiveness. No father should watch his child suffer such wounds again. But the war seemed determined to tear them apart piece by piece. Catelyn's hand still clutched Robb's. Her tears fell silently onto the furs. Ned placed his own hand over hers, a silent vow that he would not let this tragedy take their son. The Great John stood behind them, subdued for once, glaring at Bolton with an undercurrent of blame. Outside, the old fortress moaned in the wind. Ned felt the gloom pressing in from these ruined walls, the shadows that clung to House Bolton's name. Something about this place felt ill-omened. They remained at Moat Cailin for days that turned into a fortnight. Each morning, Ned checked with the maester about Robb's condition. The wound festered once, sending Robb into feverish delirium. He spoke nonsense about losing Arya, capturing Joffrey, and hearing Grey Wind's howls. Catelyn refused to leave his side. Ned tried everything, herbs, warm compresses, even old northern remedies, hoping to stave off infection. Slowly, the fever broke. Robb began to sip broth and open his eyes. The color returned to his cheeks, though the scarring would be fierce. Meanwhile, the men in Ned's party took up watchful positions around Moat Catelyn, uneasy among the Bolton garrison. Roose Bolton was politeness incarnate, offering measured apologies and cooperation, but the tension never lessened. The Great John demanded to know how exactly Ramsay could vanish so easily. Bolton repeated the same story each time, calm and careful. Ned gleaned no sign of direct deceit from him, but he trusted Bolton about as far as he could throw him. At least the man had not tried to hinder Robb's healing. That was something. One dawn, as the maester changed Robb's bandages, Ned and Catelyn hovered. Robb winced but bore it stoically. The wound looked less raw. "I can nearly stand," Robb said, voice still weak. "Help me up, father." "Not yet," Ned insisted, though he gently placed an arm under Robb's shoulders. Together with Catelyn, he helped Robb sit upright against a bolster. Robb breathed heavily, color flushing his cheeks. He wore a loose tunic that hung on him more than it once did. He'd lost weight in fever, but he managed a pained grin at them. "I feel better." Catelyn gave him a relieved smile, tears in her eyes. "You will heal, thank the gods." Ned nodded, carefully letting Robb settle. "Once you're strong enough to ride, we go home," he promised. Enough of Moat Catelyn's gloom. Robb's gaze flicked around the cramped chamber. "Agreed. I never want to see these walls again." He paused, swallowing. "What of the bastard?" Ned's face hardened. "No word. Bolton's men claim the swamps are too treacherous for easy pursuit. I suspect we'll hear rumors in time. But for now, he's vanished." Robb looked troubled. "If he lives, we can't trust him not to sow more chaos. Our next war might be in our own lands." Ned felt the weight of that. "We'll remain vigilant," he said. "The Great John wants to search personally, but the odds of success in the bogs are slim. We'll spread the word that any house that shelters Ramsay faces our wrath. That may flush him out eventually." Robb nodded, resigned. "I'm sorry, father. Perhaps I should have seen it coming." Catelyn's hand caught his. "No, you're not to blame for a madman's violence." She pressed his fingers gently. "Focus on healing. We need you strong." They let him rest, though from then on, each day he regained a little more energy. By the second week, he could stand with help, shuffling to a chair near the brazier. He ate more, though the maester insisted on mild foods. The Great John, unstoppable, would barge in occasionally to offer loud encouragement, telling Robb that soon they'd get back to cracking heads, not letting heads crack you. Robb tried to laugh but often ended up wincing. During those days, Ned conferred with Roose Bolton about Tywin Lannister's rumored movements. The Bolton scouts had no solid evidence that Tywin was about to march. The roads south remained blocked by storms, and the Riverlands were a quagmire of small skirmishes. Likely, Tywin would wait for spring. Ned's stance was that the North should do the same, fortify Moat Catelyn, keep watch, but not commit more men. Bolton agreed in his muted tone. Despite the tension, no direct conflict arose. The fortress simply felt like an uneasy place where old ghosts lurked in damp corners. At last, one cold gray morning, the maester deemed Robb well enough to travel, provided they took it slow and avoided any jarring. Ned wasted no time. He wanted his son back within Winterfell's protective walls. They prepared a litter lined with straw and furs so Robb could recline rather than ride a horse. The Great John scouted the best route north, making sure it was cleared of snowdrifts. Catelyn oversaw the packing of supplies. Roose Bolton made no objection, only politely bidding them farewell, again expressing regret. His men parted in the courtyard as Robb was carried out on the litter, face pale but determined. Ned gave Bolton a final, penetrating look. "Your bastard must answer for his crimes. If you find him," Bolton bowed his head, "he'll be yours to judge." "That is my oath." The Great John muttered an oath of his own about flaying and vengeance, but Ned beckoned him along. They left Moat Catelyn under a leaden sky, heading north in a slow caravan. Robb lay bundled in the litter, with Catelyn riding close to check on him. Ned and the Great John led the front, scanning for any sign of trouble. The swamps around the old fortress gradually gave way to more solid ground, though thick snow made every mile a struggle. Nevertheless, the journey north felt lighter in spirit than the dash south, for they had Robb with them. He was badly hurt but alive, and each day that passed gave them hope the worst was behind them. They camped at small holdfasts where Ned's name still commanded respect. Local folk offered shelter, meager food, and prayed for Robb's recovery. Snow-laden pines towered overhead. Some nights they heard wolves howl in the distance, a lonely echo that made men huddle nearer the fires. Robb improved enough by the third day to sit up in the litter and exchange a few words with travelers they passed. The Great John told stories to distract him, boasting of old battles. Ned noticed that Robb still tired easily, drifting off mid-conversation, but at least he no longer seemed consumed by fever. After 10 days on the road, they approached Winterfell's gates. A horn sounded. Word spread like lightning through the winter town. Men and women emerged from huts, watching the approach with anxious curiosity. By the time they passed the outer walls, a crowd had gathered in the courtyard, stewards, guards, stable boys, all wanting a glimpse. Sansa, Bran, and Rickon rushed forward. Sansa had tears in her eyes, which she tried to hide. Bran's face lit with relief. Rickon clung to Catelyn's cloak, peering at Robb in the litter. Servants helped carefully lift Robb out, letting him lean on Ned and the Great John. He stood shaky but upright. A collective sigh of relief rippled through those gathered. Sansa stepped closer. "Robb, does it hurt much?" He offered a crooked smile. "Less each day," he said, voice still hoarse. "You should see the other fellow." Rickon piped up. "Who was it? Did you kill him?" Robb's face turned shadowed. "A man who betrayed us," he said quietly. "He ran away. Next time, he won't get off so easy." Ned nodded to the onlookers, dismissing them kindly. "Let us give him space." They guided Robb inside, where Maester Luwin already had a fresh chamber prepared. Catelyn and Ned exchanged weary smiles as they settled Robb in a proper bed, far more comfortable than the cramped tower in Moat Cailin. Over the next few days, Luwin evaluated the wound, removing the old stitches. He declared it healing fairly well. Robb would have a scar at his flank, but as long as he avoided strenuous motion, he should regain most of his strength. Sansa hovered to bring him broth and reading material, fussing in a sisterly way. Rickon tried to show him a new puppy trick, but Catelyn shooed him off when Robb tired. Bran simply offered quiet companionship, reading a story from the corner of the room. Gradually, the color returned to Robb's face, and he insisted on sitting near the hearth, talking with Ned about the realm's situation. Ned marveled at his resilience. Each brush with death only made Robb more determined to protect the north. When Robb felt strong enough to limp around the courtyard, leaning on a stout walking stick, some men greeted him with cheers. He blushed, waving them off. The Great John boomed that a near-mortal wound couldn't kill the young wolf. That nickname had taken root among certain men, referencing the day Robb had seized Joffrey as well as his skill in battle. Robb looked slightly uncomfortable with it, but let it be. Ned, watching, felt relief that overshadowed all else. Let the realm twist in southern wars. He had his son and heir alive, his family near. If the war came again, so be it, they would face it together. But for the moment, a hush of grace settled on Winterfell, a lull in the storms. Days turned into weeks. Winter's deep freeze held the land. The short daylight hours were spent ensuring the people had enough to eat, that no outlaws roamed the roads. Ravens brought more fractured tidings from King's Landing or the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister's inertia, Renly's posturing, Stannis' vigilance on Dragonstone. The Ironborn remained quiet for now. Ramsay Snow had not been found, though rumors put him in distant corners of the north, traveling under false names. The watch for him persisted. At last, on a day when pale sunlight actually broke through winter clouds, Ned walked with Robb along the battlements. Robb clutched the walking stick in one hand, wearing a thick cloak, but his limp was far less pronounced. They paused near a crenellation, gazing over the expanse of snow-covered fields. Up here, the wind stung their faces, but the view reminded them of the north's vastness. Pines clustered in the distance, crowned with white. The winter town's smoke drifted into a bright sky. In the far horizon, Ned thought he saw the faint line of the Wolfswood, dark against the brightness. "All quiet," Robb noted, sounding pleased. "No sign of trouble." Ned glanced at him. "You're restless, son." Robb let out a low chuckle. I am. But maybe I can stand a bit of quiet. My side still throbs if I move too suddenly. At least I can walk." Ned nodded. "Give yourself time. War will find us soon enough, I fear." Robb turned, eyes sharper. "You think so?" Ned looked over the White Plains. "With so many self-declared kings, the realm can't stay still. Once spring melts the roads, Tywin might move. The Greyjoys might strike again. Or Renly might press the Lannisters. We'll not stay untouched. Robb's jaw tightened. Then let them come. We'll hold the neck. We'll guard our coasts. Ned placed a hand on his shoulder. Yes, but war is never that simple. That's why we must keep strong alliances, watch the bigger picture. If Joffrey stumbles, if Renly and Stannis tear each other apart, who truly claims the throne then? Robb was silent, frowning. Not the North, he said at last. We have no desire for that seat. We only want to protect our lands, keep them free of Lannister meddling. Ned sighed. I was once content to serve Robert as Warden of the North. Now the Iron Throne's occupant is false. We'll see how the pieces shift. But for the moment we have each other, a house united. That matters more than any southern crown. They stood there, father and son, in quiet accord, the wind tugging at their cloaks. Beneath them, Winterfell's courtyard bustled with life. Men hauling fresh water, stable boys brushing horses, a few children skipping across the snow. The fortress endured as it had for generations. Ned reflected on the swirl of events that had brought them here: Joffrey's capture, Ned's freedom from the Red Keep, Theon's defection, the Ironborn raids, Ramsay Snow's betrayal. Yet despite each assault, House Stark still stood, forging ahead through winter's trials. When they eventually turned and made their way down the steps, Ned felt a tempered sense of hope. No matter how the rest of the realm reeled, the Starks would hold their own. Ned pictured Arya once more, bristling with that fierce independence, and allowed himself to believe she would find her way back eventually, as Robb had done. One by one, they would gather again in these halls, the old gods bearing silent witness to their resilience. Time wore on, bringing a lull of routine. Robb's wound healed further, letting him move about the castle with only a slight limp. Sansa took on more of the lady's tasks, ensuring the winter stores were rationed fairly. Bran helped in small ways, reading messages or assisting the steward. Rickon played in the yard with dogs or pestered the old master-at-arms for stories of the first men. Ned and Catelyn often walked the corridors together after dusk, speaking softly of each child's growth or of the uncertain future. The realm's turmoil receded to a distant murmur behind the thick winter walls. But in Westeros, quiet never lasted for long. The day came when a horn blast shattered morning calm, riders approaching from the south under a white banner. When the gatehouse hailed them, they answered with claims of being envoys of King Joffrey Baratheon. That name alone was enough to stir old anger throughout Winterfell. Yet Ned ordered them admitted. War might come again, but refusing a diplomatic party outright would invite further strife. They entered the courtyard in a swirl of kicked-up snow, half a dozen men in gold-trimmed cloaks, faces taut with cold. One wore a surcoat that displayed the crowned stag and lion, the Baratheon Lannister sigil used by Joffrey. Ned, with Robb at his side, greeted them before the gatherers in the yard. Silence fell among the onlookers as the lead envoy dismounted and bowed stiffly, his breath fogging in the frigid air. Lord Eddard Stark, he said, voice clipped with courtesy, I am Ser Cleos Fry, commanded by King Joffrey Baratheon to bring you terms. May we speak in private? Ned's mouth set in a thin line. The presence of a Fry in Lannister service was unsurprising but never pleasant. We'll speak inside, he said. Come, your men can warm themselves in the Great Hall. We'll hear what your boy king has to say. Ser Cleos's cheeks reddened at the subtle scorn, but he said nothing, only signaled his men. They stabled their horses while Ned, Robb, and a cluster of guards led them into the keep. The corridors felt warmer after the biting courtyard wind, though the tension was thick. Sansa and Bran had gathered in the hall's upper gallery, curious. Rickon peeked from behind a pillar, still too young to conceal his emotions. The air smelled of old wood smoke. Ned guided Ser Cleos into a smaller antechamber near the hall. Robb, the Great John, and Maester Luwin joined them. Cleos's men remained outside, guarded by Stark soldiers. A single brazier lit the room, casting flickering shadows. Ned stood with arms folded. Robb, leaning on his cane, glowered. The Grey John hovered behind them, a looming threat. Speak your piece, Ned said curtly. Ser Cleos coughed into his fist, clearly unsettled by the frosty reception. King Joffrey extends an offer of normalizing relations with the North. He recalls how you unlawfully captured him. He paused as Robb's face flashed anger. But acknowledges your compliance in returning him. He suggests a treaty, If you reaffirm your fealty to the Iron Throne, the Crown will forgive all past transgressions and guarantee the North's rights under royal law. The Great John let out a snort of disbelief. Robb spat. He calls capturing him unlawful? He was the one who threatened to kill my father. We acted in defense. Cleos cleared his throat. Nevertheless, King Joffrey is now in full command of the capital. He has no intention of ignoring the North's prior rebellion, but he's willing to show leniency. He invites you, Lord Eddard, to present yourself at King's Landing, swear anew, and bring peace between the North and the Crown. Ned felt a blaze of anger at the memory of how he'd been imprisoned, how Sansa was held hostage, how they nearly executed him. I see. And what if we refuse? Cleos's gaze flicked to the Greyjohn's enormous fists, then back to Ned. The letter states that refusal would be seen as open rebellion, punishable by all the forces of the Iron Throne. King Joffrey insists the realm must be united against threats such as Lord Stannis and Lord Renly. He asks the North to show loyalty or face condemnation. Robb's cane tapped the floor. He threatens us after all we've lost? We hold no love for that false boy king. We are not kneeling to him. The Great John rumbled agreement, fists clenched. Ned raised a hand for calm. Ser Cleos, King Joffrey must be aware that the North has no reason to trust him. He imprisoned me unjustly, endangered my family. We do not seek war, but we will not kneel lightly. If your king wants peace, he might start by addressing the wrongs done to us. Cleo swallowed. I only carry the message. If you have terms, I will bring them back to King's Landing. Robb snorted. Terms, father? The only term I'd offer Joffrey is that he keep his armies out of the North and forget we exist. He turned a fierce stare on Cleos. We bow to no tyrant. Cleos's cheeks flushed again. Then you risk the wrath of the crown. Tywin Lannister stands ready at Harrenhal and the Gold Cloaks. The Great John barked a laugh. We faced Tywin's host and captured your precious boy once. Let him come north in winter, we'll bury him in snow. Ned stepped in before the exchange escalated to violence. Ser Cleos, we will consider these matters. You and your men may rest here for the night. Then tomorrow I'll give you an answer to carry back. Do we agree to keep the peace under these roofs, or must we show you the gate? Cleos relented. We agree, my lord. Ned nodded. Then go with my men. They'll show you to quarters and see you fed. You'll have your answer by dawn. He turned, letting the Great John lead Cleos out, though he could feel the envoys' resentment like a chill wind. When they were gone, Ned exhaled. Robb clenched his cane. You know my feeling. I'll never kneel to that fiend. Ned rested a hand on Robb's shoulder. Nor will I, but we should word our refusal carefully. No need to invite a fresh Lannister invasion if it can be stalled. He glanced at Lewin. We'll pen a measured reply. We do not accept Joffrey's terms, but we remain open to a formal truce if he acknowledges the North's independence. He won't, but at least we show willingness to negotiate in good faith. Robb's mouth tightened. That might buy time. Ned nodded. Time to see how Renly and Stannis fare. If either topples Joffrey, the threat changes. They parted to gather quills and parchment. Ned crafted a letter that evening with Maester Lewin's help, stating in polite yet firm language that the North would not reaffirm fealty so long as Joffrey refused to address the outrages done to House Stark. If Joffrey desired genuine peace, he must recognize the North's right to govern itself. Ned sealed it with the direwolf sigil, sighing wearily as wax dripped onto the parchment. In truth, it was a rejection thinly veiled as negotiation. But Joffrey would see it as defiance. They could do no less. At dawn, Ser Cleos Fry and his men gathered in the courtyard, hoods drawn tight. Ned handed him the sealed letter. Cleos's eyes flicked over Ned's stern face, then to Robb standing a few paces behind, cane in hand. You realize King Joffrey may not take kindly to this, Cleos said, voice taut. Ned's expression was cold. We realize. Convey the message accurately. That is all. Cleos bowed stiffly, then spurred his horse. The party rode out under watchful glares from Stark men. Snow eddied in their wake, and soon they vanished beyond the gates. Robb exhaled, leaning on his cane. Well, that's done. Ned put a hand on his son's back. Yes. Now we wait for his reply or his armies. He caught Catelyn's gaze from where she stood by the steps, arms folded. She looked as though she wanted to fling something at Joffrey with her own hands. The day wore on, the sense of foreboding thick as the clouds overhead. A hush gripped Winterfell. Men who overheard the conversation about Joffrey braced themselves for the possibility that war might again breach their land. The Great John roamed the yard, cursing all Lannisters. Robb retreated to his chambers, rubbing his wounded side. Ned found Catelyn near the weirwood in the Godswood at dusk, kneeling in the snow, likely seeking solace in the old gods. He joined her, quietly kneeling by her side. The carved face in the weirwood tree seemed to watch them. Red sap tears glistened in the dim twilight. A winter wind stirred the branches, brushing Ned's hair back from his brow. He closed his eyes, feeling Catelyn's warmth beside him. For a moment, neither spoke. At length, she whispered, "When will it end, Ned?" He opened his eyes, studying the rough lines of the heart tree's face. "When the realm finds a true king who can hold it together, or else breaks entirely. But no matter the outcome, we stand for the North. The rest we must bear." She leaned her head against his shoulder, trembling a little in the cold. "We've lost so much already. We only got you back by capturing Joffrey. Now his mother, Tywin, all the Lannisters remain. And the Greyjoys. And Ramsay. And we haven't found Arya." Ned's throat constricted. "I know." He steadied her with an arm. "But we have each other, Cat. Robb survived, Sansa is safe, Bran and Rickon are here. The North is not beaten. We can endure." She nodded, tears slipping silently. He held her until the last light faded from the sky, the old gods their only witness. Then they rose, returning to the castle where the fires glowed in the hall. Winter might deepen, war might come from all sides, but House Stark would remain. Ned told himself that as fiercely as he had told himself anything. Let Joffrey rage, let Tywin muster, there was still a measure of hope so long as the family stood together. The next weeks were a vigil. No new ravens came from King's Landing, leaving Winterfell in uneasy quiet. The ground froze solid, the wind howled, and day by day the storehouses emptied. But the lords and stewards had planned well enough. No one starved, and folk in the winter town found meager ways to keep going. Occasionally, fresh hunts brought in game. Sometimes a traveling bard arrived, singing old songs in exchange for a warm bed. Sansa orchestrated small gatherings to lift hearts. Life carried on. Robb trained lightly in the yard, regaining muscle in his injured leg. He bantered with the great Jon, who teased him about how Ramsay's blade had nearly undone him. Robb only responded that next time, the bastard of Bolton wouldn't get so lucky. The men took that as an oath. Bran read to Rickon near the main hearth. Catelyn joined Ned in daily councils with the local holders. Each day was small, precious. The specter of war loomed, but so far away it almost felt unreal. Yet war always came. Late in the season, a battered raven arrived from the Riverlands. The message was short, penned by Edmure Tully's hand, describing fresh movement around Harrenhal. Tywin Lannister was shifting men, possibly preparing for a spring campaign. Another rumor said King Joffrey had demanded more troops from the Westerlands. There was mention that Stannis was rumored to have done something drastic in the south. Renly's host was in turmoil. No one knew the details. Edmure wrote that chaos might soon break open again. Ned showed Robb and Catelyn the letter that evening. Robb's eyes narrowed. "So the Lannisters may come in force. They might try the Riverlands first or swing up the King's Road." Ned nodded. "We'll keep Moat Cailin fortified. If Tywin tries that path, we can hold him. But it means fresh fighting, another round of blood." He paused, remembering how capturing Joffrey had once given them hope for a swift resolution. Now here they were, years, no, months, only months, but it felt like years, into a stalemate that refused to end. Catelyn exhaled. "Perhaps we can coordinate with Edmure again. Riverrun stands, but they'll suffer if Tywin storms out in force. The Riverlands always burned first." Ned folded the letter carefully. "I'll reply at once, urging caution. If Tywin moves, Edmure should alert us. If we must, we'll send men south again, though the memory of that still stings. But we can't let the Tullis be overrun." Robb rose, leaning on the table. "I'd lead them if needed. My leg is nearly good. But I dread it, father. We'd be warring for a cause we can't fully back, just to keep the Lannisters away." Ned looked at him, sympathy in his gaze. "We do what we must for our allies. We saved me from Joffrey's dungeons, we saved the Riverlands from further rampage once. The debts keep piling, and none of them are easily settled." They parted, each carrying the same heavy knowledge. In the morning, Ned composed letters to Edmure, Brynden Tully, and a few other Riverlords. He restated House Stark's readiness to send some help if Tywin truly marched. He also wrote to White Harbor, urging them to watch for any sign the Lannisters might attempt to sea route. Another letter went to Bear Island, so Lady Meage Mormont would know to keep her warriors at the ready. By midday, ravens took wing into the cold sky, carrying the North's pledge of vigilance. Days became weeks. Spring loomed but had not yet thawed the land. Then, seemingly all at once, messages arrived from multiple fronts, each carrying fresh chaos. One raven from Edmure Tully reported a Lannister column had indeed marched out of Harrenhal, skirmishing with Tully outriders. Edmure called for urgent assistance. Another letter said that King's Landing was in tumult. Some claimed a riot had broken out over food shortages. Another raven came from a northern outpost, rumor that the Ironborn might be stirring again now that the seas began to crack free of ice. And in the swirl of these tidings, a single vague rumor from the Riverlands said a girl named Arya had been glimpsed near a place called Highheart, traveling with a band of children. Ned read it and felt hope, but it was unconfirmed like all the rest. It was too much at once. Ned summoned his principal lords, those present in Winterfell or near enough to ride quickly. The Great John still at the castle. Lady Barbary Dustin from Barrowton come for Winterfealty. A representative from House Serwyn. Robb, Catelyn, and Maester Lewin joined the meeting in the Great Hall's smaller annex. Fires crackled in braziers, but the mood was tense. Ned laid out the letters. Tywin Lannister marches. Edmure Tully begs our help to contain him in the Riverlands. If Tywin breaks through, he might head north again. Meanwhile, the Ironborn show signs of renewed raiding. We cannot fight on two fronts easily. The Great John slammed a fist on the table. Let me lead men south, face Tywin once more. We'll show them how the north deals with false lions. Robb shook his head, voice tight. And if the Ironborn strike while our best fighters are gone, we lose the coasts. They hammered us last time. I won't let them threaten White Harbor or Deepwood Motte again. Lady Dustin, eyes cool, said, we can split our forces, but that weakens both. If Tywin's strength is formidable, a partial northern host might crumble. If we keep them all here, the Riverlands might burn, leaving us next in line. Ned rubbed his temples. We could do as we did before, a portion of the men go south, the rest remain to guard the coasts. But we must also fortify Moat Cailin. Joffrey might attempt to punish us for refusing fealty. Catelyn caught Ned's eye. We risk being whittled away on multiple fronts. Are there no alliances we can call upon? Stannis or Renly might hamper the Lannisters. Robb exhaled. Word is that Renly and Stannis are at each other's throats. No aid there. The Vale remains aloof. The Tyrells might fight for Renly or might not. The realm is a tangle. Silence gripped them. Finally, Ned spoke. Let us do this. The Great John leads a modest force south to help Edmure hold the fords. We do not engage in open battle, only skirmish to slow Tywin. Meanwhile, Robb commands watchers on the coast with White Harbor's support, ensuring the Ironborn cannot slip through. Moat Cailin remains strong. If Tywin tries the neck, we fall back and fortify, stalling him in the swamps. The group considered. Lady Dustin nodded slowly. It's not ideal, but it might be the best compromise. Robb frowned. Father, the Great John can do it, but he'll be outraged if he can't fully confront Tywin. Ned allowed a small wry smile. He can channel that rage into sharp, decisive strikes, but must not get pinned by a larger host. We only buy time for the Tullys to muster more men or for Tywin to overextend. The Great John snorted. I'll do it. I'm good at smashing Lannisters. He grinned ferociously, but there was a flicker of respect in his gaze for Ned's strategy. I'll not let them slip by me easily. That settled, they broke the meeting with a renewed sense of mission, albeit a grim one. We're called once more. Ned felt old beyond his years. The next day saw the Great John muster men, gather supplies, and set out for the south, roaring songs about lion bashing. Ned wrote to Edmure, warning him to expect a smaller force than last time, urging that they use it wisely. Meanwhile, Robb conferred with White Harbor by Raven, forging plans to guard the eastern seas. The realm was in motion again. Winterfell bustled with tension. As the Greyjohn's column departed under another leaden sky, Ned and Robb watched from the battlements. Catelyn stood with them, arms crossed, her expression resolute. At least we're not blindly marching ourselves, she murmured. Robb is safe here, the coast's guarded. The Great John can do what's needed and return. Ned sighed. For now. But who knows what storms come next? Robb placed a hand gently on his father's shoulder. We'll face them together, father. We captured Joffrey once. We overcame the Ironborn. We survived Ramsay's betrayal. We're still here. Ned turned, seeing the determination in his son's eyes. Yes, we are. We must remain so, whatever the cost. Below them, the Greyjohn's men passed through the gate, hoofs clattering on frozen ground, banners snapping in the wind. The grim satisfaction of purpose carried them onward. Inside Ned's heart, hope and dread mingled. House Stark was tested again, but so far unbroken. If the gods granted them strength, they would endure until the day the war's madness finally burned itself out. That evening, Ned retreated to the godwood once more, kneeling by the heart tree. He pictured each of his children, from Robb's determined gaze to Sansa's gentle resilience, from Bran's studious curiosity to Rickon's fierce heart. And somewhere, Arya, lost but never forgotten. For her, for them all, he prayed for the North's survival against every onslaught. The weirwood's red eyes seemed to peer into him as if acknowledging the weight of those prayers. No voices answered. But he found calm in the hush of branches stirring overhead, the ancient presence older than any mortal crown. He rose at length, cloak heavy with a dusting of snow, and walked slowly back to the castle's main keep. Light spilled from the windows, welcoming him home. Through strife and betrayal, capturing Joffrey alive, bargaining for Ned's release, repelling the Ironborn, thwarting Bolton's bastard, through it all, House Stark yet stood, forging a path of survival. In a realm torn by false kings and old grudges, that alone was enough to keep them going. The fires of war might rage, but winter was the North's domain, and the wolf still had teeth. Far away, perhaps Joffrey brooded on his throne, thirsting for revenge. Perhaps the Greyjoys readied new ships, or Tywin marched his columns. None of it changed the vow that Ned Stark clung to, that his family would not yield, that the dire wolf would run free upon the snow no matter how fiercely the war might howl. He entered the keep, shutting out the wind. In the corridor leading to the great hall, Catelyn awaited him, offering a faint smile. He reached her side and they clasped hands in silent understanding. The illusions of peace might vanish soon, but for this moment, they had each other and the promise that House Stark, battered though it was, would not be broken. So long as Ned drew breath, so long as Robb stood tall, so long as winter hearts endured, the North would never bow to any tyrant. The old gods, it seemed, had carried them this far. He prayed they would carry them a little farther yet. In the courtyard of Winterfell, midday lights slanted across stones that glimmered with melting frost, a reminder that spring had not yet fully broken winter's hold. Guards moved about in purposeful clusters, checking packs and weapons, but the air hummed with an underlying tension. The Great John had departed southward with his contingent, intending to harry Tywin Lannister's forward scouts if they ventured into the Riverlands. The Ironborn remained quiet for now, though no one in the castle fully trusted the lull. And Ned Stark had penned a refusal to King Joffrey's demand that House Stark bend the knee again. That defiance might bring the full wrath of the Iron Throne upon them. Over the long winter, Ned's hair had gained more silver, and the lines in his face had deepened, yet his gray eyes still held that unwavering sense of duty. He stood at the base of a staircase leading up to the battlements, wearing a thick cloak over his leathers. Catelyn stood beside him, face drawn in thought. They had just emerged from another council with Maester Luwin, who believed that within a fortnight, the roads might begin clearing of snow, at least enough for heavy wagons to travel without constant risk of sinking into ice drifts. That news carried a double edge. Open roads meant renewed trade and renewed war. If Tywin Lannister chose to push out of Harrenhal, or if Joffrey ordered a new campaign to punish the North, it might come swiftly, with no deep snows to slow an army's advance. Catelyn let out a measured breath. "We can't hide behind the winter forever," she said softly, "though I still pray that Tywin remains pinned in the Riverlands. Edmure wrote last week that the Great John arrived at Riverrun safe. He's gathering Tully forces to hold the fords. If that is enough to stall Tywin, perhaps we'll avoid seeing the Lannisters at Moat Cailin." Ned nodded, though he knew the risk remained high. "I trust the Great John to fight like 10 men, but Tywin is cunning. If Harrenhal empties in full force, Edmure and the Great John can't hold them on their own. Not without greater southern allies." Catelyn murmured, "Renly Stannis. Both chase the throne. We've heard little about them these past weeks, only that they eye each other warily. If the brothers do not unite, King's Landing might withstand them both, leaving the Lannisters free to turn on us." They walked a few steps, side by side, heading toward the archery butts. In the distance, Robb's voice carried, low but firm. He had resumed light training drills to strengthen his side after the grievous wound inflicted by Ramsay Snow. Each day he grew more sure-footed, though he still bore a scar near his ribs that pained him when he twisted too quickly. Catelyn followed Ned's gaze, spotting their son standing with a pair of Stark guards checking the tension of a bowstring. Ned felt a tightness in his chest at the sight. Another brush with death had marked Robb in ways beyond the physical. There was a new hardness in the set of his jaw and an acute wariness behind his eyes. The boy had once harbored illusions of honor and rightful battle, but repeated betrayals and the endless swirl of politics had scoured them away. Sometimes Ned mourned that loss of innocence. Yet he was grateful Robb still lived to endure it. They reached the training yard just as Robb fired an arrow at a target 50 paces downrange. The shaft struck the outer ring, wobbling. He hissed under his breath, clearly displeased. You're rushing the draw, Ned said in a gentle tone. Take a breath first. Steady your stance. Robb glanced over, managing a faint smile. I do better with a sword than a bow, father. It's the old story. He offered the bow to one of the guards, rolling his shoulder with a slight wince. The old wound flared under strain. Ned stepped forward, clasping Robb's forearm. You're recovering. Don't push beyond the pain. We need you whole. Robb nodded, half turning to watch the stable yard where a pair of new arrivals led their horses inside. More refugees from the coast? He asked no one in particular. One of the guards shrugged. Could be, or travelers from White Harbor. I'll check with the steward. Catelyn brushed a stray hair from her face. Let's see, she said. There have been more ships daring to cross from the bight now that the ice recedes. All three walked together across the courtyard. The day was mild compared to weeks prior, only a thin layer of frost glittered on the flagstones. Before they got far, a stable hand came hurrying up, breath-puffing. My lord, my lady, he said, bowing quickly to Ned and Catelyn, the AR. Rivals say they bear letters from White Harbor. Urgent, they claim. Ned motioned for the stable hand to lead on. In the stable's wide entrance, two cloaked figures were brushing down their weary horses. The older of the pair lifted his head, revealing a lined face framed by a thin cowl. He offered a curt bow. Lord Stark, I bring tidings from Lord Wyman Manderly, he said. I apologize for arriving without prior raven, but we traveled as quickly as the roads allowed. Ned nodded. Speak. What news from White Harbor? The man glanced at Robb and Catelyn, but seeing no objection, he continued in a hushed tone. Lord Manderly has received reports that the Ironborn are stirring again. Several fishing villages near the Broken Branch have been raided, boats burned, a handful of folk carried off. It's not a large force, only a few longships, but it suggests Balon Greyjoy tests our defenses yet again. Lord Wyman requests reinforcements to guard the coastline. He says if we do not strike swiftly, the raiders might grow bolder. Robb's hand curled into a fist. Again, he muttered, bitterness in his voice. We just finished driving them out months ago. Theon was a part of that, but now Balon tests us once more. Ned felt a surge of frustration. He had known the Ironborn would not remain docile. Did your lord say how many raiders? Or if Theon was sighted among them? The messenger grimaced. Only that survivors described a handful of longships, black sails, no direct sighting of Theon Greyjoy. They flew the Kraken banner, though, and some boasted of serving the king of salt and rock. Might be smaller captains testing the waters. Lord Wyman begs swift aid before it escalates. Catelyn inhaled sharply, her eyes flicking to Ned and Robb. We can't let them gain a foothold. Last time was costly enough. But we've just sent men south with the Great John to face Tywin. Our garrisons are stretched thin. Robb's mouth set in a grim line. We'll find a way. Better to crush a small force of reavers than let them flourish into a full invasion. Ned studied his son's expression, recalling Robb's vow to protect the coasts. I'll speak with the captains here. We do have enough men at Winterfell to send a modest force. But how many can we spare, with war brewing to the south and Moat Cailin to maintain? The messenger shrugged, apologetic. Lord Manderly says he'll muster as many of his own men as possible, but White Harbor alone can't patrol hundreds of miles of coast. He'd welcome any extra swords to guard the vulnerable hamlets. Even 2 or 3 dozen skilled archers might deter these reavers. Ned gave a slow nod. We'll see what can be done. Thank you for bringing this news. Rest here, stable your horses. I'll have a letter for you to take back to Lord Manderly before you depart. The messenger inclined his head in gratitude. Once he and his companion moved off to be shown lodging, Ned, Catelyn, and Robb stepped aside near a rack of old bridles. The stable smelled of straw and horse sweat, with dust motes dancing in the dim light. Ned's mind spun with the complexities: Lannister threats to the south, Ironborn raids to the east, the uncertain loyalty of House Bolton in the west if Ramsay Snow re-emerged. The north was vast, but their manpower was not endless. Robb broke the silence. I'll lead a small force to White Harbor. Let me do it, father. My leg is strong enough now. This time we can catch the Ironborn swiftly, no half measures. Catelyn tensed. But you're still healing. And we need you here if the Lannisters strike. Ned understood both points. We can't risk Tywin marching north and find ourselves leaderless at Winterfell. Yet we can't ignore Balon's raids. Perhaps we send a loyal captain in Robb's stead. Robb's eyes flashed. I swore to protect the coasts, father. That was part of my vow after we pushed them out before. Let me make good on it. Catelyn watched him, conflict warring in her expression. She turned to Ned, seeking a balanced solution. Ned exhaled heavily. What if we send a lesser force under Captain Herrick or Lord Serwyn's younger son? Along with some veterans from your last campaign, Robb. They'd know the Ironborn's tactics. You can write a letter to Lord Manderley explaining the plan and offering counsel. That might suffice. Robb's shoulders dropped. But if the Reavers are more numerous than we think, a lesser force might not be enough to repel them. And the ravages will start again. We can't let them sense weakness. Catelyn reached for Robb's hand, squeezing gently. I know your heart, my son, but your father is right that we must weigh all dangers. Could we compromise, sending a portion of men now, then see if Lord Manderley truly needs a full host? If the Ironborn intensify their raids, we might consider a bigger response. Robb hesitated, frustration evident. I suppose so. We can at least send an effective group, maybe 50 men, some archers, a handful of cavalry. The terrain near White Harbor can handle horses better than the rocky western coasts. If the Reavers are small in number, that might scare them off. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. Yes. Let's do that. We'll keep you here at Winterfell, ready to respond if the threat grows. Captain Herrick is a good man, proven in battles against the Ironborn. We'll see that he has enough fighting strength to do real damage. Lord Manderley can coordinate from the harbor side. Robb exhaled, giving a reluctant nod. All right. We'll finalize the details after midday meal. They parted to handle the next tasks, each weighed by the sense that the realm had become a fracturing mosaic of threats. That afternoon, Ned convened a short meeting in the Great Hall with Captain Herrick, House Serwyn's younger son, and a few men who had marched under Robb's banner during the last Ironborn incursion. They hashed out the composition of the 50-man force. 20 archers, 15 infantry, 10 mounted, 5 support. Enough to move quickly along the coastline, reinforcing White Harbor's own guard. The men nodded in agreement, though Ned saw concern etched on faces at the mention of the Ironborn's unpredictability. Robb lingered near the dais, leaning on the back of a chair. When all was settled, he stepped forward to speak to Captain Herrick, a lanky man with a scar across his chin. Focus on the fishing villages first, Robb advised. That's where they strike easiest, burn boats, take salt wives. If you face large numbers, do not engage blindly. Scout, send word, and we'll dispatch more men if needed. He spoke with authority, ignoring the dull ache in his ribs that flared when he raised his voice. Herrick saluted. Yes, my lord. I'll do as you command. The chosen men set about preparing to ride, planning to depart the next dawn. Ned wrote a formal letter to Lord Manderley, promising swift aid, and entrusted it to the messenger who had brought the news. By evening, the courtyard bustled with final pack checks and a sense of grim acceptance. Ned and Robb walked together along the walls, exchanging quiet words about the possibility that Theon might be behind these raids, though the messenger had said no direct sighting of him. Ned suspected Balon might be testing them again, pushing smaller forces to see if the North was too distracted by the Lannisters. If the Reavers found a gap, the main host of Ironborn might follow. Before dawn, the 50 departed under swirling gray clouds, accompanied by the messenger. Ned stood at the gate with Catelyn, Robb, and Sansa. They watched the riders vanish into the pale distance, a line of dark shapes cutting through fresh snow. Silence hung in the air once they were gone. Each new campaign, no matter how small, felt like scattering seeds of conflict across the land. Ned turned away, heading inside with a pensive frown. The days that followed were a waiting game, letters going out to various lords, vigilance maintained at Moat Cailin. Word from the Great John filtered in. Tywin had indeed marched a portion of his force across the Riverlands, skirmishing near the Blackwater Rush, but the Great John and Edmure Tully harassed them cleverly, avoiding pitched battle. For the moment, the Lannisters had not advanced northward. That was a fragile mercy. Robb continued to strengthen day by day. Sometimes Ned found him in the library tower, poring over ancient accounts of the last Greyjoy rebellion or reading up on the tactics of the century-old Blackfire conflicts. Other times, he'd stand in the courtyard with Theon's old bow in hand. Theon's name was seldom spoken these days, but the arrow grooves on the bow told of hours spent in practice. The memory of Theon's laughter felt like a far-off dream. If the North ever confronted him again, would he cling to the illusions that he could be both Greyjoy and Stark? Likely not, Ned thought grimly. At length, fresh news arrived from White Harbor. A raven brought a dispatch from Captain Herrick describing a successful skirmish. The Ironborn had attempted a raid on a small cove near the Broken Branch, but the northern archers lay in wait, ambushing them before they could carry off more fishermen. Several reavers fell, a few were captured, and at least one longship was torched. No mention of Theon. The Ironborn survivors fled back to their remaining ships. For the time being, the coastline seemed more secure. Relief rippled through Winterfell, though Ned and Robb agreed they could not ease up vigilance. Another letter from Lord Manderley praised the Stark men, vowing to keep sending patrols. Elsewhere, the realm's tremors continued. Roving minstrels whispered that Renly, Baratheon, and Stannis had clashed in open battle near the Stormlands, rumors swirling of black magic, dire omens. King Joffrey's hold on King's Landing wavered amid bread riots. Tywin Lannister battered smaller riverlords, though he had not forced a major engagement. All these swirling troubles pressed on Ned's mind day after day. It was as though the Seven Kingdoms were a cracked pane of glass, each fracture branching off into new lines of tension. Sometimes, in the hush of late night, Ned visited the old Godwood, kneeling by the weirwood. The memory of capturing Joffrey by the trident, the path that led to his own freedom, sometimes felt like it belonged to another era. He recalled the moment he nearly lost his head at Joffrey's whim, Sansa's pleas, the searing betrayal. He remembered how that single bold stroke by Robb had granted him life and forced Cersei to negotiate. The war had not ended, but at least House Stark had survived the worst blow. Now they fought on multiple fronts: Lannisters, Ironborn, the ghost of Ramsay Snow, and the absence of Arya. So many threads unspooled. Ned prayed for a time when all might be drawn together in peace. The heart tree, silent and somber, gave no answer except the soft rustle of branches. In these quiet weeks, Sansa grew more adept at managing certain aspects of the household. She oversaw the servants cleaning storerooms, arranged for new bed linens to be sewn, and even helped distribute fresh cloaks to the poorest families in the winter town. Her old romantic illusions about gallant knights had faded, replaced by a sober kindness that reminded Ned of her mother. Bran continued to delve into books of history, sometimes regaling Rickon with tales. Rickon, in turn, romped with the wolves in the courtyard, unconsciously forging that primal Stark bond with the beasts. Ned saw in his youngest a spark of fierce independence that echoed Arya's. It pained him at times. One mild afternoon, nearly a moon's turn after Captain Herrick left, a small party of men returned from White Harbor. They rode in with a half-dozen captured Ironborn in tow, wrists bound, faces grimy with soot. Ned and Robb received them in the courtyard. Herrick dismounted, bowed, and delivered his report. The raids had ceased. The Reavers caught had refused to name their leader, only cursing that the North was not as distracted as rumored. Balon Greyjoy's name had come up more than once in their curses. Theon was not among them, nor had he been cited. Another small threat was contained, if not fully destroyed. Robb exchanged a look with Ned. They both knew the Ironborn would likely strike again if the realm's fracturing offered them an opening. But for now, White Harbor's coast was safe. Ned thanked Herrick, instructing him to bring the prisoners to the dungeons for questioning. One or two might know details of Balon's broader plans. That accomplished, Robb clapped the captain's shoulder, commending him. The men who had marched behind him beamed with pride. A minor victory, but a victory all the same. So the North settled into a semblance of calm. Outside its borders, storms gathered. Ravens bore word from the Riverlands. The Great John and Edmure Tully clashed with a Lannister force near the Red Fork, a heated skirmish that left dozens dead on each side. Tywin's main column remained near Harrenhal, uncertain whether to commit. Meanwhile, rumor had it King Joffrey raged within the capital, threatening to unleash an army northward. But no large-scale invasion manifested yet, perhaps due to the King's Landing unrest or out of fear that the North still held teeth. Every day that passed was a small respite, though no one believed it would last indefinitely. Catelyn took advantage of the lull to send out new search parties for Arya, although the roads south were still dangerous. Ned approved it, giving them letters of safe passage to show riverlords. Though each previous search had yielded nothing, he refused to abandon hope. If there was even a chance that Arya still roamed the war-torn countryside, House Stark would not forsake her. Spring advanced slowly. The edges of the snowdrifts receded, exposing dead grass and muddy lanes. Trees budded in small, tentative signs of life. The moats around Winterfell ran higher with meltwater. Ned sometimes walked the ramparts with Robb, pointing out how the land gradually softened. Soon, their harvest planning would need to begin in earnest. Yet war threatened to overshadow such normal tasks. As if to confirm that, a messenger from Edmure Tully arrived with a fresh request. The Lannisters had pulled back, but Edmure feared an imminent strike. He asked if Ned could send a few more men to bolster Riverrun's defenses. The Greyjoy's force alone might not suffice. Ned frowned at the letter, pondering how many they could spare without leaving the coasts vulnerable. Once more, the North was forced to stretch itself thin. Sitting around a small table in the solar, Ned and Robb reviewed the letter with Catelyn. A map of the Riverlands lay before them, detailing fords, roads, and potential choke points. They had no illusions that any small group would tip the balance if Tywin marched in full strength. But Edmure wanted help holding strategic locations. Perhaps a few hundred more men stationed at key passes might do. Catelyn rubbed her temples. Each time Edmure calls, we bleed ourselves further. Yet we can't ignore him. Riverrun is my father's seat, and they fought for us to free you, Ned. Ned nodded. We owe them, and if the Riverlands fall, Tywin has a clear path to the neck. Robb traced a line on the map with his finger. We still have some men at Moat Cailin, none too numerous, but enough to raise the alarm if the Lannisters tried the King's Road. If we dispatch 200 from here, and ask White Harbor to watch the coasts, we might maintain our guard. But we're whittling ourselves ever thinner. Ned murmured agreement. Still, I see no other choice. We'll keep a stable force at Winterfell, the coast watchers remain in place, and a new group marches south to Riverrun, commanded by a loyal captain. If we can hamper Tywin's movements even a little, it might buy time for the Great John or for Renly and Stannis to apply pressure from other fronts. They decided that Ser Roderick Castle, once the master-at-arms who had traveled with Catelyn to King's Landing, would lead this new force. He was trusted and experienced, though older. Catelyn smiled softly at the mention of Ser Roderick, recalling his unwavering loyalty. Ned resolved to talk with him at once. Robb said nothing more, only nodded, the weight of these decisions clearly wearing on him. Each step felt incremental, yet the combined burden was immense. That night, Ned found himself in the library tower, rummaging for older scrolls about the last major conflict that encompassed so many factions. The Targaryen conquest was too different from the current crisis, and the Blackfyre rebellions had not included Greyjoy or Lannister intrigues in this manner. He found scant parallels, only a sense that Westeros was repeating an age-old cycle of claimants and bloodshed. Flicking through a parchment by candlelight, he felt a stab of longing for simpler times, when Robert sat the throne, unaware that his queen and children were Lannisters in truth. Even that was not truly simple, only illusions had masked the rot. Perhaps illusions always masked the cracks until war smashed them. A knock sounded at the door. Sansa stepped in, a shawl over her shoulders. "Father," she said quietly, "I thought you might need some tea. Mother said you were up late." He turned, smiling faintly. "Thank you, my dear." He accepted the steaming cup she held out, inhaling the herbal scent. "I let the hours slip." Sansa glanced at the scrolls, eyes flicking to the dusty spines of ancient volumes. "Will these help us find a way out of war?" Ned chuckled tiredly. "I doubt it, but sometimes knowledge can illuminate the path, even if it doesn't solve the problem outright." She stood there, looking more grown than he ever remembered, a subtle sadness in her bearing. "I wanted to say, I hope we can avoid more fighting, but I know that might be foolish. You and Robb keep bracing for the worst. I see it in your faces." Ned set the cup down gently. "It isn't foolish, Sansa. Wanting peace is never foolish. But we must be ready if the realm insists on war." He hesitated, reaching for her hand. "You've endured so much. I'm sorry King's Landing was cruel to you. I wish I could have shielded you from all of it." She squeezed his hand, tears in her eyes. "You saved me. Robb saved you. We're here. That's enough for now." She bowed her head, then left quietly, leaving Ned alone with his thoughts. He drank the tea, set it aside, and closed the tome. Sleep beckoned, though he knew rest was no sure refuge. Dreams brought images of King Joffrey snarling from his stolen throne, Theon grinning in betrayal, Arya fleeing on dusty roads, Tywin's lion banners flooding the horizon. He sighed, dousing the candle, resigning himself to the next day's trials. At dawn, Ned found Ser Roderick in the armory courtyard, conferring with a blacksmith about some new spear points. He explained the plan. Ser Roderick would lead 200 men south, link up with the Great John near Riverrun, and assist Edmure in controlling the fords. Ser Roderick's whiskers bristled, but he bowed, accepting the duty. "I'm older now," he said with a grim smile, "but I'll not fail the Starks or House Tully. War or no war, we'll do our best." They spent a few days selecting the men, assembling gear, and preparing supplies. The band departed in good spirits, proud to serve. Catelyn embraced Ser Roderick, pressing him to watch for any sign of Arya if he traveled near the Riverlands villages. He promised to keep eyes open. Then, with the flash of standard-bearers in the pale morning, they rode out. Winterfell's courtyard grew quieter once more, drained of martial energy. Weeks slipped by in a tense holding pattern. Edmure wrote that Tywin engaged in half measures, testing Tully lines but not committing to a full offensive. The Great John harassed the fringes. Ser Roderick's men bolstered Riverrun's outer defenses, adding bows on the walls. For now, there was no direct assault. Ned's gut told him Tywin bided his time, waiting for a decisive advantage. In King's Landing, Joffrey simmered. No new envoys arrived in the north after Ser Cleos's fruitless trip, but rumors suggested the Boy King demanded gold and men from whichever western lords still supported him. None believed the quiet would last. On a mild morning, unusual warmth stirred the air, carrying the scent of damp earth. Snowdrifts around Winterfell shrank, revealing muddy ground. Robb and Ned walked the perimeter, remarking on how the winter might be receding at last. If the snows truly melt, Robb said, shading his eyes against a sky bright with thin clouds, Tywin or Joffrey might strike swiftly. The roads will be open for armies. Ned nodded, scanning the horizon. Then we'll hold the neck. Moat Catelyn is prepared. We can muster more men from across the north if we must. The seeds we've stored should be sown soon. We can't let war starve us. He paused, turning to look at Robb. I might go to Moat Catelyn myself if the threat worsens. Robb frowned. You nearly died in King's Landing, and you speak of going back into harm's way? I should be the one to meet them at the neck. A ghost of a smile tugged Ned's lips. You're still mending from that bastard's blade, and I am Warden of the North. If an enemy force approaches, I owe it to my people to stand at the front. You remain here to guard Winterfell, or perhaps help coordinate if the Ironborn return. We can't let the castle be undefended. Robb pressed his lips together, uncertain. We'll see how events unfold. Let's pray we don't need to fight at all. A commotion at the main gate interrupted them. A guard waved from the wall, calling down that a lone rider approached, flying no banner. Ned and Robb exchanged wary looks. They moved to the gatehouse. The rider drew closer, dust trailing behind, as the last patches of snow gave way to patches of soggy ground. He wore battered leathers, a hood pulled low, and a short sword at his hip. The watchman challenged him, but the rider raised empty hands, shouting he carried a letter for Lord Stark. Ned signaled they should let him enter, but keep watch. In the courtyard, the rider dismounted, breathing heavily. He pushed back his hood, revealing a middle-aged face with a ragged beard. Lord Stark, he asked. I'm told you're in the courtyard. Ned stepped forward, Robb by his side. I am Ned Stark. Speak your errand. The man bowed stiffly. Name's Kedge. I come from the Riverlands, near the Crossroads Inn. I have word of a girl, dark-haired, traveling with outlaws who once followed Lord Beric Dondarrion. They said she might be your daughter, Arya Stark. Robb sucked in a breath. Ned's heart stuttered. Arya? Is she alive? Where is she? Kedge held up a folded piece of parchment. They gave me this, said to deliver it if I could. Weren't easy crossing war-torn lands. I only glimpsed her from afar, but a fellow named Gendry insisted she was Arya Stark. She was safe, if a bit filthy. The group parted ways near an old September. She might have headed north or east. The letter might say more. Ned snatched the parchment, eyes flicking over the messy scrawl. The words were short, halting. They read, Father, I'm alive. I can't say where for fear of Lannisters. Traveling with a few friends. Trying to reach the neck. If you get this, I'll try to find a way to you. Arya? A tear blurred Ned's vision. The letter ended abruptly as if written in haste. She was alive. She was trying to come home. Robb peered over his shoulder, expression alight with relief. Catelyn, arriving from across the yard, caught the tension and hurried over. Ned read the letter aloud in a choked voice. She clasped her hands to her mouth, tears welling. She's alive, she breathed. She's alive. Ned looked at Kedge, voice trembling with urgency. Where did you part ways with her group? Kedge shrugged apologetically. A place called the Wendwater Crossing, some miles north of the inn. She and a handful of others said they might try the mountains or the eastern roads. They're avoiding main routes, fearful of Lannisters. That was weeks ago, though. I took time to find a safe path north. Word is she means to pass through the neck if she can, maybe the bogs. I can't be certain. Ned's mind raced. Moat Catelyn is the choke point. If she tries to slip past guards, she'll need to be careful. We'll send watchers. If I get there, I'll ensure men keep an eye out for a young girl traveling in secret. Catelyn pressed Ned's arm. We can send search parties again, more thoroughly. Now we have a direction. Robb's eyes shone. Let me lead one. My side is healed enough. I can ride out with men to sweep the region south of Moat Catelyn. If she's approaching, we might guide her safely in. Ned hesitated, but the thought of letting Arya wander alone with outlaws in war-ravaged land pricked his heart. Yes, we should. But keep it subtle. We don't want to draw Lannister attention. A large force might scare her off or lure enemies. Robb exhaled, excitement warring with caution. I'll pick a dozen good riders, travel lightly. If she's near the neck, we'll find her. Or at least leave signs so she knows to come to us. Catelyn clutched Robb's hand. Bring her home. She's been gone too long. They quickly made plans. Ned wrote letters to Moat Catelyn's garrison instructing them to keep watch for a small band that might include a brown-haired girl answering to Aery or Arya. Robb selected a dozen men, experienced scouts mostly, plus a few loyal knights. He would ride south under a discreet banner, carrying enough supplies to search methodically. They gave Kedge some silver for his troubles and sent him off to rest. For the first time in months, Ned felt a stirring of genuine hope. If Arya approached, they might soon be reunited. As the day wore on, they finalized Robb's departure. He took Grey Wind and 2-pack horses with essential gear. Catelyn fussed over him, though he insisted his wound was barely a twinge now. Ned repeated words of caution. Watch for Lannisters. Avoid Bolton men if Ramsay's rumored to lurk near the swamps. Keep an ear open for Ironborn activity. War or not, the search for Arya mattered. In the early morning hush, Robb mounted up in the courtyard, the dozen men arrayed behind him. He cast a last look at Ned and Catelyn. If we find her, we'll send a raven from the nearest holdfast, he promised. Or if anything else arises, I'll return swiftly. Catelyn's eyes shone. Go with blessings of the old gods and new. Ned placed a hand on Robb's boot, voice low. Bring her home safe, my son. Robb nodded, turned his horse, and led the group out through Winterfell's gate. Grey Wind bounded at the flank, eager for the open road. Servants in the courtyard paused their tasks to watch them depart, whispering prayers that the lost Stark girl might be found at last. A hush fell once the hooves receded into distance. Ned stood there a moment, exhaling. They had parted so many times for so many reasons, war, raids, alliances. This mission, at least, carried a thread of joy in the hope of Arya's return. The next days were a swirl of anxious waiting. Ned resumed his routine, overseeing the men, reading updates from the Riverlands, listening for any sign that the Lannisters moved. Catelyn and Sansa organized fresh supplies in case a sudden muster was needed. Each evening, Ned would ascend the battlements, gazing south as though he might glimpse Robb leading Arya home. But the horizon remained quiet, framed by dim sunsets that bled into starry nights. Once or twice, the wind carried the call of wolves far away, or the hoot of owls. The earth thawed further, muddy roads creeping outward from the gates. A night passed. Another. No word came. Maester Luwin suggested patience. Tracking one girl in the vastness of the Neck or the Riverlands took time. Ned reminded himself that each day Arya survived was a gift, that once she was close, she'd find a way to slip past the swamps. Or so he hoped. He fought off dark visions of her cornered by roving Lannister men, or seized by bandits, or lost in the bogs. The possibility that she still lived after so many months gave him a shard of optimism he clung to fiercely. Meanwhile, messengers from Moat Catelyn indicated no major sign of Tywin's approach. The Great John sent another crow from Riverrun, boasting of small victories in the Riverlands. It seemed the realm teetered in an extended stalemate, each faction battered but not beaten. The Ironborn were quiet again, presumably deterred by the swift response at White Harbor. The letters all read like lulls in a larger storm. Ned wondered how many more lulls they might have before something shattered. Then, on a cloudy afternoon, horns again sounded the arrival of travelers. This time, the watch saw multiple horses approaching from the south, led by a large gray dire wolf loping alongside. Hearts leapt. It was Robb's band. Ned and Catelyn rushed to the gatehouse. As the riders came into view, Ned's pulse pounded, scanning each figure for a small, dark-haired shape. But in the swirl of cloaks and mud-streaked faces, he saw only men. No sign of a girl. Robb swung off his horse in the courtyard, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. Grey wind trotted around, tail not wagging as it might if they'd succeeded. Catelyn's face fell. Robb? He shook his head, frustration raw in his eyes. No sign. We scoured the roads near the neck, spoke to travelers, saw no hint of Arya. A few said they heard of a group that matched her band, but the trails went cold near the marshes. We left word at holdfasts to keep watch. If she's out there, she's hidden too well. His voice wavered between anger and grief. Ned's hope deflated. She might have taken a different route. Or disguised herself again. The letter said she was moving. She might have slipped around you. Robb exhaled, wiping mud from his brow. We consider that. My men spread out. Grey wind tried to pick up a scent, but the rains masked everything. He shook his head. I'm sorry, father. Catelyn forced a tight smile, though tears rimmed her eyes. At least we tried. She's alive, that's something. Maybe she found a safer path. Or maybe she's still out there, hidden by friends. If she's as stubborn as ever, she'll keep going until she reaches us. Robb nodded numbly. A few we spoke to claimed they heard about a fierce girl with a wooden sword, calling herself Arya, traveling with a bull-helmed boy and a couple others. But the sightings were always older, a moon past, or more. She's a ghost on the roads now. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You did what you could. Go clean up, rest. We'll think of the next step. Perhaps she'll circle to another region or come in at White Harbor. We'll send more messages instructing watchers to help her. Robb's jaw clenched. Aye, father. I need to see the maester for this cursed ache, anyway. Riding so far so fast reopened a bit of that old wound soreness. He forced a small, pained grin for Catelyn's sake, then trudged inside with Grey wind at his side. Ned and Catelyn stood in the courtyard for a moment, servants dispersing around them. The sky overhead felt oppressive, a blanket of pale gray that gave no comfort. Catelyn pressed her hands together. She's so close. That letter was real, but the roads devoured her again. Ned's voice was quiet. Arya always had a wild spirit. If anyone can slip through a war zone, it's her. We'll keep watchers posted. She'll come home when she can. They returned inside to find Sansa, Bran, and Rickon all waiting anxiously. The news of no Arya cast a pall over the household. Yet at least they knew she lived somewhere. Another day's step forward, or perhaps in circles. Ned's mouth thinned in frustration at the realm's endless capacity for scattering families. Robb's men confirmed they had left messages in the bog villages telling them if a young girl arrived seeking House Stark, they should guide her north. Some of those folk even recognized the name Arya, cursing the Lannisters for scattering so many children. War tore families apart with cruel indifference. Another day in the life of the fractured Seven Kingdoms. Time wore on, shifting from the damp meltdown of early spring into more stable, if still chilly, weather. Green shoots appeared in the fields near Winterfell, and farmers began the slow work of replanting. News trickled that Edmure Tully had engaged Tywin in a sharp clash near the Blackwood Vale, resulting in a stalemate. The Greyjohn wrote a letter praising the Tullis' courage, though he lamented the mischance to deliver a crushing blow. War in the Riverlands churned, but still did not cross into the north. White Harbor kept watch for Ironborn. Moat Cailin stood alert for Lannister incursion. Everything balanced on a knife's edge, and months slid by in uneasy stasis. One dawn, as Ned and Catelyn breakfasted with Sansa in a smaller hall, Maester Luwin arrived with a sealed letter. From the Eyrie, my lord, he said, offering the parchment. Brought by a falconer who traveled for weeks. Lady Lisa Arrynseal. Rare indeed was any letter from Lisa, who had isolated herself in the Eyrie, refusing to join the war. Ned thanked Luwin, broke the seal, and read in silence. His brow furrowed. Catelyn asked softly, what does my sister say? Ned handed her the letter, letting her read the tight lines. Sansa sipped her tea, watching their faces. Catelyn's eyes flicked across the message, puzzlement shifting to dismay. She wants you to come to the Eyrie, Catelyn breathed. She claims she has knowledge about the realm's future, that King Joffrey is threatened by a new conspiracy, and only by forging an alliance with the Vale can the North be safe. And she implies something about Arya, though it's vague. Ned tapped the parchment. She writes that a girl matching Arya's description might have been seen near the Mountains of the Moon, but no guarantee. The Greyjohn harassed the fringes. Ser Roderick's men bolstered Riverrun's outer defenses, adding bows on the walls. For now, there was no direct assault. Ned's gut told him Tywin bided his time, waiting for a decisive advantage. In King's Landing, Joffrey simmered. No new envoys arrived in the north after Ser Cleos's fruitless trip. but rumors suggested the Boy King demanded gold and men from whichever western lords still supported him. None believed the quiet would last. On a mild morning, unusual warmth stirred the air, carrying the scent of damp earth. Snowdrifts around Winterfell shrank, revealing muddy ground. Robb and Ned walked the perimeter, remarking on how the winter might be receding at last. "If the snows truly melt," Robb said, shading his eyes against a sky bright with thin clouds, "Tywin or Joffrey might strike swiftly. The roads will be open for armies." Ned nodded, scanning the horizon. "Then we'll hold the neck. Moat Catelyn is prepared. We can muster more men from across the north if we must. The seeds we've stored should be sown soon. We can't let war starve us." He paused, turning to look at Robb. "I might go to Moat Catelyn myself if the threat worsens." Robb frowned. "You nearly died in King's Landing, and you speak of going back into harm's way? I should be the one to meet them at the neck." A ghost of a smile tugged Ned's lips. "You're still mending from that bastard's blade, and I am Warden of the North. If an enemy force approaches, I owe it to my people to stand at the front. You remain here to guard Winterfell, or perhaps help coordinate if the Ironborn return. We can't let the castle be undefended." Robb pressed his lips together, uncertain. "We'll see how events unfold. Let's pray we don't need to fight at all." A commotion at the main gate interrupted them. A guard waved from the wall, calling down that a lone rider approached, flying no banner. Ned and Robb exchanged wary looks. They moved to the gatehouse. The rider drew closer, dust trailing behind, as the last patches of snow gave way to patches of soggy ground. He wore battered leathers, a hood pulled low, and a short sword at his hip. The watchman challenged him, but the rider raised empty hands, shouting he carried a letter for Lord Stark. Ned signaled they should let him enter, but keep watch. In the courtyard, the rider dismounted, breathing heavily. He pushed back his hood, revealing a middle-aged face with a ragged beard. "Lord Stark?" he asked. "I'm told you're in the courtyard." Ned stepped forward, Robb by his side. "I am Ned Stark. Speak your errand." The man bowed stiffly. "Name's Kedge. I come from the Riverlands, near the Crossroads Inn. I have word of a girl, dark-haired, traveling with outlaws who once followed Lord Beric Dondarrion. They said she might be your daughter, Arya Stark." Robb sucked in a breath. Ned's heart stuttered. "Arya? Is she alive? Where is she?" Kedge held up a folded piece of parchment. "They gave me this, said to deliver it if I could. Weren't easy crossing war-torn lands. I only glimpsed her from afar, but a fellow named Gendry insisted she was Arya Stark. She was safe, if a bit filthy. The group parted ways near an old September. She might have headed north or east. The letter might say more." Ned snatched the parchment, eyes flicking over the messy scrawl. The words were short, halting. They read, "Father, I'm alive. I can't say where for fear of Lannisters. Traveling with a few friends. Trying to reach the neck. If you get this, I'll try to find a way to you. Arya." A tear blurred Ned's vision. The letter ended abruptly, as if written in haste. She was alive. She was trying to come home. Robb peered over his shoulder, expression alight with relief. Catelyn, arriving from across the yard, caught the tension and hurried over. Ned read the letter aloud in a choked voice. She clasped her hands to her mouth, tears welling. "She's alive," she breathed. "She's alive." Ned looked at Kedge, voice trembling with urgency. "Where did you part ways with her group?" Kedge shrugged apologetically. "A place called the Wendwater Crossing, some miles north of the inn. She and a handful of others said they might try the mountains or the eastern roads. They're avoiding main routes, fearful of Lannisters. That was weeks ago, though. I took time to find a safe path north. Word is she means to pass through the neck if she can, maybe the bogs. I can't be certain." Ned's mind raced. Moat Catelyn is the choke point. If she tries to slip past guards, she'll need to be careful. We'll send watchers. If I get there, I'll ensure men keep an eye out for a young girl traveling in secret." Catelyn pressed Ned's arm. "We can send search parties again, more thoroughly. Now we have a direction." Robb's eyes shone. "Let me lead one. My side is healed enough. I can ride out with men to sweep the region south of Moat Catelyn. If she's approaching, we might guide her safely in." Ned hesitated, but the thought of letting Arya wander alone with outlaws in war-ravaged land pricked his heart. "Yes, we should. But keep it subtle. We don't want to draw Lannister attention. A large force might scare her off or lure enemies. Robb exhaled, excitement warring with caution. I'll pick a dozen good riders, travel lightly. If she's near the neck, we'll find her. Or at least leave signs so she knows to come to us. Catelyn clutched Robb's hand. Bring her home. She's been gone too long. They quickly made plans. Ned wrote letters to Moat Catelyn's garrison, instructing them to keep watch for a small band that might include a brown-haired girl answering to Arya or Arya. Robb selected a dozen men, experienced scouts mostly, plus a few loyal knights. He would ride south under a discreet banner, carrying enough supplies to search methodically. They gave Kedge some silver for his troubles and sent him off to rest. For the first time in months, Ned felt a stirring of genuine hope. If Arya approached, they might soon be reunited. As the day wore on, they finalized Robb's departure. He took Grey Wind and 2-pack horses with essential gear. Catelyn fussed over him, though he insisted his wound was barely a twinge now. Ned repeated words of caution. Watch for Lannisters. Avoid Bolton men if Ramsay's rumored to lurk near the swamps. Keep an ear open for Ironborn activity. War or not, the search for Arya mattered. In the early morning hush, Robb mounted up in the courtyard, the dozen men arrayed behind him. He cast a last look at Ned and Catelyn. If we find her, we'll send a raven from the nearest holdfast, he promised. Or if anything else arises, I'll return swiftly. Catelyn's eyes shone. Go with blessings of the old gods and new. Ned placed a hand on Robb's boot, voice low. Bring her home safe, my son. Robb nodded, turned his horse, and led the group out through Winterfell's gate. Grey Wind bounded at the flank, eager for the open road. Servants in the courtyard paused their tasks to watch them depart, whispering prayers that the lost Stark girl might be found at last. A hush fell once the hooves receded into distance. Ned stood there a moment, exhaling. They had parted so many times for so many reasons, war, raids, alliances. This mission, at least, carried a thread of joy in the hope of Arya's return. The next days were a swirl of anxious waiting. Ned resumed his routine, overseeing the men, reading updates from the Riverlands, listening for any sign that the Lannisters moved. Catelyn and Sansa organized fresh supplies in case a sudden muster was needed. Each evening, Ned would ascend the battlements, gazing south as though he might glimpse Robb leading Arya home. But the horizon remained quiet, framed by dim sunsets that bled into starry nights. Once or twice, the wind carried the call of wolves far away, or the hoot of owls. The earth thawed further, muddy roads creeping outward from the gates. A night passed. Another. No word came. Maester Luwin suggested patience. Tracking one girl in the vastness of the Neck or the Riverlands took time. Ned reminded himself that each day Arya survived was a gift, that once she was close, she'd find a way to slip past the swamps. Or so he hoped. He fought off dark visions of her cornered by roving Lannister men, or seized by bandits, or lost in the bogs. The possibility that she still lived after so many months gave him a shard of optimism he clung to fiercely. Meanwhile, messengers from Moat Catelyn indicated no major sign of Tywin's approach. The Great John sent another crow from Riverrun, boasting of small victories in the Riverlands. It seemed the realm teetered in an extended stalemate, each faction battered but not beaten. The Ironborn were quiet again, presumably deterred by the swift response at White Harbor. The letters all read like lulls in a larger storm. Ned wondered how many more lulls they might have before something shattered. Then, on a cloudy afternoon, horns again sounded the arrival of travelers. This time, the watch saw multiple horses approaching from the south, led by a large gray dire wolf loping alongside. Hearts leapt. It was Robb's band. Ned and Catelyn rushed to the gatehouse. As the riders came into view, Ned's pulse pounded, scanning each figure for a small, dark-haired shape. But in the swirl of cloaks and mud-streaked faces, he saw only men. No sign of a girl. Robb swung off his horse in the courtyard, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. Grey Wind trotted around, tail not wagging as it might if they'd succeeded. Catelyn's face fell. Robb? He shook his head, frustration raw in his eyes. No sign. We scoured the roads near the Neck, spoke to travelers, saw no hint of Arya. A few said they heard of a group that matched her band, but the trails went cold near the marshes. We left word at holdfasts to keep watch. If she's out there, she's hidden too well. His voice wavered between anger and grief. Ned's hope deflated. She might have taken a different route. Or disguised herself again. The letter said she was moving. She might have slipped around you. Robb exhaled, wiping mud from his brow. We consider that. My men spread out. Grey wind tried to pick up a scent, but the rains masked everything. He shook his head. I'm sorry, father. Catelyn forced a tight smile, though tears rimmed her eyes. At least we tried. She's alive, that's something. Maybe she found a safer path. Or maybe she's still out there, hidden by friends. If she's as stubborn as ever, she'll keep going until she reaches us. Robb nodded numbly. A few we spoke to claimed they heard about a fierce girl with a wooden sword calling herself Arya, traveling with a bull-helmed boy and a couple others. But the sightings were always older, a moon past, or more. She's a ghost on the roads now. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You did what you could. Go clean up, rest. We'll think of the next step. Perhaps she'll circle to another region or come in at White Harbor. We'll send more messages instructing watchers to help her. Robb's jaw clenched. Aye, father. I need to see the maester for this cursed ache, anyway. Riding so far so fast reopened a bit of that old wound soreness. He forced a small, pained grin for Catelyn's sake, then trudged inside with Grey wind at his side. Ned and Catelyn stood in the courtyard for a moment, servants dispersing around them. The sky overhead felt oppressive, a blanket of pale gray that gave no comfort. Catelyn pressed her hands together. She's so close. That letter was real, but the roads devoured her again. Ned's voice was quiet. Arya always had a wild spirit. If anyone can slip through a war zone, it's her. We'll keep watchers posted. She'll come home when she can. They returned inside to find Sansa, Bran, and Rickon all waiting anxiously. The news of no Arya cast a pall over the household. Yet at least they knew she lived somewhere. Another day's step forward, or perhaps in circles. Ned's mouth thinned in frustration at the realm's endless capacity for scattering families. Robb's men confirmed they had left messages in the bog villages telling them if a young girl arrived seeking House Stark, they should guide her north. Some of those folk even recognized the name Arya, cursing the Lannisters for scattering so many children. War tore families apart with cruel indifference. Another day in the life of the fractured Seven Kingdoms. Time wore on, shifting from the damp meltdown of early spring into more stable, if still chilly, weather. Green shoots appeared in the fields near Winterfell, and farmers began the slow work of replanting. News trickled that Edmure Tully had engaged Tywin in a sharp clash near the Blackwood Vale, resulting in a stalemate. The Greyjohn wrote a letter praising the Tullis' courage, though he lamented the mischance to deliver a crushing blow. War in the Riverlands churned, but still did not cross into the north. White Harbor kept watch for Ironborn. Moat Cailin stood alert for Lannister incursion. Everything balanced on a knife's edge, and months slid by in uneasy stasis. One dawn, as Ned and Catelyn breakfasted with Sansa in a smaller hall, Maester Luwin arrived with a sealed letter. From the Eyrie, my lord, he said, offering the parchment. Brought by a falconer who traveled for weeks. Lady Lisa Arrynseal. Rare indeed was any letter from Lisa, who had isolated herself in the Eyrie, refusing to join the war. Ned thanked Luwin, broke the seal, and read in silence. His brow furrowed. Catelyn asked softly, what does my sister say? Ned handed her the letter, letting her read the tight lines. Sansa sipped her tea, watching their faces. Catelyn's eyes flicked across the message, puzzlement shifting to dismay. She wants you to come to the Eyrie, Catelyn breathed. She claims she has knowledge about the realm's future, that King Joffrey is threatened by a new conspiracy, and only by forging an alliance with the Vale can the North be safe. And she implies something about Arya, though it's vague. Ned tapped the parchment. She writes that a girl matching Arya's description might have been seen near the Mountains of the Moon, but no guarantee it's truly Arya. She dangles this as reason for us to visit. She says the Eyrie remains impregnable, so if war engulfs the rest of the realm, we can only survive by allying with her. Does she intend to trap us in her spider's web? Sansa frowned, confused. Why would Aunt Lisa do that? Catelyn rubbed her temple. Lisa has grown paranoid since Jon Arryn's death. She refuses to let the Vale join the war. She might want Ned's presence there as leverage or to ensure House Stark depends on her. Or she might genuinely believe she can help. My sister's mind is not always clear. Ned closed his eyes for a moment, the memory of past visits to the Eyrie swirling. If she truly has a lead on Arya, we can't ignore it. But I cannot simply ride off to the Vale. The North depends on me here. Lisa should know that. Catelyn placed the letter on the table, frustration in her voice. She's always believed the Vale can stand alone, high in the mountains. She sees the war as something that will devour everyone else. This might be her attempt to draw us into her fortress, to ensure some arrangement that benefits the Vale first. Ned glanced at Sansa, who listened intently, brow furrowed. We can't send a large party. The roads to the Vale can be perilous, even in better times. But if Arya truly heads that way, or if Lisa has legitimate information, ignoring her might cost us a chance to reunite with Arya. Sansa ventured softly. Could we send just a few trusted people? Maybe Mother or Robb, to see if Aunt Lisa's claims have merit. Ned considered. Robb is needed here, especially if Tywin or the Ironborn move. I might send someone else with clout. Or perhaps I go, leaving Robb as Castellan. But I hesitate. We can't risk the leadership vacuum or the possibility that Lisa might try to keep me there. Catelyn drummed her fingers. Let me go. Lisa might be more open with me. She's my sister. And I have no official position that would hamper the North if I'm away. Robb and you can hold Winterfell. If Lisa truly knows something about Arya, I want to see her face when she tells me. I'll gauge her truthfulness. Ned's chest tightened. He recalled the last time Catelyn left to see her sister, the Vale's strange isolation, the threats from Lisa's paranoid rulings. But it might be the only way to glean real answers. It's dangerous, he said. The eastern roads, the high mountains. With the Eyrie so withdrawn, we have no direct protection along the route. And once you're there, Lisa can be unpredictable. Catelyn nodded. I know, but I can bring a small retinue. The Vale is technically not at war with us. If Lisa tries anything truly treacherous, that would be a new low even for her. She might only want to wave her advantage in my face or demand some alliance. I can handle her. Sansa looked worried. Mother, you must be careful. Catelyn managed to smile for her daughter. I will be, but we can't ignore a possible clue about Arya. If this is a ruse, I'll find out quickly. Ned exhaled, glancing at the letter's swirling script once more. Lisa wrote in that airy, urgent style, referencing secrets she dared not commit to parchment. It was typical of her brand of melodrama. He still felt uneasy, but the chance to find Arya or at least confirm where she might be was too important to dismiss. All right, he said at last, voice low. You'll need some loyal knights, a few archers. Travel lightly enough to not provoke Lisa. Let me speak with Maester Luwin to arrange ravens to the Eyrie, announcing your coming. Catelyn nodded. I'll prepare at once. News spread that Lady Catelyn would venture east. Sansa insisted on helping pack supplies while Ned and Robb spoke with the knights who would escort her. They selected a group of 10, seasoned men like Hallis Malin, who had gone to King's Landing with Ned once before, and a handful of archers who had proven calm in a crisis. The journey was not immediate as they had to gather horses, confirm safe routes. Meanwhile, Ned wrote a letter to Lisa politely stating that Catelyn would come to the Eyrie to discuss these urgent matters and that House Stark expected the Vale's courtesy and safe passage. Lisa's reply came swiftly, a single line that read, My dear sister is always welcome. The mountains are high, but the Vale endures. Vague as ever. Within a fortnight, Catelyn was ready. Dawn found the courtyard abuzz with final preparations. The cart loaded with some gifts for the Eyrie, furs, northern smoked fish, a cask of Winterfell's best mead. The knights wore traveling cloaks, swords at their hips. Ned stood with Catelyn, adjusting the fur-lined hood of her cloak, searching her face for any sign of second thoughts. She offered him a brave smile. I'll be cautious. You keep well, my lord. If any crisis looms, I will come flying back or send word at once. He embraced her, ignoring the watchers. May the gods protect you, he whispered. Find any scrap of news about Arya. If Lisa's lying, don't let her trap you. Catelyn stepped back, turning to Robb, who gave a slight bow of respect, though he embraced her as well. We'll hold Winterfell, he promised. Send a raven from the Gates of the Moon, or from the Eyrie if you can. We'll not rest easy until we know you're safe. She nodded, blinking back tears. Then she mounted her horse gracefully, Hallis Malin and the other knights forming around her. Sansa and Bran stood near the steps, calling farewells. Rickon peered from behind them, waving vigorously. Bring Arya if you find her, he shouted. Catelyn's chest tightened, but she waved. Discord. She squeezed Ned's hand. Thank you for coming. He kissed her hair. I'd ride into a dragon's maw for you, Cat. Let's get out of here before she changes her mind. They retrieved their few belongings, rejoined the 3 men who'd come up the mountain. Lysa's knights hovered, ensuring they departed promptly. No sign of the child lord Robert Arryn, presumably Lysa kept him away. Ned and Catelyn moved through the courtyard, hearts pounding with relief to be leaving it all. The gate parted, letting them step onto the narrow path down the mountain. The air felt freer, though the drop below was terrifying. Catelyn clung to Ned's arm. "I can't believe she used the rumor of Arya near the Vale to lure me," she said bitterly. "I suspect she had no real sightings at all." Ned frowned at the memory of Lysa's letter. She might have heard some rumor and seized it as bait. Perhaps there was a kernel of truth, but she never bothered to confirm it. "Let's put distance between ourselves and the Eyrie. We'll talk more once we're down." They descended, collecting the remainder of Ned's men at the gates of the moon. The men were overjoyed to see Lady Catelyn safe. The party left swiftly, mindful that Lysa might invent a new reason to hold them. Only when they were leagues away from the Vale's shadow did Ned truly believe they had escaped. They made camp in a sheltered glen where Catelyn recounted her ordeal, eyes flashing with anger at her sister's betrayal. Ned comforted her, though inside he felt an ominous sense that alliances grew more hopeless by the day. The Vale was closed to them. The Riverlands fought a stalemate. The Iron Islands lurked. King's Landing smoldered. The North endured alone with only partial help from the Tullis. Catelyn asked in a trembling voice, "What if the Lannisters come, or if the Ironborn push again, and the Vale just sits behind its mountains, letting us burn?" Ned settled a cloak around her shoulders. "We do as we must. The Vale might regret not standing with us if the war devours them eventually. For now, they lock themselves away, leaving us to fend for ourselves." She shuddered. "To think my own sister." He squeezed her hand. "Her mind is twisted by fear. Let's not dwell. We're together again. That's what matters." They shared a brief moment of solace, though the larger reality weighed heavily. Returning to Winterfell took another stretch of days. The roads were muddy but passable, and no Lannister or Bolton threats materialized. Catelyn gradually relaxed, though she remained shaken by Lysa's paranoid outburst. When they crossed into the north once more, a sense of relief swept the company. Winterfell's gray walls welcomed them at twilight, torches gleaming. Robb was there in the courtyard, joy flooding his face at the sight of Catelyn's return. Sansa, Bran, Rickon all spilled out, hugging her. Ned dismounted, letting them share the moment. His own heart warmed. Whatever the realm's troubles, House Stark was whole again. Missing only Arya, but united otherwise. That night, a modest feast was held to celebrate Catelyn's safe return. Long tables in the great hall groaned with roasted game, fresh bread, and early spring vegetables. The music was subdued, mindful that war lingered in the background. But there was genuine laughter as men toasted the lady's release. Ned watched from the high table, Catelyn at his side, Robb in easy conversation with Sansa. Bran recited some historical snippet that made Rickon giggle. The old gods had tested them relentlessly, but here they were, clinging to hope. If Arya someday walked through those doors, Ned thought, the circle would finally close. As the meal wound down, Ned rose, calling for hush. He lifted a cup of wine, glancing at Catelyn, her eyes shining with gratitude. "To the return of Lady Catelyn," he said, voice echoing, "and to the resilience of the North. We face many trials, but we stand together. Let no man doubt House Stark's resolve." Cheers rose, cups clinked. Robb banged the table in agreement. Sansa smiled with tears in her eyes. The men hammered fists. Ned took a sip, then sat, feeling a measure of contentment. For all the storms brewing, this moment of unity was precious. The future loomed uncertain. Tywin's might, Joffrey's arrogance, Balon's opportunism, Lysa's betrayal, the ghost of Ramsay's cruelty. But House Stark endured. In the hush after the feast, Ned prayed again that Arya would find her way home, that war would not tear them further asunder, and that someday they might know true peace. For tonight, at least, Winterfell's fires glowed with steadfast light, and the old gods bore silent witness to the unbroken hearts of the wolves who would not bow. A heavy hush settled over Winterfell in the days after Catelyn's return from the Vale. Relief that she was home mingled with a collective anger at Lysa Arryn's betrayal. After the modest feast that welcomed her back, the castle staff resumed their routines, but a thin tension laced every conversation. Catelyn herself spent long hours in the Godswood, mulling over her sister's hostile words and the baffling refusal to help find Arya. Ned gave her space, though the memory of her abduction still lit a fierce protectiveness in him. They had survived so many crises, yet each day hinted at new trials. Robb, for his part, was restless. His wound had healed enough that the old pain rarely flared, yet his thoughts burned with frustration at the many roads leading nowhere. Arya's uncertain path, the Vale's closed gates, the Lannisters' drumbeat in the Riverlands, the Ironborn's constant lurking threat. He threw himself into leading the men in drills, ensuring the gates and towers were properly manned, encouraging watchful eyes along every approach. Scouts came and went from Moat Catelyn, sending brief missives about Tywin's armies, but no sign of a direct march north. Each day, Ned and Robb studied the reports, debating how best to guard their land if war flared in earnest. The morning sun found Ned, Robb, and Catelyn gathered in the solar with Maester Luwin. Steam curled from cups of hot tea placed on a heavy oak table. Through the narrow windows, watery light fell across the scattered maps. Catelyn still looked tired, though resolved, while Robb's jaw set with a stubborn glint. Ned rubbed the back of his neck, wishing for more encouraging news. Maester Luwin set aside a letter from Edmure Tully. Lord Edmure writes that Tywin has not left Harrenhal in full force, but his outriders harass the roads near the Blackwater. The Greatjon and Ser Roderick maintain a watchful defense, but every so often they lose men to sudden Lannister raids. Both lords ask if we can spare more swords. Robb exhaled. We barely have enough to protect ourselves from the Ironborn or the Bolton threat, let alone whatever cunning Tywin might show. If only the Vale had joined us, or at least allowed safe passage. Catelyn's mouth tightened. My sister's paranoia serves no one but our enemies. She remains locked on her airy perch. She looked at Ned, sorrow flickering behind her eyes. I can't fathom how Lisa can ignore the kingdom's plight. She used me as a pawn and in the end gave us nothing on Arya. Ned covered her hand with his. We'll manage without the Vale. Even if Tywin surges forward, we have Moat Catelyn. Let us send a small reinforcement to the Greatjon, no more than 50. It may not change the entire war, but it might hold a key crossing in the Riverlands. That's all we can do right now. Luwin nodded thoughtfully. We also have a message from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley thanks us for the men we sent. They deterred further Ironborn raids. Balon Greyjoy's ships remain near Pike, but rumor says the Iron Islands still watch for a chance to strike. So far, nothing. Perhaps they wait for the realm to collapse further. Robb drummed his fingers on the table. They test us as always. If the Lannisters truly advanced, or if chaos grew, Balon might send more longships. Theon, he grimaced. Or Theon might be among them. We can't be sure. Still, White Harbor is holding strong. The mention of Theon brought a brief hush. Catelyn's expression flickered with complicated anger. Theon had been close to Robb once, nearly a brother in all but name. Now he was an enemy. Ned cleared his throat, steering the conversation away from that sore point. We'll keep a wary eye on the coasts. For now, the war's greatest flames still burn in the Riverlands. We must hold what alliances we have. They agreed on the plan. Send an additional 50 men under a trusted captain to join the Greatjon, help secure the fords near Riverrun, and keep the main strength in the north, prepared to fend off any assault. They dismissed Luwin, continuing to discuss details. Robb wanted to choose the captain himself, someone who had proven reliability in the last campaign against the Ironborn. Catelyn insisted that the men take ample supplies so they wouldn't deplete the Riverland's meager stores. Ned quietly oversaw each detail, mind spinning with the memory that the Lannisters had threatened an open invasion more than once. He doubted they had forgotten Joffrey's humiliating capture. When they finished, Catelyn rose, smoothing her gown. I'll check on the household matters. Our hunts have yielded less game than hoped. We must see what can be purchased from the eastern markets. Robb excused himself as well, intent on the training yard. Ned lingered, gazing at the scattering of notes on the table, a half-finished letter to Edmure, a map pinned with small tokens marking known Lannister positions. The realm looked like a dice board, each piece teetering on uncertain alliances. The respite from direct conflict felt fragile as spun glass. He sighed, leaving the solar for the courtyard. Outside, the sky glowed with an early spring clarity, though the air still bit. Workers were clearing away slush near the main gate, piling it aside. Guards drilled in the mud, practicing spear work. A swirl of tension undercut every chore. Ned paused to greet a few of them, inquiring if they'd heard any new rumors from travelers. One guard shrugged that refugees sometimes pass through, speaking of scattered conflict in the Riverlands but no direct threat to the north. Another guard said he'd overheard gossip about a red-haired priestess traveling with Stannis Baratheon, stirring some new fanaticism in the south. Ned filed that away, uncertain how it might shape the war. A horn call from the walls broke his reflection. He turned, heart jolting. Someone was approaching. Another set of travelers. So many riders had come and gone these past months that each new arrival brought a twist of caution. Ned strode to the gatehouse, climbing the steps two at a time. A watchman pointed across the muddy terrain. 3 riders approached, one leading a packhorse, no banners in sight. The watchers called out for them to halt. The riders complied, raising empty hands. Ned ordered the gates open, but men stood ready in case of trouble. The visitors entered slowly. 2 were gray-bearded men in battered cloaks, and the third a younger figure whose features remained hidden beneath the hood. The one in front, a tall, lean man, dismounted stiffly. He had the look of a man who traveled far with little rest. Ned descended from the gatehouse, arms folded, waiting. "Lord Stark," the tall man said, voice echoing in the yard. He pulled back his hood, revealing a tanned face lined by age. "I have tidings from the Riverlands. Lord Beric Dondarrion bids you greetings." Ned's eyes narrowed. He recalled Beric Dondarrion had been the Lightning Lord rumored to fight a guerrilla war against the Lannisters. "We hear many tales of Lord Beric," Ned said. "Why send you here to Winterfell?" "The north is not his usual ground." The man glanced at his companions. "Because we carry news of your lost daughter, Arya Stark." The courtyard stilled, a hush sweeping the watchers. Ned felt his heart hammer. "Arya? You've seen her?" The man nodded solemnly. "We believe so. She traveled with a small group that crossed paths with Lord Beric's men near the Trident. She parted from them but left a message for her father if we encountered any of your banners. We've come north seeking you." A swirl of relief, fear, and yearning tangled in Ned's chest. Each time the name Arya surfaced, it felt both hopeful and precarious. "Tell me all. Is she safe? Does Beric have her?" The man shook his head. "No. She's not with Lord Beric's band now. They aided her for a time, but she insisted on heading north, confident she could reach her family. She and a few companions parted ways to avoid drawing Lannister attention. Lord Beric gave her coin, advice, and a promise. If they heard of her again, they'd help. We heard rumors she might aim for the neck or the veil. Then we learned from outlaws that she was last seen heading toward the twins, possibly to cross the river. But from there, her trail vanished." Ned's mind raced. The twins' seat of House Frye was a crossing in the Riverlands. Possibly she tried to slip around conflict. "That was how long ago?" he asked, voice taut. "Some weeks. Perhaps over a moon's turn. We cannot say if she actually reached the twins. War clutters the roads. When word came that you sought her, Beric decided to try once more, sending us to ride north and deliver this news. We have something else for you." He gestured to the younger companion, who rummaged in a saddlebag and extracted a small bundle. The older man took it carefully, stepping forward to Ned. Guards around them tensed, but Ned motioned them to stand down. The man lifted a piece of cloth from the bundle. It was stained, but Ned recognized it at once, a patch of cloth embroidered with the Stark dire wolf that used to be part of Arya's old cloak. He inhaled sharply. It's hers." "She gave it to Lord Beric as proof of her name," the man confirmed gently. "He hoped returning it might reassure you that she lives." A wave of emotion threatened to unmake Ned. He swallowed hard, fingertips brushing the worn fabric. Memories flared, Arya as a small girl defying needlework lessons. She must have carried the scrap, stubborn as ever, then parted with it to confirm her identity. Ned steadied himself. "My thanks," he said quietly. "This is more than I've had in a long while. You have done House Stark a great service." The man gave a bow. "We did as commanded. Lord Beric says if he learns more, he'll send word again. He fights a scattered war, but he hasn't forgotten your daughter's plight." Ned nodded. "Does he suspect the Lannisters pursue her?" "Possibly, but she's cunning. She travels quietly. Some outlaws say she calls herself Arya. She might slip past them all. Lord Beric only regrets he couldn't spare more men to escort her." Ned exhaled. "We'll continue searching. You're welcome in Winterfell for rest. I'll see you housed and fed." The men bowed again, grateful. Ned turned to a guard. "Bring them inside. Show them courtesy." He paused, then gently folded the scrap of Arya's cloak. The watchers around them bore looks of mingled hope and sympathy. Ned beckoned to one of the younger guards, whispering that he should find Catelyn and Robb. They needed to hear this at once. Before long, Ned stood in the great hall with Catelyn, Robb, and the 3 Beric envoys. The crowd had thinned, just a handful of guards posted. They repeated the details, describing how Arya had parted from the Brotherhood without banners. She'd insisted on forging her own path north, accompanied by a bull-helmed boy, a stout lad, and possibly a girl with a dog. Their route was uncertain. Even the Brotherhood's scouts lost track after a skirmish in a Lannister-contested area. But the sight of Arya's cloth scrap overshadowed everything. Catelyn held it in trembling fingers, tears slipping free. Robb's face lit with a tight resolve. "This means she survived all that time after King's Landing," Robb said, fighting tears. "She's so close, father. The twins. If she truly aimed to cross there, she might be in the upper Riverlands by now. If she tries skirting the war zone, she might come near Moat Cailin or even White Harbor." Ned nodded, though worry twisted in him. House Frye controlled the crossing at the twins, and Walder Frye was notoriously fickle. If Arya somehow approached the twins, who knew what reception she'd get? Still, it was more real evidence of her survival than anything in months. "We can send fresh riders," Ned said. "This time I might go south personally. Or we dispatch a capable search party to the area around the twins. See if we can pick up her trail. We can coordinate with Edmure Tully or the Great John. They're near enough to help comb the region." Catelyn took a shuddering breath. "Let me lead that effort," she said. "I know the Riverlands well, my father's land. With the Great John and Edmure on guard, we could systematically check villages, talk to folk who might have seen her. She can't be invisible if she truly aims to cross there." Robb looked torn. "But you were just in captivity. Do you want to risk traveling again with Tywin's men so close?" Catelyn set her jaw. "I do. For Arya, I would risk more than that. I won't ride into the Vale again, that's certain, but the Riverlands is my home ground. Walder Frye might treat me better than he would treat a band of soldiers. Or at least, he'll be forced to host me politely. I can glean whether Arya was ever seen at the twins." Ned understood her determination. Part of him wanted to forbid it, recalling how Lisa had seized her. But this was the Riverlands, not the Vale. "I'll come too," he began, but Catelyn shook her head. "If you come, we risk King's Landing or Tywin seeing it as a major move from the North's leadership. We can't let Winterfell go unguarded. We've too many threats. Send me with a suitable escort under a peace banner." The Tully name still means something in the Riverlands, even with war raging. Robb weighed it, glancing at Ned. "She's not wrong. If you, father, or I lead a large group, Tywin might interpret it as aggression. Or we might be needed here if the Ironborn strike again." Ned drew in a slow breath. Another farewell loomed. "I can't see a better path. The Great John will support you, and Edmure will not refuse you. If Tywin is near, we count on the Tully men to keep you safe. But be cautious, Cat. Walder Frye is no friend. He might claim to be cordial, but you know how slippery he is." Catelyn nodded grimly. "I do. But if Arya truly considered crossing there, a few questions might at least confirm or deny it." She turned to the barrack envoys, who lingered quietly. "You men said you parted from Lord Barrack's group to come north with news. Will you return to them?" The tall man hesitated. "We plan to head south again eventually, yes, but if you need a guide in the Riverlands, we have some knowledge of safe roads. We can accompany you. Might be we can help you avoid Lannister scouts." Catelyn inclined her head. "That could prove useful. I'd welcome your guidance, so long as you mean to keep your vow to Lord Barrack. But know that traveling with me might invite confrontation. Tywin's men show no mercy if they suspect you're allied to Stark or Tully." The men agreed. Their mission was to serve the cause of the Brotherhood, and aiding Arya's mother seemed part of that. Ned offered them the hospitality of Winterfell for a few days while Catelyn prepared. They accepted, weary from weeks of hard riding. With that settled, the plan quickly took shape. Catelyn would depart within 4 or 5 days, leading perhaps 30 men, some knights, some archers, enough to safeguard her without provoking armies. The envoys from Barrack's group would guide them on lesser-known roads to the region near the twins. If Walder Frye had any record of travelers matching Arya's description, Catelyn would find it. If not, they'd fan out into villages to the west or north, searching for fresh clues. She hoped a moon's time might suffice to confirm or deny Arya's presence. After that, she'd reevaluate, possibly returning home or traveling further. The next days buzzed with preparations. Ned quietly oversaw the selection of men, none too restless or trigger-happy as they'd be traveling near front lines in the Riverlands. Sir Wylis Manderley, visiting from White Harbor, offered 2 knights from his retinue to help guard. Robb insisted they must also send scouts adept at woodland stealth. The Great John had men in the Riverlands, but they were pinned near Harrenhal. So, a new band assembled under Winterfell's banner, smaller than the retinue that once journeyed to King's Landing, but still a respectable column. Ned found Catelyn in the solar one evening, writing letters. Candlelight flickered over her face. She glanced up as he entered, setting aside the quill. "I'm penning messages to Edmure and the Great John, advising them of my approach. They should be prepared to help me search. Also to Walder Frey, though I suspect he'll ignore it until I stand at his gates." Ned nodded, coming to her side. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Thank you for doing this. I know it's not easy to face war zones again. But Arya, if she's truly near, I want to do everything possible to bring her home." Catelyn rested her cheek against his hand. "I promised myself I wouldn't rest while a child of ours roamed alone. We had so many false leads, but this one feels more tangible. Barrack's men saw her, or nearly did. She's real, out there somewhere." He stroked her hair. "I fear for you. Tywin's men roam the Riverlands. If you stray too near Harrenhal." She exhaled. "I'll be careful. I won't approach Harrenhal. The Greyjohn's presence might keep Tywin from venturing too near the twins. Edmure can coordinate watchers. If it grows too dangerous, I'll retreat." Ned closed his eyes briefly, remembering how the South had nearly swallowed him once, how the Vale had seized her, how the realm's bitterness spread. He forced the fear aside. "Then do what you must," he said quietly, "and come back safe." They embraced, silent. The candle burned low, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Outside, spring's mild wind tapped the shutters. The gods alone knew if this new quest would yield results, but at least they had Arya's cloth scrap and the word of Barrack's men. It was more than empty rumor. On the morning of Catelyn's departure, Winterfell's courtyard was again a swirl of horses and loaded carts. Ned, Robb, Sansa, Bran, and Rickon stood by the stables, each offering a farewell. Catelyn wore a traveling cloak pinned with the tullyfish. Her posture was resolute, though Ned saw traces of sorrow in her eyes. One by one, she embraced each child. Rickon clung to her longer, tears shining. Bran forced a stoic front, recalling how he'd once traveled south as well. Sansa simply wished her good fortune. Robb held her at the last, voice unsteady as he murmured that the North would pray for her success. Ned gently squeezed her hand, gleaning from her expression that she'd steel herself for the road. Then she mounted her horse, Hallis Malin by her side, the assembled men forming behind them. The barrack envoys lingered near the middle, scanning the crowd. Gray morning light bathed them as they rode out through Winterfell's gate once more, the standard of House Stark fluttering overhead. Ned watched until they vanished from sight, then turned away, heart heavy. He had parted from Catelyn more times this year than in many prior years combined, each journey a hazard, each purpose a desperate move to salvage their family. He prayed the gods would show them mercy. Time slid by in an uneasy daily routine. Spring advanced, the last of the snows gone from the fields. Crocuses bloomed in the godwood, a delicate show of color. War or not, the land renewed itself. Ned tried to focus on planting new seeds in the farmland near Winterfell, organizing hunts to replenish the larders, ensuring Moat Catelyn's defenses were well-stocked. Sansa took on more household tasks, aided by the steward. Bran studied with Maester Luwin, while Rickon roamed with the pups. Robb managed the garrison, training daily with the men. Some days, Ned glimpsed a glimmer of normalcy. But behind every chore lurked the question, had Catelyn found any word of Arya yet? Ravens came sporadically from Riverrun. Edmure wrote of skirmishes with the Lannisters, praising the reinforcements Ned had sent. He mentioned hearing that Lady Catelyn was in the region, searching for someone, but offered no direct sign she'd found Arya. Another letter arrived from the Great John, full of boisterous threats against Tywin, no mention of Catelyn's progress. Anxiety built in Ned's chest. Perhaps Walder Frey had gleaned nothing. Perhaps Arya had again eluded all watchers. A fortnight after Catelyn's departure, a single raven arrived near dusk. The message was short, penned in her hand. Reached the twins. Lord Walder unhelpful. No record of a girl matching Arya. Searching local villages next. Great John stands ready if we near Harrenhal. We'll ride northeast after. Pray for good news. See. Ned read it aloud to Robb in the solar. Sansa hovered nearby, hope draining from her face at the mention that Walder was no help. Robb set his jaw. So, she's still searching. At least Tywin or the Lannisters didn't intercept her. Ned nodded. No mention of trouble from Tywin. Maybe the area near the twins is safer than Harrenhal's shadow. She'll keep scouring. If Arya never reached the twins, she must have turned elsewhere. It's a wide land. Sansa spoke softly. Could Arya have changed direction? Maybe she circled back to the neck or took a different crossing. Ned's gaze fell to the scrap of cloak that he kept tucked in his desk. Possibly. We can only wait on your mother's next letter. She'll not give up easily. And so they waited. Another night passed with no new word. In that time, Ned received fresh news from White Harbor. Watchers spotted a few suspicious sails near the coast, but they fled when approached. The Ironborn tested them still. Meanwhile, the Greyjohn's men reported Tywin skirmished near Harrenhal but had yet to break out. A stalemate continued in the Riverlands. The realm seemed locked in a slow bleed, no side able to crush the other. War had become an unending grind. Late one windy afternoon, Ned stood on the ramparts with Robb. Clouds boiled overhead, promising rain. They spoke of routine matters, food stores, stable expansions, when horns again sounded from the gates. Another arrival. They hurried down, hearts pounding with the old mixture of dread and hope. Perhaps Catelyn returned with news of Arya. Perhaps it was a messenger with dire tidings of a Lannister push. The men on the walls called out that a single rider approached at speed, bearing Tully colors. That startled them. In the courtyard, the gates creaked open to admit a young man on a lathered horse. He wore a tunic embroidered with the Tully fish, mud spattered up to his thighs, a wild look in his eyes. He almost toppled off the saddle as stable hands rushed to help him. Robb strode forward, Ned at his side. The man caught his breath, blinking rapidly. "Lord Stark, Lord Robb," he gasped. "I come from Lady Catelyn. She sends urgent word." Ned's heart clenched. "Speak. Is she safe?" "She is, but she's pressed to ride on. She found fresh rumor that your daughter was seen in a village by the Blue Fork, near the outskirts of the Boglands. She means to follow that lead, but also the Lannisters move. She begs more men if you can spare them, lest she risk riding into contested lands. She's with the Greatjon now, forging a plan. But they need reinforcements to scour the region thoroughly." Robb let out a half-formed exclamation. "Arya is near the Boglands? That's close to the border with the Neck. If the Lannisters move, she's in danger." Ned nodded grimly. "We must act swiftly. How many men does Catelyn require?" "Did she say?" The messenger panted. "As many as can travel quickly. The Greatjon can handle a large fight, but they're pinned by Tywin's outriders. If a new front opens, they can't scatter to find one girl. She wants enough men to keep Lannister patrols off her back while they search the villages. Tywin might dispatch a cavalry unit to harass them." Ned mulled it over. Another host or a smaller band. The north was thinly stretched. "We have some men who recently returned from White Harbor. We could muster 100, perhaps less, led by a capable officer. Or perhaps, I might go myself." He braced, remembering Lisa's fiasco. Robb put a hand on Ned's arm. "Father, let me do it. We parted last time thinking I'd remain here. But if the Lannisters threaten Mother while she hunts for Arya, I can't stand idle. You said so yourself, you're needed if the Ironborn strike or if the Vale does anything. Let me gather the outriders. My leg is strong enough." Ned's instincts warred. He recalled the wound that nearly killed Robb, inflicted by Ramsay Snow. But time had passed and the boy was recovered. "You're certain?" Ned asked softly. Robb set his jaw. "Yes. I've commanded men before, these men respect me. We can ride to the Riverlands with 100 or so, meet Mother and the Greatjon, then form a wide net to push aside any Lannister threats. I want to see this through. Let me do it." Ned studied his face. The war demanded such sacrifice. "Very well," he said at length. "But be vigilant. Tywin is cunning. If he suspects you're in the field, he may try to trap you. Keep to the Greatjon's side. He's a fierce fighter, though prone to recklessness." Relief and resolve burned in Robb's eyes. "I will. And if we find Arya in one of those villages, so much the better. Let me ready the men. We'll depart as soon as possible." Ned turned to the Tully messenger. "Rest now. Tomorrow at dawn, you'll guide Robb's column back to Lady Catelyn." The man nodded, grateful. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "Gather those you trust. We can spare about 100. Sansa and I will hold Winterfell. The Ironborn remain quiet for now, and the Vale is apparently content to ignore us. We pray that remains so. Robb gave a curt bow, excitement tempered by the weight of another war-bound departure. He strode off to rouse the men and finalize supply lists. Ned took a moment to steady himself, chest tight. Another farewell, another gamble. If Tywin pounced, if the war battered them in the Riverlands, he tried to push the dark visions aside. Arya might be so close. They had to seize the chance. That evening, the courtyard rattled with noise as soldiers prepared for a forced march, checking stirrups, securing quivers, bundling provisions. Robb personally oversaw them, passing instructions in a low tone. Sansa stood on the sidelines, offering quiet words of encouragement to men she knew. Bran and Rickon hovered in the archway of the keep, wide-eyed at the bustle. Ned drifted among them, giving a stoic nod to each soldier, ensuring discipline. They would depart at first light. Before dawn, Ned and Sansa stood by the stables, waiting for the moment. Robb emerged from the keep, clad in partial armor, light mail under a leather surcoat bearing the Stark direwolf. His expression was determined, though he gave Sansa a gentle smile in passing. She returned it, eyes brimming with unvoiced concern. The men formed ranks in the yard, the Tully messenger sitting anxiously on his mount. Hoarfrost glimmered in the faint light. Ned stepped forward, voice pitched low. "You have what you need? Enough rations?" Robb nodded. "Yes. We travel light for speed. Once we reach Mother, we can resupply from whatever base the Great John has set up. Then we spread out to protect them." "I'll be careful, Father." Ned clasped his son's arm, the memory of so many such departures stark in his mind. "Return with good news if the gods are kind. Watch for Tywin's cunning. Let the Great John charge if he must, but keep your head." Robb's mouth curved in a faint grin. "I will, though it's not always easy to reign in the Great John." Sansa moved closer, brushing a hand over Robb's bridle. "I'll pray for you and Mother and for Arya," she said softly. "Bring her home if you find her." He nodded, eyes momentarily bright. "That's the plan." He glanced at Ned again, inhaled, then swung into the saddle. Gray wind prowled by his stirrup, tail high. The men saluted, hoisting spears, adjusting swords. With a quiet signal, Robb urged them forward. Hoofs pounded across the courtyard, the gate yawned wide, and once more House Stark's heir led a band into uncertain lands. Ned and Sansa watched until the column disappeared beyond the open road. Already, the dawn's first glow touched Winterfell's walls, marking another day under the loom of war. Sansa hugged herself, shivering in the chill. Ned placed an arm around her shoulders, guiding her inside. "We must trust him," he said, voice rough. "He's grown strong. He's proven himself before." Sansa nodded, blinking away tears. "I know. But I wish this war would end. I wish Arya were back, safe, so we never needed more searches." He kissed the top of her head gently. "So do I, child. So do I." In the weeks that followed, Ned waited for any raven from Robb or Catelyn, each day steeped in anxiety. The realm's tensions only grew. Rumors came of Tywin Lannister's partial withdrawal from Harrenhal, possibly to intercept Stannis or Renly, who were rumored to clash near the Stormlands. Another rumor said King's Landing convulsed with riots over bread shortages, Joffrey's temper fueling the city's discontent. The Ironborn continued to lurk near Pike. If they saw the realm fracturing further, they might strike again. Every passing hour felt like a spool of thread unrolling without end. Then, nearly a month after Robb's departure, a raven arrived bearing urgent words from Edmure Tully. Ned broke the seal in the solar with Sansa and Maester Luwin present. The letter dripped with tension. "Lord Stark, Tywin Lannister has indeed moved men west, presumably to check Lord Renly's approach. The Great John used that moment to push deeper in search of your daughter, supporting Lady Catelyn and Robb. They have found leads in villages near the Blue Fork. No direct conflict with the Lannisters yet, but patrols close in. Pray the old gods keep them safe. We stand ready at Riverrun if war ignites anew. Edmure." Ned read it twice, relief at the mention that Catelyn and Robb were united, dread at the word that Lannister patrols hovered near. Sansa leaned over his shoulder. "They're close," she breathed. "Close to finding Arya, do you think?" "Possibly," Ned said. "They're tracking leads in multiple villages. If Tywin's men stumble across them, a clash might spark. Still, at least the main Lannister force is busy with Renly or some other front. That might give them time to search thoroughly." He penned a quick reply, thanking Edmure for the update, urging caution. Then another day, no new letters. The tension sharpened. Ned took to walking the walls at odd hours. scanning the horizon as if waiting for a sign. The guards gave him space, aware of his inward turmoil. Sansa managed the household, a subdued determination in her actions. Bran studied old records of Tully's strongholds, as though he might glean how better to search for Arya. Rickon asked daily, "Will Robb bring Arya soon?" Each time, Ned struggled to answer gently. At last, news came one bright morning. A raven from Catelyn herself. The letter was lengthy for a war-zone dispatch, penned in her neat, urgent hand. Ned read it in the presence of Sansa, Bran, and Rickon, who crowded around, hearts pounding. Catelyn's words rang with emotion. "Ned, my love, we have found strong indications that Arya stayed in a village called Fairmarket near the Blue Fork. Locals recalled a girl with a bull-helmed boy, short hair, fierce eyes, calling herself Aerie. They left days before we arrived. Another rumor says they crossed a shallow ford heading north. The Great John has deployed scouts along that route, while Robb and I rode to a smaller hamlet rumored to have sheltered children. We encountered signs. A child's battered wooden practice sword, left near a barn. The farmer swears the girl told him she was going home. We believe she is at most a few days ahead. The Lannisters roam these lands, but Tywin's main host is still away. We avoid direct paths, scanning each holdfast. Robb commands a tight formation, fending off small roving patrols. Our men found fresh footprints near a rickety inn that might belong to Arya's band. They are cunning, staying out of sight, but we gain on them. Pray we find her soon. War cannot overshadow a child's safe return. If Tywin shifts, we must be swift. The Great John stands ready to shield us from large fights, though tension grows daily. Have hope, Ned. Arya is so close. Wish us speed. All my love. Catelyn. Ned's chest filled with fierce hope. Rickon jumped up with excitement, asking if Arya might be home any day. Bran smiled, a flicker of relief. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth, tears in her eyes. She's alive, truly alive. They might catch her soon, she whispered. Ned forced composure. They must tread carefully with Lannister patrols about, but if she's truly close, the next letter might say they found her. We can only wait. 2 days later, that next letter arrived, delivered by a dirt-streaked courier who collapsed in the courtyard from exhaustion. Ned rushed out, pulled the scroll from the courier's trembling hand, and read it on the spot, Sansa clinging to his arm. The words blurred in his vision. "My Ned, we have her. Arya is safe. I hardly dare believe it as I write. She was found with 2 companions hiding in a barn near an abandoned mill. Robb recognized her the moment she stepped out, wooden sword in hand, defiant as ever. She is thinner, bruised by many hardships, but alive. We wept to see her as she is. She tried to stay stoic but broke down in our arms. We must move swiftly, though. Lannister scouts prowl the region. The Great John advises we return to Riverrun or another Tully-held fortress, as traveling all the way to Winterfell might risk an ambush. But Arya insists she wants to come home. She begs to see you, to see Sansa and her brothers. Robb and I want that too, but we weigh the danger. For now, we are 5 days' ride from Riverrun. The Great John suggests we gather there, then choose a safe route north. If Tywin truly is busy fighting Renly or others, perhaps the roads remain passable. If not, we might need more men. We cannot lose her again. She's exhausted, battered, but so brave. She told us stories of traveling under false names, forging friendships with a blacksmith's apprentice, fleeing Lannister hunts. We have much to discuss, but for now, know that your daughter lives, Ned, and she yearns for home. In a day, we ride for Riverrun. From there, I'll send another raven. Please prepare a welcome for her, and pray no new threat arises to tear her away again. Your loving wife, Catelyn." Tears sprang to Ned's eyes in the courtyard. Sansa gasped, then laughed with joy, hugging Rickon. Guards paused around them, uncertain but sensing good news. Ned lifted his gaze. "She's found," he managed to say. "Arya is found." A ripple of excitement spread among the watchers. Joy flared across Winterfell. Sansa embraced her father, tears streaming. Bran grinned openly, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Rico!" and let out a whoop that made the stable boys jump. Some men in the yard clapped each other on the back, gladdened that the missing Stark girl was finally safe. That night, Ned convened a small feast in the hall, not the grand lavishness seen in calmer times, but a sincere gathering to celebrate the news. Servants lit extra torches, the tables bore decent fare. Roast pork, fresh bread, winter greens. Men sang a few snatches of old songs. Sansa, eyes aglow, led a short prayer of thanks to the old gods. The castle's mood soared higher than it had in months. They toasted Catelyn and Robb, the Great John, and even the mysterious companions who had helped Arya survive. Ned watched it all with a heart brimming with relief. After so long, after so many dead ends, Arya was safe in her mother's care. So many nightmares averted. Still, caution tempered Ned's joy. The letter mentioned traveling to Riverrun, then deciding how to come north. Tywin's raids could endanger them, or the Ironborn might strike the coasts again. He needed to ensure the road from the Riverlands to Winterfell was as secure as possible. Once the feast ended, he consulted with the steward, planning to send more men south to guard key fords. They would try to coordinate with the Great John. If Arya's party decided to journey home, they'd have an escort. That same night, Ned wrote a letter to Catelyn, addressed to Riverrun, explaining his readiness to dispatch men, the best route to Moat Cailin, and how to avoid potential trouble spots. Days passed. A letter arrived from Edmure Tully, confirming that Catelyn, Robb, and Arya had reached Riverrun safely. They described a tearful reunion with Edmure and the Great John. Arya was in better shape than expected, though starved and bruised from months on the run. She told wild tales of near captures, skirmishes, and narrow escapes. For now, they planned to rest at Riverrun, letting Arya regain strength. Then, if conditions allowed, they would ride north. Tywin's movements remained uncertain, but rumors suggested the Lannister host was pinned by conflicts in the western lands, possibly near the Gold Road. The Great John believed this gave them a window, and so the final leg of the journey began. Another raven soared in a week later, telling Ned that Arya was determined to see Winterfell again. Robb and Catelyn would accompany her with a decent force, perhaps 200 men. Edmure would provide additional outriders. The plan was to cross the neck swiftly, use Moat Cailin's vantage if needed, then push to Winterfell. The letter hammered home that they must keep watch for any last-minute Ironborn raids or hidden Lannister outriders. Ned read it aloud in the Great Hall, earning applause from the staff. Sansa jumped for joy, Rickon squealed about showing Arya the new pups, and Bran grinned, longing to see his sister's face again. Ned penned a swift reply, telling them the roads were clear, White Harbor watchers stood guard on the coasts, and Moat Cailin was well supplied if they needed to rest. He yearned to ride south and greet them, but recognized that might complicate matters if an unforeseen threat rose. Far safer for them to come under Edmure's escort. Winterfell's gates would stand open in welcome. After dispatching the letter, Ned spent hours in a daze of gratitude, hardly believing this day would come. The illusions of war had overshadowed so much, but now the simplest joy of a child returning buoyed him. The final wait stretched 2 weeks, agonizing in its slow unravel. The watchers at the gate scanned the horizon daily. Ned tried to carry on with normal duties but found himself drawn often to the ramparts, scanning the distance. Sansa prepared a fresh chamber near her own, wanting Arya close. Bran rummaged for any old wooden swords Arya might want to see, though she had outgrown such training toys. Rickon boasted he'd show her the new pups. The entire household hummed with anticipation, ignoring the gloom of war. At last, horns announced an approaching party from the south. The watchers recognized Tully and Stark banners. Winterfell erupted with excitement. Ned hurried to the gates with Sansa, Bran, and Rickon in tow. The portcullis rose, revealing a column of riders cresting the ridge, nearly 300 strong. At the forefront, the Great John's hulking form overshadowed others. Next to him, Ned recognized Catelyn's posture, riding tall, and just beside her, his heart nearly stopped, Arya, sitting a sturdy little mare with fierce independence. Her hair was cropped short, and she wore plain leathers, but he recognized that face from countless memories, older now, eyes sharper. Robb rode on Arya's other side. The banners snapped in the spring breeze. Men called greetings from the walls, and cheers rose from onlookers. They entered the courtyard in a swirl of movement. Arya gazed around as though in a dream, mud spattering the horses' flanks. Ned stepped forward, chest tight with emotion. Catelyn dismounted first, turning to help Arya off her mare. But the girl slid down herself, stumbling just a little. She froze, eyes locking on Ned. For a heartbeat, father and daughter stared at each other across the churned ground, memories of parted seasons in that single breath. Then Arya ran to him, bare feet pattering on the stone. No, she wore rough boots, but it felt the same. Ned caught her in his arms, crushing her close. She trembled, burying her face against his cloak. He smelled road dust and old sweat, but also the fierce vitality of her. Tears blurred his vision. "Arya," he managed, voice breaking. "My girl." She clung to him, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "Father," she whispered. I tried so hard to get back. Everything was war. I didn't know if you were alive or if Joffrey." "Hush," Ned said gently, stroking her messy hair. "We're here, all of us alive. You're home." The courtyard's bustle faded away as he held her. Distantly, he heard Catelyn talking to Sansa, the Great John exchanging greetings with the guards, Robb dismounting to greet Bran and Rickon. But in that moment, Ned's world narrowed to Arya's trembling form in his arms. Every fear that had haunted him for months washed away in relief and heartbreak for what she must have endured. Finally, Arya drew back, scrubbing tears fiercely from her cheeks. She looked up as shining. "I'm sorry I took so long," she mumbled. "I kept running into Lannisters, or worse. I lost," she choked, glancing aside. "I lost friends along the way. But I never forgot you or home." Ned's voice caught. "You did nothing wrong. You survived. That's all that matters." He cupped her face, noticing the sharper angles of her cheeks, the faint bruise on her jaw. "You're safe now. That's a miracle enough." She nodded, mustering a small, grim smile. Then Sansa approached, tears streaming unabashedly, and enveloped Arya in a hug. Ned stepped back, letting the sisters cling to each other, sobbing relief and stumbling words. Rickon barreled in next, exclaiming how big the puppies had grown. Arya managed a short laugh. Then Bran approached, more reserved, but the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. She ruffled his hair, noticing the changes in him too. The swirl of siblings reuniting filled Ned's chest with warmth he could hardly contain. Catelyn stood near them, eyes brimming. Robb joined them, smiling as he watched Arya greet each sibling. Ned clasped Robb's shoulder, voice thick. "Thank you, my son. You and your mother did what seemed impossible." Robb shook his head. "She found us in a way, father. She never stopped pushing north. We only cleared the path. She's stronger than I'd ever imagined." Pride laced his words. Ned nodded gravely. "That she is." He turned to see the Great John roaring a greeting to the courtyard, boasting about how they outran a Lannister patrol. Men hustled to stable the horses. The day felt unreal, each minute suffused with a trembling joy. Ned motioned to a steward. "Prepare rooms for them, warm baths, food. Let them rest as long as they need. Winterfell is at your disposal." Catelyn gave him a tired yet radiant smile. "All we want is to be with family. My legs are numb from the saddle, but at least I can stand in this yard, home at last." Ned embraced her, kissed her brow. Then he guided them all inside, guards parting with respectful bows. Servants rushed to bring water for baths, fresh garments, clean bedding. Arya looked around wide-eyed as though seeing Winterfell's halls for the first time, older, heartbreak behind those eyes. Sansa held her hand, pointing out small changes that had occurred since her departure, anxious to fill the silence with reassurance. Arya nodded along, not quite able to smile fully, still half in disbelief that she stood among her family again. In the evening, they gathered in the great hall for a quiet meal, family only, plus Robb and a few close retainers who had helped in the search. Ned sat at the high table flanked by Catelyn and Arya, the latter looking uncomfortable in a borrowed gown that Sansa insisted she try. She frowned at it but tolerated it for the occasion. The meal was simple, roasted chicken, vegetables, fresh bread. Yet each bite tasted of relief. Arya ate hungrily, though she paused often to glance around as if checking that this was not a dream. Rickon kept pestering her with questions about her travels. Did she see dragons? Did she fight off Lannisters with her wooden sword? Arya's answers were short, subdued. Sansa tried to hush Rickon, sensing Arya's reticence. Bran observed quietly, picking up a tension in Arya's manner that suggested heavier stories beneath. Ned placed a gentle hand on her arm. "We won't force you to speak of it now," he said softly. "Take your time." She nodded, eyes flicking to him. It still feels like I'll wake up in some filthy stable having dreamed this." Catelyn's eyes glistened. "It's no dream, my sweet girl. You're truly home for good." That night, Ned insisted Arya take the old bedchamber near Sansa's, the one she used to occupy as a child. Servants stoked a blazing fire there, arranged fresh bedding. Arya hovered in the doorway looking overwhelmed. Sansa helped her out of the borrowed gown, handing her a warm sleeping shift. Arya fingered the cloth with a strange reverence, then collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. Sansa sat beside her, stroking her hair. Ned, peering from the corridor, saw them in that quiet scene and felt his heart swell. At last, some measure of normalcy. Yet in the morning, as Ned expected, Arya's nightmares surfaced. She woke shrieking from some dream of men in Lannister armor. Sansa ran to fetch Ned. He found Arya trembling, tears on her cheeks. He sat on the edge of the bed, cradling her as she gasped for breath. Slowly, she calmed enough to mutter about memories of captivity or the times she'd hidden from soldiers scouring villages. Ned soothed her, vowing she was safe now. The memory of Joffrey's face loomed in her dreams too, she admitted. Ned hushed her gently, thinking how Joffrey's cruelty had set so many horrors in motion. Days slipped by as Arya adjusted. She explored the castle in short forays, reacquainting herself with the courtyard, the godwood, the training yard. Robb teased her that she might want a real sword now, and she gave a half-smile. She asked after her old friend Micah, the butcher's boy who had died near the crossroads. Ned dreaded telling her the truth, but she had guessed. Tears pooled in her eyes, swiftly blinked away. She carried more scars than she let on. Word of Arya's return spread through Winterfell. Servants and guards who remembered her from before the war expressed subdued joy. Some found it remarkable that a child had survived such a savage realm. Arya bristled at their pity, but accepted quiet respect. She spent time with Rickon, telling him half-ludicrous stories of meeting bandits, forging alliances with a bull boy named Gendry. Sansa hovered protectively, fussing about Arya's hair, trying to coax her into a simpler gown. Arya mostly refused, preferring breeches if she could manage it. But she tolerated Sansa's efforts in small doses. At last, Ned found a calm moment to speak with her alone in the Godswood, by the old weirwood tree. The sun filtered through new leaves, dappling the soft ground. Arya wore a tunic and leggings, arms folded. She gazed at the carved face in the trunk, a reflection of old northern eyes. Ned stood beside her, letting the hush settle. He spoke softly. "Do you remember playing here with Bran? Hiding behind the trunk, scaring each other with ghost tales?" She gave a faint smile. "I do. Feels like 100 years ago." He nodded, taking a breath. "If you can bear it, I want to understand how you survived. The letter said you took false names, joined outlaws, parted ways. What happened in King's Landing after they seized me?" She swallowed, turning from the tree to meet his gaze. For a moment, he saw the child she'd been, overshadowed by a youth tested by horrors. "After Joffrey took you prisoner, I fled the keep. Yoren of the Night's Watch helped me, cut my hair short so I'd pass as a boy. We tried to reach the wall, but Lannister men ambushed us. We ended up scattered. I fell in with other orphans, tried to hide my name. I used the wooden sword for what I could. We drifted from place to place, always chased or threatened. Then Barrack's men found us. For a while, I was safe, but I wanted to come home, and everything kept going wrong." She paused, tears trembling in her eyes. Ned gently took her hand. "You did so well, my brave girl. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you." She shook her head fiercely. "Not your fault. We all got caught in Joffrey's madness, the war, everyone fighting. I had to keep going, no matter what. I promised myself I'd reach Winterfell or die trying." Her voice cracked. "I lost friends on the way, but we made it, and now I'm here." Ned drew her into a hug. She stiffened, then leaned in, letting him cradle her head against his chest. The godswood leaves rustled overhead, a gentle hush. "You're here," he echoed, voice shaking. "You're safe, Arya. The war rages on, but at least we have you back. That's all that matters." She nodded, tears wetting his tunic. For a long moment, neither spoke. The old gods watched in silence. Finally, Arya pulled away, wiping her face. "I can't pretend everything is normal, but it feels good to be home." Ned's heart twisted, recalling how captivity had changed him too. She was older than her years, shaped by cruelty. "You'll adapt," he said quietly. "If you want to train with a real blade, we'll find a teacher. If you want to ride out, we'll ensure your safety. Whatever helps you heal. I won't confine you to ladle-like pursuits. I know better than that." She huffed a small laugh. "Thank you, Father. I do want to keep practicing. I never want to be helpless again." A flicker of steel lit her gaze. He nodded, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "You never will be." They wandered the Godwood for a while, sharing snatches of conversation about simpler times and the realm's turmoil. She asked about the Ironborn, about Theon. Ned admitted Theon had betrayed them, led raids, no sign of redemption. Arya scowled at that betrayal, remembering him from childhood. The North had changed, she realized, as she had. But they'd endure together. In the days that followed, Arya found her footing at Winterfell. She devoured stories of Sansa's experiences in King's Landing, though Sansa omitted the worst humiliations under Joffrey. She reconnected with Bran, who liked reading histories, occasionally drawing her into the library tower. She played with Rickon, teaching him a simpler version of needle practice, though Ned suspected that might prove chaotic. The staff adored seeing the young Starks reunited. Joy replaced months of gloom. Yet war's shadow remained. Scouts brought word that Tywin Lannister had indeed pivoted to face Renly's threat somewhere near the Gold Road. The Great John prepared to return south, planning to keep the Riverlands secure. Robb considered riding with him but stayed for Arya's sake and also to guard the north. Ned quietly oversaw defenses, aware that any shift in the war's southern front could drag them into fresh conflict. The realm still flamed with multiple kings, none able to unify it. But for a short while, within Winterfell's walls, peace reigned. Each night, the family dined together in the smaller hall, exchanging stories and laughter. Arya recounted an escapade or two from her journey, like how she pretended to be a boy named Aery, or how she and her companions once stole chickens from a Lannister supply cart. Sansa teased her for the ragged hair. Arya retorted that at least she'd survived. A playful warmth blossomed, reminiscent of days before the war. Catelyn, watching them, dabbed at tears of gratitude. The direwolves howled under the moonlight as if singing an echo of House Stark's perseverance. One crisp evening, Ned and Catelyn strolled in the courtyard, arms linked. Torchlight glowed on the stone walls. They paused near the archery butts where Robb was sparring lightly with Arya using practice swords. Arya's eyes sparkled with fierce delight. She advanced quickly, forcing Robb to dodge. He laughed, praising her footwork. Ned and Catelyn exchanged a tender smile. "How many times did I dream of seeing her free, safe among us?" Catelyn whispered. "It's truly happened." Ned kissed her temple. "You made it happen. You and Robb. Thank you." Then he looked at Robb, who parried Arya's thrust. "Our children have grown so quickly. War shapes them, but at least they are together now." Catelyn pressed a hand to his chest. "May it last. The war still roils. But in this moment, let us savor the family we have. If tomorrow demands new battles, we'll face them with unity." Ned nodded, exhaling the tension of so many months. He recalled capturing Joffrey by the trident, the cunning that freed him from the Red Keep, the subsequent swirl of betrayals and skirmishes. Now, after countless hardships, all his children but Theon, the Fosters, were under one roof. He refused to let the future's storms overshadow that miracle. He and Catelyn continued their slow walk around the courtyard's perimeter. From a distance, Sansa emerged, carrying a small lamp, beckoning them to the hall for a late supper. Arya and Robb finished their bout, panting with good-natured banter. All 5 Starks, plus little Rickon, bounding across the yard with a puppy in tow, gathered at the hall's door. Through the open arch, warm light spilled out, carrying the scent of fresh bread. The laughter of stable boys floated on the evening breeze. A sense of homecoming, long denied, sank into each of them. Tomorrow, the letters from Riverrun or King's Landing might bring fresh crisis. Tywin could shift. The Ironborn might raid. The Vale might cling to isolation. Or King Joffrey might call for vengeance anew. But tonight, House Stark was whole. Arya was safe. They would greet whatever came with undaunted hearts, holding fast to the truth that even in a realm fractured by war, the North and its wolves endured. And should danger darken their doorstep once more, they would answer with the unbreakable unity forged in these trials. A unity that no crown or foe could sever so long as the direwolf still prowled under the moonlit sky.